and welcome everyone back to the last week of regular season EUSL, week 7, the week that decides it all, the week that says who's going to make it into playoffs and who isn't. We're in a pretty interesting spot of our season at this point because we still have 3 teams fighting for 2 spots in the remaining part of the season, and we're just going to be talking about a lot of differing things, how the season's going to go, and also some observations that we've made just throughout the season, the striker picks, priorities, and everything like that. And joining me in that discussion is SMG. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here, Mr. Sloth.
Here as well is Alves. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good, thank you.
And lastly, Venom. Hope you're doing fine as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, we can already start, and I feel like the most pressing matter that we can kind of talk about, right, is obviously we're ahead of playoffs. We're currently in a situation where 2 teams have already made it clear. Luma and TMCT. Those are 2 teams, they literally cannot drop out of playoffs anymore. There's also 3 teams that sadly have no way of making it in anymore. Those being Big Bean Burrito, Forged Fury, and Turkin's Cats. They are at this point, they're just kind of playing it out for placement and getting as many wins as into the season as they can. So the 3 teams that are still in contention for those 2 spots are the Zoo, Happy Girls, and Obscura. Now, the situation is a bit interesting because obviously you have the matches that we are playing today. Happy Girls and Obscura is going to be a straight up qualification series. Whoever wins that series just makes it in. At that point, your score is good enough, you're going to go either 3rd or 4th seed. Why am I saying 3rd or 4th seed? There's a world where Zoo doesn't make playoffs. And that is a very specific scenario of 2 match outcomes where Happy Girls beat out against Obscura. So Happy Girls would lock themselves into a playoff situation, putting Obscura in a 3-4. If the Zoo then cannot find the win against Big Bean Burrito today, the Zoo would also end as a 3-4 team. And Obscura, just last week, I believe, beat the Zoo. So that means the tiebreaker, the head-to-head, would go in Obscura's favor. Meaning, if Zoo loses today and Happy Girls wins today, Zoo doesn't even see playoffs. Which, considering the start of the season, seems a bit crazy to me. So that's like the situation at hand, right? Qualification series in match 3, and if the stars align properly, Zoo also doesn't make it. And I'm just gonna start with that as well. I kind of want to grab your guys' opinions individually of which 2 teams are making it. Because if I just ask which one team, obviously Venom and Alce, I think you guys have a pretty obvious answer which one you would be wanting to go through. But I'm more specifically asking now, which 2 teams are you thinking are going to make it through, or differently worded, which one of these 3 teams are not going to make it through to the playoffs? So we'll start with you, Venom. Give me your 2 cents about it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I pretty much think that Zoo is guaranteed to make it through. I don't think there is a world where the Zoo is gonna lose to BBB, so they're pretty much guaranteed through. Like, maybe they can upset it, but I'm like pretty sure that Zoo is gonna win. Then, of course, I mean, last week it didn't really matter that much. It's just gonna come down to whoever wins between Obscura and Happy Girls, and I would like to believe that we are gonna win. It's gonna be a tough game, but I think we can squeeze it through.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been having a pretty good form, right? You had a very rough start to the season, but you've bounced back and got the wins that you needed. And it's all going to come down to, well, essentially this week 7, right? It's an idea that we've already kind of had a bit earlier in the season, looking at how the matchups are going throughout, that you could have a rough guess at the fact that match 3 is going to be a deciding game. But it's going to be exciting to see how it pans out. Obviously, on the other hand of that matchup, we have Happy Girls, we have Alves. What are your opinions on it? How do you think it's going to end up going for the playoffs?
So I think there will be an upset and BBB will win against Zoo. And I think Girls will go through. I think we are the favorites in the matchup, and I think we are going to show that.
Okay, so you're saying you take the win, but Obscura doesn't not make it then. Because if BBB obviously beats Zoo, Obscura would then come through in tiebreakers. Which means
I think
you're taking the middle road of just saying, you know what, the matchup, it's nice, but realistically both teams make it anyways. I mean, I'd be very down for that. That'd be very exciting to see. Do you have any specific reasoning as why you think BBB might have it to take it against Zoo? Because it is an unlikely matchup scenario, right? It is, as you said it yourself, it's an upset. Is there any major like game plan that you might be seeing for the side of Big Bean Burrito that they could take the victory against Zoo?
The main reason why I say that there might be an upset is because I know Zoo won't play with the main roster, and I think in a world where Zoo can play with the main roster, I think it's a guaranteed win, basically. But since they are not playing with the main roster, for what I have seen them play with subs, I think BB has a good chance of taking the upset. I think they have way more chances than compared to the main roster.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I'm all for it. I'm all for it of seeing that. And then moving on to the last of, I guess, SMG. You don't really have any stakes in today's games anymore, other than the fact of just winning your series going, getting that second win for the season. In regards of the playoff teams, who do you see making it through? What is your prediction, as you're also kind of unbiased in the way of those results?
Okay, first of all, I would like to admit my biases, okay, because I'll be honest, other than Nero, I might be Siphon's biggest fan. So I do hope Zoo wins and gets through. I do think they're gonna win. I think it's pretty crazy to in any world put BBB ahead of them. In the Zoo Happy Girls matchup, I think I have a very objective way of measuring who's gonna win. And that is the number of players on each team that have been infected by the rematch brainworm. So on Happy Girls, there's just Feng, I believe. I don't know, maybe Alice plays it too, but Venom and Yuki are so locked in on rematch, it's pretty crazy. So for those numbers, I'm gonna put it 2-1 Happy Girls for that series. So
Yo,
Zoo
counter
and Happy Girls will go.
counter argument. Ever since we have stopped scrimming and just been grinding rematch, we have won all 3 of our games.
I mean,
Counter Matt.
Think about it.
it's kind of valid, because I don't know, that's something that I've seen myself as well, which is a bit weird. I feel like Obscura, now that they have a different game that they kind of want to go into, at least two out of these 3 people, I feel like there's a lot less pressure, which means it feels like you're able to play a lot more freely. You're able to perform a lot better than beforehand, when you were overthinking potential matchups maybe, or potential interactions. And I feel like you can see that in the play as well. But again, there's also an essence of, well, who have you been playing against, right? Your previous 3 weeks.
Oh, wait, speak carefully.
I mean,
please.
no, your Obscura's
are you-
previous 3 weeks were against Big Bean Burrito, they were against Zoo, and they were against Forged Fury. Now, Zoo, important series win, got it 2-1, very good, obviously. But I do believe that was with the sub roster as well, right? Which could have made a difference. You can't necessarily say it would have gone the same way against main roster. And BBB and Forged Fury, even though both teams are great players, obviously, fact of the matter is they're both currently 1-5. You know, so they weren't necessarily giants to go up against in terms of difficulty. And I feel like going into Girl today is gonna be that proper like skill check for Obscura to show and like an important win for them as well, because if you do win that series, there's no one is allowed to doubt anymore that you're like not competing, right? Because Girls is a strong roster. Even though they've had a few mix-ups, the players still individually do well, and from the 2 weeks that we've seen this roster play, they were very convincing. They've 2-0'd both of their matchups. Again, take it with a grain of salt. They played against Cats and Forged Fury. Again, great teams individually, but the score don't lie. And in total, they've lost 2 sets, which is great, right? Only 2 sets out of 4 entire games. Pretty good. So, interesting matchup to see there, and I feel like that's going to be the matchup to watch out for today as well, being that Happy Girls Obscura match, because winner is through. There's no doubt about that. So they're playing for everything on both sides. There is one other game I do want to mention that has stakes to it, although you could say that it might be a little bit less important, but it's still decently important. That's obviously Luma against TMCT, or match 2 of the day. Both teams undefeated in the season, and only one team can go undefeated. For that matchup specifically, I just kind of want to grab opinions. How do you think that's going to go? Who do you think is the favorite going into it, if there even is a favorite? I'll start with you, SMG.
Going into the season, I think most people, including me, would put Luma as the favorite. Despite of course TMCT just winning, just because Alex is on that team, of course, and then they've also got Llama in the backline with him, and they have really good synergy, and he's a really good player. And of course Zar, like one of the best midfielders who was originally a forward player, right? So scary roster. But having played like both of you already, I mean, and you can probably check the stat line. Like our game against Luma was definitely an easier matchup for us than it was for you guys. However, I would say that was because we played the way we played into them. I don't think you guys would. So I'm gonna say it's a close game. I'll give it 2-1 to Luma though, even though you guys were definitely harder for us to play than Luma. I'd still give them the advantage. Just because I think you're going to put the Atlas in the bag. I'm sorry. I'm a bit of a hater.
I mean, that's fair. Stylistic matchups are a thing, of course, right? And it is possible that the TMCT playstyle doesn't work that well into Luma. I mean, it's going to be found out today if it's going to work or not. Alves, do you have any opinions on that? You were a sub player for Luma for a little bit as well before moving over to Girl. Do you have any opinions due to that itself? Maybe some insights?
I haven't really scrimmed against the MCT, but I have scrimmed against Luma, and I think it might be a close game for what I've seen TMCT play in EUSL for the games I've seen. But I still think Luma will take the win. It will be a hard match, but I think Luma takes 2-1.
Okay, that is fair. And then lastly, Venom, any differing opinion from your side? Or are you leaning towards the Luma train as well?
I think it's gonna be a clean sweep. Alex is gonna pick Julie goalie twice, and it's gonna be a 2-0. Simple short.
Hey, I'm just saying, we're preparing draft plans for the Julie goalie. All right, that's that's a menace that needs to be contained.
Doubt that you have a counter for that, but I don't think there's a counter for that pick.
Yeah, true. Actually, it is just too good.
It has 100% win rate in EUSL, and it's gonna continue staying like that.
I mean, it's not wrong, and I hate that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're touching upon something interesting though, and that's win rate. You know, like the general like presence of characters throughout the league, and that's another thing that I would kind of want to talk to you guys about, because we do have some interesting outliers and/or comparisons in the league if you start looking at the rates. I touch upon win rate, and I feel like the most obvious thing in terms of win rate is the Juliet pick. Obviously not in the goalie regard, but it's the large difference between an A and EU. In EU, Julie in total has been picked 17 times or played 17 times, has only won 7 out of these 17 games. That's a 41% win rate. If you take away the 3 Julie goalie games that have happened, you're looking at a 3-10 scoreline for Julie forward, which isn't really great, right? It would give you the idea that maybe the pick isn't that strong either. But if we're going over to Nassel, going over to an A, Julie is an absolute menace. She has a 95% win rate over 20 games. This means she is 19-1 in Nassel currently. SMG, you're a little bit, you're well versed in the differing leagues, right? You follow Nassel as well, to my knowledge. What do you think is that difference between how Julie's played in an A or how it's played in the U? Is it just a hand stiff, as simple as? You feel like there's some kind of like disparity of understanding between the pick as well? Because those are like very drastic, very, very strong differences in terms of win rate, going from a 95% win rate down to a 41 in EU.
Well, one funny thing I just want to point out is that one of those 3 out of 10 Juliet forward games was also by a North American player, probably the best Juliet in North America, NXCD, which is quite funny to say. I think one, you have to consider character pools, right? Historically, EU has been the Zentara Swing region, and North America played Juliet more. You know, they had bells, right? Everyone wanted to kind of emulate him a little bit, I'd say. Um, so I say they definitely have more experienced Juliets, which is of course a big factor. I also think that um, if you look at like our league, the teams that would really focus on playing damage and then supported by like Juliet's kill confirms, I think there's only really like Cats who focused on that playstyle with Juliet. Even though like Zoe was in the league, I don't think Happy Girls were really playing around damage too heavily. So I'd say, you know, her strength weren't really played into. I think generally people haven't been playing as much damage, which of course she has crazy good kill confirms. If you have no evade, like alt dash punch cooks you. So just generally she's really scary with damage, and I don't think we play damage too much right now in the league.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and that's very fair as well. I feel like EU has been a bit more of a control region. Obviously, we do have our damage moments. There's certain damage moments that you cannot avoid, right? If you have a Deadeye start, you kind of have to lock it in and play around it. I feel like there has been a little bit of a surge in terms of damage playstyle recently, especially with the patch that has happened. But we're not hyper focused on it. I can see that, and I mean, you see that in the stats as well. As some of the top performing teams right now, we're not really thriving off of KOs. If I'm looking at KO totals across the teams in the league, obviously you have Forged Fury, which has 167 KOs total. And obviously with the NA players in it, it's going to be a bit more KO bias, and the stats do represent that because Forged Fury has the most KOs in total with 167. Second place after that is Happy Girls with 126. That's already a difference of 41. You know, 41
Hey,
KOs.
how cool are we? Holy.
And then after the 126 from Happy Girls, you're going down to 108 by Turkin's Cats. After that, you're going down to 107 by Obscura. And it just keeps going down to the lowest amount of KOs in the league, which is, shocker, TMCT. We got 64 KOs. Forged Fury has more than double our KOs. So
Not surprised.
yeah, it's a very valid argument, right? That it's not as explored here, and probably because of that, also not performing the same way it does over in NA. In terms of like KO though, right? I feel like the recent patch has done a lot for KO to get a little bit more relevant within EU. And I think one main aspect of that is also the Vice pick that has gained slight priorities. And that's something I want to ask you, Venom, because you guys utilize the Vice pick as well whenever you get the chance, obviously. Vice, overall, she's currently sitting in EU with the highest percent win rate at 72%. That's 13-5 in terms of games. Why do you think it is that she's doing so well right now? Do you think her base kit is just so strong? Do you feel like it also just coincidentally happens that the teams that are doing well are also Vice enjoyers, or do you think that is the pick itself just enabling them really well? What are your thoughts on that?
I just think that in the last EUSL season there weren't as many Vice players. Like Alex wasn't there, Yuki played forward, Nitron. I don't think Nitron played last EUSL season. Like there's just so many Vice players that haven't played last season that are playing now, and that I have the opportunity to play Vice, mainly Vice goalie. If you play Vice midfield, you're kind of griefing. Yeah, I don't think it's much as so that she's like, oh, she got so buffed to the point where she's like, it's extremely broken. I think it's just like a combination of like the meta shifting a little bit, favoring her a little bit, but much so that just more players that actively play her are playing in this current season.
Do you think that is also? Do you think that's a change, or that change in terms of like players that play her getting into the league for this season? Do you think that's something that just happened coincidentally, or do you feel like the players have also moved into the season due to the fact that Vice has started to get more relevant?
I mean, like last season it was like all control speed meta, and then like suddenly we just nerf everything to the ground. We buff Vice, we buff Zen, we buff like more KO sided, and then suddenly Alex decides like, "Yo, I want to play again." Is there's some communication behind the curtains going on there.
That's fair enough. At least we didn't do anything, all right? It just happened to happen the way it did, all right? We take no responsibility for this as ETOS.
It's more coincidence.
But yeah, I mean, there's another character that I kind of want to talk about, and that's gonna be with you, Alfs. That is might be a bit cliche that I bring him up, but hey, Venom and SMG both already brought him up in their own points as well, and that's obviously Zentaro. Zentaro currently is the highest presence striker we have in EUSL, meaning he is pick banned the most out of everyone. 80% of the games sees Zentaro mentioned somewhere, which means you're only getting 2 out of 10 games where he's just going to go completely ignored. Why would you think that is? Do you feel like that is again kind of boils down to like what preferences we have in EU? EU very historically very known for being Zentaro enjoyers. Or do you think that also kind of comes in line with the fact that the current patch just made him so much better, be that awakening rotations, be that meta around other picks? Why do you think that presence is so relevant for you right now in that Zentaro pick?
I think it's a combination of factors. I think EU as a region always liked to play Zentaro, even when he wasn't in his best days. And now that the patch is more heavy focus on damage, he gets even more protagonism here. As a Zentaro main, I can say that I feel really good when I have a decent start with Zentaro, because I know the character allows me to do a lot of stuff. Some other characters also allow it as well, but because we in the past were always a region that liked to play it, I feel more confident to play Zentaro than any other character. But overall, I think Zentaro itself is just a really broken character that, with the Awakenings on rotation, right they are, just is one more reason to pick it in USL. Compared to NA, I don't really watch much of NA, but I would say they're probably more KO focused instead of damage focused, in a way that they mostly probably play more for cheeses, since you said that they have 95% win rate on Julie. So I can see Julie being more a cheese character than KO, like than damage, like Zentaro. So I think that also takes part of it. It's just the playstyles.
Yeah, I feel like it's less that they're. I think in A, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, SMG, but I feel like they're not necessarily going for cheese, and they're more so going for confirms, right? They have damage dump in the goalie or midfield position, and then Julie's just great at confirming these KOs with her abilities. So I feel like that's why she would do well as well. Really quick, Zentaro in NA, I currently have it open as well. He isn't doing great. He's gotten picked 30 times as a forward, once in goal. I think that was Soren, probably. And with these 31 games in total, he's sitting on a win rate of 38%. So I don't know by heart how many wins to losses that are. That's probably somewhere around the maybe the like 12 to 19 mark or something like that, or worse. So he's not doing well. SMG, as an NA expert, why would you think that maybe that is precisely swapped around as well between EU and NA? That Julie and Zen Prios.
Okay, first of all, interestingly enough, despite like now I think pretty much everyone in NA would say Juliet is the best brawler, but I definitely know that the rhetoric at the beginning of the season was pick Zentaro, that's the best forward. And when that happens, this is kind of why you have to look at presence more than win rates in league formats like this, because when you have a really strong character, right? If you're a team that has a suboptimal Zentaro, you might still pick it because you want to deny it from the other team, but you also want to ban Vice or something like that, right? So partially it could be that these picks are getting picked in situations where they might not be good because at the start of the season it was perceived as the best forward pick. It also could be, in the past, some North Americans, not me, have said that there are some Zentaras in their region who play him like Juliet with a sword. I wouldn't say that. It could be that they're a bit slacking, or that they're kind of forcing it despite it not really suiting their playstyle.
Yeah. I mean, that's valid. That's valid. Looking at the presences over at NA, it actually evens out a bit. Pick ban presence on Julie is like 60, and on Zen it's 56. EU, we're a lot more biased in that regard. Zentaro presence, like I said, highest in the league, 80%. Julie is down at 51%, so a lot of difference there as well. But yeah, that is very fair. And then I'd like to move on to the last talking point, and I'll ask you first, Venom, and I'm just gonna give you a dream situation. You're just chilling at home, you get a knock on your door, you open the door, and then boom, Ace up right there, and he's asking you for one change in the game. Can be whatever you want. Can be a new gameplay feature, could be a new character, could be an adjustment to the current meta. What would you say is that change that you would be wishing for right then and there?
It might be a bit controversial, but ever since the day it came out, I was never a fan of it. I do not like that cooldown, like abilities reset your strike. I think that dumped down strike warring a little bit. And yeah, I'm personally not a huge fan of that.
That's very fair. Alfs, what would your answer be?
I would say making easy be a 2 barrier map instead of 1. Just dividing the barrier in 2, mostly, so it would allow goalies to have more options to clear and maybe make the map a little bit more enjoyable to play.
You don't mean to say Yankees is not fun, right?
Is
is that what you're trying to say here? I mean, to be honest, the stats do support that. Really quick excursion to the map stats in EU. We just don't change, man. We just don't change. Our most played map, AtLab. Our second most played map, Taiko. AtLab 14 games, Taiko 13 games. Third most played map, Night Market, surprisingly enough. Probably, in fact, to do with the fact that Clarion was not in rotation for the entirety of it. But Night Market on 11 games. And after that, you're dropping down to like 6 on Oni, 4 on Clarion, and then 2 Demon Dice, 2 Obscura, 2 Amy's, and then 1 Inky and 1 Autumn game each. So, yeah, that one Inky game, yeah, probably not everyone's favorite, eh? And then lastly, SMG, what would your answer be to that scenario?
Okay, for me personally, it's pretty similar to Alves. I would just remove Athen and Inkies from the game. They're so miserable to play as a goalie, especially in solo queue. But as the Forge Fury representative, I must say remove Atlas from the game. I think we're 1-5 against that character. I ban him against any goalie who has ever typed Atlas in a chat in their life at this point. So yeah, I'm down to remove that character.
Yeah, I didn't look into it too closely, but I did notice when I was looking at the stats, Atlas is the most banned character in our league, with a 32% ban rate. I do wonder how many of those were Forge Fury bans.
It's a lot.
It's probably a handful, if not a majority of it. But yeah, that is very fair. And I feel like that will kind of wrap up all of our talking points as well, that at least I have prepared. So before we send it into a short little break to get everything ready for the first game of the day, which is going to be Turkin's Cast against Forged Fury, do any of you guys have any closing words? SMG, anything from you?
Yeah, but I have something a little long, so if someone has something before me, they should go ahead. Not too long.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead. Alfs, anything from you?
Ra, don't ban Zentaro.
Venom?
We're going with Zentaro. Also, please mail me a pallet of White Monster. Thank you, anyone who is this.
Okay, donate White Monster to Venom. Got it. All right, SMG, go ahead.
I would just like to say that I believe the story of Forge Fury this season is reminiscent of the story of Icarus, who, as many know.
Oh my god!
No, let him speak. Let him speak.
Okay.
Let him speak. Let him speak.
If you don't know, his dad Daedalus made some wax wings with feathers, and he flew too close to the sun and he crashed and burned. And that's a little like us. We got a win at the beginning of the season, and then we lost every series, I think. After that, but you know, people will say the story is don't be arrogant. But for me, the story of Forgery is that we flew closer than anyone else did to the sun, and even though we burned, you gotta appreciate how high we flew. Okay, even if we're burning dead on the ground. So yeah, that's what I think, and I had fun playing with them this season.
All right, and I don't think there's a better closing off point than that. So we're gonna go into a short little break to get everything ready for the first series, where Forge Fury are fighting up against Cats. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final week of EUSL. And we're already getting into the draft for Game 1. I'm here with Jay for Cats versus FF.
Yeah, I mean, quite the interesting draft, right? We're getting a classic night market game with some very volatile awakenings, hot shot and heavy impact, and kind of does a bit of everything, right? You have some core control awakenings with hot shot, and then a lot of damage with this heavy impact.
Yeah, and none of these picks are particularly surprising for me. Actually, on second thought, I have no clue who Forged Fury is actually playing today, because I was thinking, oh, that'd be a Tempo Melon Drakkar, because it's, something I'm used to seeing her play with oncoming traffic in NA. But then I remember, wait, no, Tempo Melon is the brawler on this team, unless we have something like, let's say, SMG going goalie era with, like, Tempo and then maybe, like, Drop Leto or something playing, which I'll do a quick check and give you guys a roster update, so keep yapping for a bit.
Actually surprised that there's, like, no Judo. It's just hot shot started, no Judo bam, no Judo pick. Everyone just wants to kill people. There's a lot of KO pressure being thrown out. I mean, this Amy Kazan Asher is quite interesting, most likely a Kazan goalie, which I think actually doesn't do great into Drakkar. And if this is like this Drakkar brawler, then it's gonna be very hard for K-Bagel to be able to do that much in this matchup.
Yeah, okay, so we do have confirmation. It is the Forged Fury main roster, so Ata, Tempo Melon, and SMG. So I am interested to see, okay, is this going to be maybe a Drakkar goalie with SMG on Era, and you're just going to have a traditional, like, Era X comp? On the other side, right, pretty much comfort picks all around for Turkeen's Cats. So I think comp-wise, I probably favor Cats just because of the comfort, but then we'll have to see how this goes, because if Cats don't close this out early, it's going to be pretty doomed for them.
Really scary scaling comp by the side of Forged Fury, and I do think that their comp on paper is better, just due to the fact that I think if this Drakkar is getting a little bit more forward in the face of Kitty Bagel, it's going to be very hard. But Kitty Bagel on this goes on notoriously good for 1v1ing brawlers, and Drakkar might have a hard time getting in there if they can keep if Cats can keep it in check.
Yeah, that's very fair, and I'm not really sure how this would work on the opposite side. I know Drakkar, against Zentaro at least, has a very favorable matchup, and I mean, yes, it's not Zentaro goalie. It's typically, I'm used to the Drakkar on the goalie against Zentaro. Interested to see if the Kazan pick does any better, because yes, Kazan is great at 1v1ing these brawlers, but Drakkar also has that multi-hit capability, which is something that Kazan struggles against.
And we do know Tempo likes to run forward, or like Tempo likes to cause chaos, and on this Drek pick, you can cause a lot of chaos. You can just jump scare and KO people, or you can jump scare the goalie and shoot them. And it is Tempo on this Drakkar, so I'm curious to see how she pilots this pick.
Yeah, all I'm saying, guys, is keep an eye out for Tempo's game in NA, and I want to see if fun stuff happens here.
Yeah, I mean, this is Pummel's Drakkar, the double shotgun onto Spring, immediately taken very low here to start us off, as Turkey and Spring taking both barriers, pushing towards the bottom side with the Firewall Sentry, and an immediate point.
Yeah, an immediate point, and interesting thing to note is that Hotshot is now back into the draft, so Aimee would love it, Drakkar would love it, and I mean, I'm not sure if anyone else would really love it particularly much, but since everyone did go that heavy impact, we have even more possibility for like this double cooldown stacking for those midfielders.
Yeah, and Turkey catching the dash from SMG and immediately returning with a KO to start off the second point, as Turkey taking this first barrier, pushing towards his bottom side with Spring. The Tempo is able to clear it for now. The Molten Bolt to do a bunch of damage here. Turkey looking really low, shotgun by Tempo, potentially trying to get the KO here as SMG is pushing forward, but Kitty Bagel able to clear it for now.
Able to clear it. Tempo has to step back, grab the orb, and SMG is looking to put some damage on. That's one kill, perhaps a second with the flip, and there it is. There's the second. Now Kitty Bagel has to perform in this 1v3, saves both barriers for now. One falls, and playing that corner offense for the second is able to survive for now. Great pop-up, and the second finally falls. Ata now setting up that Maelstrom as SMG tries to push the corner. Doesn't yet do it as the members of Cats respawn.
I mean, what a hold by Kitty Bagel. You may have lost both your barriers, but you did a really good job winning that 1v3, forcing cooldowns as the multiple just barely missing. Tempo trying to find something here. SMG, the dash unfortunately missing the flip in the corner. The X-Max is not enough as Kitty Bagel clears to the flip and gets the barrier. The Firewall Sentry pushing it back for now. SMG low with no evade. Trying to find something as Turkey, but a clear way by Ata. Tempo pushing up. Kitty Bagel just getting it past her and straight to Turkey who puts it in.
Can we talk about how well Kitty Bagel has been playing this game so far? And yeah, the side of Forged Fury has scaling potential, but Kitty Bagel has been showing that, yeah, no, these early sets are going to be ours.
Yeah, I mean, showing absolute mastery on this Kazan goalie. As Tempo unfortunately missing the kill here. Good back passes by SMG to try to push with Ata on this top side. Tempo trying to find something here. Misses the shotgun yet again. The ping difference as they're pushing towards the top side, rotating the core. Spring here does have flip, might have to use it. Tempo taking really low, but so is Turkey, who does go down. Spring has no evade as well. This could be dangerous. Tempo staggered, must retreat for the orb as SMG also sharing an orb with Spring.
Yeah, and that's one kill returned on Tempo, and as Turkeen respawns, this is now a 3v2. One barrier is taken. Turkeen trying to push up on this top side. They're trying to run the corner offense, and a great strike war means the second barrier will fall, and this could be set one. SMG has the flip. Isn't going to burn it just yet, and actually burns it there to try to look for the kill, and the flip there misses that strike, and now Turkeen's Cats are back on the offense, and the breakthrough stunning Ata to make sure she can't save that.
Yeah, and I mean, very, very well played by the side of Turkeen's Cats. You need to win these early sets, and winning them in dominant fashion is really huge here, as this is a triple spark draft, so it is very much good to be a rear in this draft.
Yeah, and I mean, well, the Big Fish pickup is so big. Prize Fighter now, that is an insane deny away from Tempo, and also a great pickup for Spring Mastro, as long as he manages to stay safe. So I really want to see if the IME can use that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Spring did get a couple kills, right? Like, I think just the one on Tempo, but all it takes is one KO for Prize to scale and just give you another one and another one, and we'll see if Spring is able to do that, as they almost immediately go down to a single shotgun from Tempo.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Spring it might just die here. Great evasion and great sidestepping of every single ability. I mean, yeah, some of them are hitting, but they're bound to hit, and now that's that Prize Fighter stack reset, as Forged Fury just focused their efforts completely on Spring Mastro. But now Kitty Bagel, they have all the abilities they need to survive this.
And I mean, Spring might have gone down, but they did make Tempo shotgun her own barrier, and that's definitely a win, as Spring pushing towards the top side with Turkey, and unfortunately loses strike core here. Tog played it really well. The glitch pop up towards his bottom side. Spring barely staying alive as Tog trying to dribble to SMG. This is literally just midfield X as Tempo is pushing up, trying to find something here. Can't find anything. The Bewitching Beam is not enough. Forced to use the flip as Tempo still just playing the brawler role, trying to kill Spring, while SMG and Tog do a really good job of holding here.
Yeah, Spring has had some really good sidesteps, and I mean, as I say that there, they do fall, but Kitty Bagel, they have the flip ready, flips there, goes straight into SMG, continues to clear it around, uses that open form, or sorry, the closed form strike to do so well on this defense, and now the defensive turret placed down as they interrupt SMG's bull rush. Tempo going for a dribble play nearly finds that barrier, and now Spring Mastro needs to be careful again, as he is in a terrible position to die here if Tempo gets one of these knockback plays.
Yeah, and Tempo with this flip lurking up does end up using it here. Kitty Bagel missing the strike. Tempo reading that very well and putting it behind the hook here to take the first point.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing as dealing with that Kai barrage, expecting that, okay, the Kai is just going to barrage that whole net, and same thing here. The Kazan is going to try to hook that whole net, and then Tempo reads that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what you kind of need. Winning this second set would be huge. You have this really strong scaling comp with the X midfield era goalie who can just buff the X because he's so far back, right? And that puts so much damage pressure on the midfielder of Turkey's Cats as Spring is always taken low, but an incredible KO here to get this prize stack. Might go down for it, but does end up living for now as Turkey does take this second barrier here, trying to find a pass to Spring, can't find it. An incredible dribble glitch bump play, and the points are tied up. Really well played by Spring, Maestro.
Yeah, I mean, Spring is really known for their IME pick, right? They have shown a lot of IME mastery, and it's why it's nearly permabanned against them, and when they do get it, they perform. As, I believe that IME pickup was what allowed Turkey's Cats to beat Forged Fury in the qualification match.
And just showing excellent mastery of it yet again, but does not matter. Tempo getting the KO here. Potential strong power play here for the side of Forged Fury as the multiple unfortunately missing, but SMG pushing up with the NATO here, unable to find anything. Actually, the fraud barrier does go down. Kitty Bagel forced to use a flip, does clear it for now as Spring gets back online.
Yeah, and Tempo just cycling these kills out, though that barrier is found, and now Ata, she has the flip, but it is an open net. A great strike up by SMG, nearly gets the barrier, but Kitty Bagel once again, the defensive Kazan masterclass here, and the flip burned by SMG for that kill, and Spring Mastro still alive. That's so good. May just fall here to that shotgun. No, grabs the orb in time, but is staggered now.
Yeah, it's a really dangerous situation. As we saw, Tempo is just straight up left the play to go KO Spring. The bell ringer almost outgoing a Tom, able to react with this flip. Kitty Bagel getting this KO here onto Tempo Melon as this power play is starting up. Spring dodges the bell ringer but can't avoid the bewitching beam as we have a 2v2.
If that beam was pre-nerf, Spring Master would have dodged it. Let that be known.
True.
But unfortunately, they don't. And a topspin, wow, and that actually gets through it, surprisingly enough. Good dribble back by SMG. Flip comes out by Kitty Bagel, sends it to the bottom side. That follow essentially pop defensively, tries to hold it, but the X Maximus sends it right through to Tempo Melon.
Yeah, that open form is really evil for Kazan goalie. People can just strike for your topspin. Sometimes you're like maddening descent isn't great for defense either, and that's the risk you run with this Kazan goalie. If you go use this open form, there's just a chance that your abilities just get struck through.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit more unreliable, but you kind of have to make use of the whole kit if you want to do well as Kazan, right? Because you can't really just, oh, I'm just going to sit there and only close strike and maybe hook. So, yeah, I really love, even though there have been some of these mishaps, like, it's kind of an expectation, and despite that, Kitty Bagel has been executing the pick so well.
Yeah, I mean, Kitty Bagel playing almost perfect on the defense, and the rest of Turkey's Cats, their offense is just so strong, as Ta is very much defending here, doing a really good job at defending this era goalie, which is not really a strong defensive pick, but it is working very well for Ta here as Spring dribbling around all three members of Forged Fury. Almost wins. Unfortunately, can't find anything, but what a play to get Turkey back online.
Yeah, insane play. And as Turkey comes back online, they go right back offline as the kill is found in Tempo. Maybe looking for like a shotgun flip here or something. Flip burned out by Kitty Bagel, doesn't get anything. Nearly bounces off the middle, bounces off that turret instead. The orb denied away from Spring Mastro, who could be falling here with that shotgun flip, as I mentioned, and does. And Turkey nearly falls as well. Kitty Bagel has to continue to put on this defensive masterclass if they want to survive this point. Loses one barrier, perhaps a second. A great maddening descent buys a lot of time, and the topspin too. A good cross clear up to Spring Mastro's. Turkey backs up for that orb, and Kitty Bagel finally falls. We might have to see some forwards in the net.
Forwards in there very scary, especially since Kitty Bagel is just playing so unbelievably well. But Spring actually almost scoring a top. Forced to use a flip here. Tempo does win the strike war to get the second barrier, but Kitty Bagel is back online. Could potentially save the defense for now as an incredible strike to clear it. Just getting it past everyone. Incredibly well played by Kitty Bagel. The maddening descent. The read was perfect. As what a hold by Kitty Bagel here.
Yeah, insane hold. And now Turkey pushing it through, nearly gets it as Ata finds the perfect clear. But now it's Kitty Bagel in a 1v2, gets it right up to Turkey again. The glitch pop, not enough to send that through. And a good cyber swipe, buying some time. But here it is. This is the exact position Kitty Bagel cannot be in. Tempo with a great dribble into the lock and load.
Really hard for Kitty Bagel to really do much about that, except for like if you maybe have hook. But Tempo doing an incredible job with that dribble to take the second set, which is so huge for this comp, right? You know, your air is going to scale really hard with potentially like a twin drive or an explosive entrance here.
Yeah, opts for the twin drive, leaving that explosive entrance up, but the explosive probably doesn't go to Drakkar. Drakkar likely either takes the reptile or bulk up, and yeah, it is just the bulk up pickup here. And then the explosive does fall to Aimi. I guess they want that over the Deadeye, you know, just for that map presence and still, you know, kill potential. But the reptile falling to Asher is kind of big here. And I know, yes, Asher is a little less mobile, so if Aimi does get perma-focused and taken off the map, the Asher does struggle a little bit more with making stuff happen on the map, but it is still good against the KO comp.
Yeah, they lost a lot of their damage pressure, right? Because, like, look at all this damage that they've just done to Turkey that can just get healed up so fast, right? And it's like, you're kind of burning all these cooldowns for pretty much nothing, as, like, never mind, they take down the Reptile Asher, but, like, Turkey is the most immobile person on the field, as you said, with this Asher, but with so much like stagger and healing, it makes it a lot harder to get these like what would be nearly free KOs. As Kitty Bagel unfortunately missing the dash here as Tempo takes his second barrier, tries to immediately KO Turkey but can't find anything. The 1v1 here won by Kitty Bagel as Turkey trying to push towards his top side with the Firewall Sentry. Can't find anything for now. A great clear by Ata, who does use the Bewitching Beam to take it away, but Spring does get this prize stack, right? And this is such a big power play for the side of Turkey's Cats.
Yeah, insane power play, but they have to make it work, right? If there is that double defense from Ata and Temple Mount, it might not be enough, but there it is. They finally find that barrier. Spring Mastro has this flip charge as Turkeen looks to get the flip down to Spring Mastro, and Spring Mastro finds the angle. Probably the only one that works is Ata might have reached the bottom in time.
Incredible play here. Turkeen sacrificing their life to clear it down to Spring, and an incredible use of the flip to take this first point, as Tempo immediately gets a KO to take away one of those prize stacks.
Yeah, I mean, an insane tempo swing for Tempo Melon found there off that kill, but she is looking kind of low, does get the orb, so Kitty Bagel is now in a situation where they can't really just threaten Tempo with the damage. That Firewall Sentry comes onto that offense there, and it times out, as now we see pretty much no evade on Spring Master, and an evade just burned out of Turkeen, so this damage is going to look real threatening soon.
Yeah, Spring, I mean, the low stagger, no evade combo, you should be fearing for your life, especially since Tempo just loves to chase people around the field. So does SMG, as Turkey is able to take this barrier while the side of Fortune Fury is a little bit distracted by this KO as they're pushing towards his top side, but incredible glitch ball, but it's not enough. Kitty Bagel strike is just not big enough, can't find anything, and Tempo is just able to put it in.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of one of the saddest ways to lose that there. And, well, hey, it is what it is. They did find a few great plays, but for the side of Cats, they really need to continue winning this, as the scaling is just going to keep getting out of hand because Adrenaline Rush, Monumentalists are still in the draft, and Turkey just dashed into that death. No.
Yeah, the storm's coming. Watch out as Turkey gets taken out by a single hit of the NATO here, but Spring taken low, forced to use an evade as well. We could see a second KO on the board as the Bewitching Beam isn't enough, and the barrier does end up going down here. Tempo dribbling towards the bottom side, gets it around the top spin. As the Spring is able to thankfully heal for now, but it's a really dangerous open net situation here for the Cats.
Yeah, so one thing I kind of want to talk about, though, is I was discussing with Vaughn about this, about the power of Kazan goalie, how at least I think it is one of the best goalies in the game right now. And I can kind of see what he was mentioning in the sense that, yeah, Kazan is insane at defending, but a Kazan that has Thanos and is defending that well is not nearly as threatening as some of these Mom Boots goalies where they can start to put even more pressure. And yeah, we're seeing that as Forged Fury, they're just continuing to get these kills, sometimes these random goals, and while Kitty Bagel's putting on a spectacular performance, it's just, eventually it doesn't matter.
It definitely, for sure. I mean, as somebody who's played with both a Momentum Boots enjoyer this season and a Kazan goalie practically one trick for the last couple, you definitely feel the power of Momentum Boots as Tempo and SMG are just swarming the side of Turkey's Cats as Spring does go down. Turkey might not be long for this world as SMG just was in strike core for this bottom barrier. Tempo trying to push here towards his bottom side, but it is not quite enough as Spring gets back online here. Could potentially find a barrier, but Ata doing a really good job on this defensive end.
Yeah, really great on the defensive end. And now SMG nearly takes Turkeen off the map. Now finally Turkeen goes down off of a play from Tempo Mound as Spring Monster tries to play this midfield. Topspin and Papa both burn there, and so is the Maddening Descent. Kitty Bagel is pretty much out of cooldowns, finds that Crooked Leverage, and now in this 1v3, it's looking almost doomed. The X Maximus popped, another pop-up coming out, and another strike. The Topspin, these abilities are being rotated so well, and Kitty Bagel buys enough time for Turkey and Spring Master to come back, but Turkey needs to be careful as he goes down again. Another 2v3 for the members of Turkey's Cats to surmount.
Yeah, and I mean, Kitty Bagel just playing this defense so perfectly. Spring does also get a barrier here with the Glitch Pop. The flip is forced to be used into the Bell Ringer, though. Unfortunately, poorly timed here as the Reptile Remedy forward died twice. Maybe we need to buff Reptile.
Yeah. Buff Reptile.
Yeah.
All good. This Era first pick. Hotshot's back, but I'm looking kind of at this team player, the extra special maybe, the aerials, all really great picks. And yeah, on second glance, yeah, it is almost always the team player pick there because it is Kazan next. And Tempo getting the missile propulsion is also a little disgusting.
Yeah, this draft is like quite unfortunate for Cats. I mean, this is the scaling. This is the exact scaling that Forged Fury needs. They denied away the team player, which is so incredibly good. And Drakkar got an undeniable missile prop, and X now has extra special spec training.
Yeah, that's a little scary, and we'll have to see just how scary it is. I think the beam there prevented Turkeen from getting knocked back, and Tempo. Now that she also has this missile prop, she doesn't need to play nearly as close for these for these goals and barriers. She can play a little further away, and we see it used there for that KO as Ata rotates down here to look for this offense. Finds one, and actually finds two off of the back of Tempo Melon.
I mean, Tempo just killed one with a shotgun, the other with a multi-bolt, and we have a 1v3 again for Kitty Bagel, who's done so well in these, but it's so hard. Kitty Bagel can't do enough as Tempo getting this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little speechless, right?
Yeah.
Tempo playing really well on this Drakkar, no stranger to it, in fact, and I want to see more, right? I kind of want to see what Tempo would do with something like an ad rush, though at the rate it's going, we likely won't see that, just because of the fact that they have been looking so dominant, though Turkeen did manage to find that goal there, and Turkeen's Cats may be finding a way back.
I mean, I think the game plan for Cats is score in 10 seconds or get perma KO'd and pray Kitty Bagel 1v3s. Because that's all you really can do. And Turkey did a really good job of it the first time, but SMG almost gets taken down here by the Cyber Slug Glitch Pop combo here, but it is not quite enough as Spring without with a one evade looking in a dangerous situation, but winning these strike wars, but the Bewitching Beam is able to clear for now as Spring getting back in there with the Cyber Slug actually almost gets a KO. But not quite enough.
Yeah, but gets KO'd here as an unending 14 KO streak for Tempo Mode. I think Tempo may want to look for a kill on Kitty Bagel or something if she can find it. Flip up by Kitty Bagel. That is perfect pickings now for Tempo Melon if she wants to opt for it. The damage coming down, and now we have a 3-person defense on the side of Turkeen's Cats as Kitty Bagel does take a lot of this damage now.
Yeah, Kitty Bagel in a dangerous situation here, but does end up getting this orb as Tempo switching targets to Spring, who is able to stay alive for now. Tempo dribbling with this flip, but not quite enough. Getting jumped by 2 abilities here as SMG and Tempo push towards his bottom side, but Spring goes down yet again. The flip is just extra at this point. Don't even need it as an incredible strike war win here to take the second barrier. The team player to SMG, not quite enough. The Bewitching Beam, and Kitty Bagel goes down to a shotgun combo by Tempo as they're back on the power play without their star goaltender here. If they can hold, that would be huge. As Spring able to clear it for now. Turkey clearing him. Awesome. She's trying to KO Spring, who no longer has an evade. In a really dangerous situation here as Kitty Bagel goes back online. The core speed from team players is just so powerful here to push it back to these forwards as they're doing all this damage here. As SMG forced to kind of retreat to help on this defensive end, trying to get it up to Tempo. The Crooked Leverage is able to clear it for now as the Glitch Pop actually takes it. Incredible play by Spring, forcing out the flip by Ata as well, and getting the goal!
I mean, that was absolutely insane by Spring. Both Spring and Turkey doing a really great job to continue pressuring Ata in this forward position. And yes, I was going to mention there how team player may have been one of the win cons of the side of Turkeen's Cats because it gives them that massive core control spike that they need to deal with the damage of Forged Fury, and it was very rough for them to deal with. But just then, an absolute hero play made out of Spring there.
You kind of need these hero plays of how poorly the draft is already gone for this team, right? I mean, the team play on Era also genuinely helps the damage on the side of, like, Forge Fury here, because you can just kind of sit farther up and pressure people and just get team player passes to you. What might not matter is Turkey's Cat's able to take 2 barriers. Your tempo ends up going down, taking away that 16 KO streak as Kitty Bagel pushing it down to Spring, who uses the Cyber Swipe, not quite enough, an incredible clear. The Glitch Pop actually saves it, but the flip is used, not quite enough, as Atala with an incredible strike or the Bewitching Beam to kind of slow down the offense for now, as Spring goes down. Tempo pushing towards his bottom side with the lock loaded, actually gets to pass the top spin as well.
I was going to say it's a little temp over there, but no, it's not, as Kitty Bagel first loses that strike war, but then the night market angle is what sends it in.
I mean, that's just not what you want as a clear. That is so unfortunate. That was the point. That was their chance. They got the hero plays to take the barriers. Oh my! As SMG goes down, maybe this is their chance. As Turkey pushing against Atal with an incredible dribble, though. Able to clear it for now, but one barrier goes down. Unfortunately, does not get both. The flip is used to clear things. As the second barrier does go down, but SMG is back online. Could potentially make a difference here at Tempo. Oh my god, that KO range is so big.
Yeah, insane KO range, and it probably does make a difference there, as, Atta dribbling off the center there, not the ideal clear. It does buy enough time for Spring Master to return, with only one barrier having been lost. Turkey has this flip, needs to stay alive, but no, saves it and isn't. But instead, it's SMG that takes the goal off of a great redirect from Spring Mastro, that bell ringer sending it backwards.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate, as Kitty Bagel is probably going to have to take ad rush. Let's be real. But then the air, I mean, this is so evil. You have second, third pick Drakkar. You kind of have to take this A rush to make it so that Tempo can't just auto win the game. But then Era just gets caster on you, and Tempo can still just get like recov and deny survivability.
Okay, so interesting pickup here on the Super Surge. I personally would have preferred the caster, the Monu, and probably the Monu myself, just because Monu is so great on Era, and it allows you so much pressure, especially with other members of the team that are so good at short range. But I guess the idea is, you already have Twin Drive, Super Surge is great value, but then we also have a Fighter Flight that's already fallen to the IME as well.
Yeah, I'm concerned because I think SMG would have actually really liked this Super Surge. As you dash range on X is really good, and it's a lot of extra damage, and oh my god, Turkey's Cats are just converting an incredible glitch pop. This glitch pop does red core, just regular time thanks to 1-2, and it's so dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, very, very dangerous, and we see that red core there. That is that 1-2 punch that came in earlier. Probably a bit of a deny, but also very good for IME, and that's one barrier, perhaps a second off a good strike where no, not found, and Kitty Bagel continue to defend well, but there it is, Spring Master finally taken off the map. This could be that chain of events that Forge Fury need to make things happen. That's one barrier taken, perhaps a second here. A great clear buying time by Kitty Bagel, nearly falls off the map there. That Firewall Sentry also dropped defensively.
Yeah, auto cooldown is forced to be used here as Kitty Bagel able to clear it for now. Flips traded for nothing really here as Tempo getting another KO. The top spin just gets struck through yet again. It's this ability weak as SMG is looking really low here, but this power play offensive pressure is so dangerous. The giant Drakkar unfortunately can't find anything for now as Turkey gets back online.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, I thought Atta would have needed that flip, but wow, what a kill distance there by Tempo. And I'm surprised that found Spring there. And now Kitty Bagel and Turkey are the ones who have to do this 2v3 play as Atta redirects the core, and we're now in overtime. This means that team player is going to be active, but no, it's actually Tempo's inactive as a great kill out by Spring Master, and then the barrier, good strike war, and Turkeen with a great kill and goal resets the flip, brings them to game point. Cats are looking alive.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of hero plays they need, right? They dump a bunch of damage on somebody, Spring just gets a KO with the combo, and Turkey is just able to convert so well. And I mean, what a blink in the glitch pop here. I mean, Spring has just played so incredibly well, but Turkey going down, Spring also probably not long for this world as the multiple does miss though. Lower's not quite enough. The Maelstrom also used. So many cooldowns are being dumped as Kitty Bagel is just stalling with dribbles, almost actually takes the orb from Spring, and Tempo is able to take this KO, and we're back on the power play.
Back to the power play, and one barrier fell there, but Spring Master is coming back in 2 seconds, as Turkey needs to be careful not to fall in the meantime, but it's Tempo who falls. SMG has to burn Flip so he doesn't fall, and now we're in the opposite power play, as the members of Cats are encroaching on the net of Forged Fury. Good glitch pop burns the Flip out of Ata, as Kitty Bagel has to retreat and make sure they save the barrier there, and Turkeen finally taken off the map. It's just power play after power play after power play.
That single shotgun just killed from so far away. That was evil, but Spring able to get a really good evade here to stay alive for now, as Turkey does come back online. The glitch pop not quite enough, but does end up winning the strike war against SMG. Spring playing so well. Unfortunately, not able to find it there. Kitty Bagel actually trying to do a push up here and actually gets it past Tempo, as Spring trying to get it around SMG. An incredible dribble here to try to find it to Turkey. Not quite enough, but this red core speed is just able to let Turkey just push up onto a tile as far as possible, but not able to find anything yet, as SMG trying to push us back up to Temple Mountain. It's just a red core back and forth. Oh my god.
Yeah, insane red core battle, and we are on game point. A great clear out by Ata, as Ata, she's nearly at this flip. Kitty Bagel has to continue these clears as they're in the face of Temple Mountain, and it's too far away from Turkeen to actually get anything done there. Spring Master looking for these passes, and instead, it's Temple Mountain with a shot, and Kitty Bagel nearly saving it, but it was that pop-up that sent it backwards into their own net. Tragic for Cats.
That was most definitely a panic hit ability, but I do actually think it wasn't going in, which is the unfortunate part about it, right? But you kind of have one more point really to work with here. So hopefully Turkey's Cat can try to find something here. The Flip's traded. Turkey also forced to evade. 0 evades on the forwards of Turkey's Cats. Very, very high dangerous targets for all this damage.
Yeah, but at the very least for Turkeen's Cats, they still have one more point of leeway to work with, even if they do lose this here, as Kitty Bagel continues to dribble and buys time for Turkeen to come back. No first barrier falling, and just as I say that, the first barrier does fall. Second barrier cleared against very riskily, but it actually works out for Kitty Bagel.
I mean, these clears have just been so incredible. Kitty Bagel just... I mean, what a Kazan masterclass is Spring. It's taken down the cooldown dumps, as the Maddening Descent does end up missing here. Tempo pushing it up to SMG. The Bellringer not quite enough. Turkey able to, or Kitty Bagel able to clear, but the X Maximus does end up getting the KO, getting the point, and now you have it back for set 5.5.
Yeah, I mean, we are gone to silver scrapes for this game. And just doing a quick check, right, only stacks to keep in mind are those prize fair stacks that are sitting at 0, and Turkey already taken off the map, but does take one barrier with them. And yes, that second barrier has fallen for Cats now. It's not looking great for them, as now Kitty Bagel's in a 1v2. Great defense there, pass up to Tempo, as it's cleared out by Kitty Bagel. And now Turkey has respawned, playing up on the top side, dodges away from the bull rush, as Spring Master is the one who's looking low, is nearly finished off. The strike baiting out that evade from them, and now that Maelstrom bringing up in this top side. Great play in the midfield out of both Turkey and Spring Master. That X Maximus pop doesn't have that to help with Tempo Melon's kills now.
I mean, this is such a good defensive hold, but another power play has begun as Tempo able to get another KO. Spring can't get past Ata, who has just been playing this era so unbelievably well, but Kitty Bagel in a really dangerous situation unfortunately uses the flip, the crooked leverage, able to clear it away for now. Incredibly well played as Turkey gets back online. Spring Master unfortunately goes down to the X Maximus trying to make a play.
Yeah, but a great save again by Kitty Bagel. Topspin burned, and once again a nice strike for 1. But that Maelstrom actually, I think, saving it, getting Turkeen the ability to make that strike there, and it's sent now to the opposite side. Kitty Bagel's taken off the map. This is looking so bad. Turkeen has to save it. Ata burns that flip, trying to look for the pass, but it might be too soon, too over, as SMG dribbles up to Templeman, who's looking for the shotgun. Great firewall sentry on the defense. Double flips available for Forged Fury. They could look for it here as Turkeen respawns, pass back. Now it's in flip territory. 1 flip, 2 flip, red flip, blue flip.
I mean, Kitty Bagel doing such a good job at holding, but it's just not enough to get past the amount of pressure that this Arrow goalie can kind of provide for the Drakkar and X. And I mean, exactly what you're talking about, right? These momentum boots goalies can just push and push and push and give so much pressure, and it's so hard for Kazan to do anything, because eventually you're going to run out of cooldowns. Eventually your pointed strikes are just not going to be enough. And it was very well shown there. It doesn't matter how well Kitty Bagel plays. Both goalies with 136 saves, but it's just eventually you're going to collapse under all that pressure.
I mean, yeah, it's just kind of bound to happen. Absolutely disturbing play from Forged Fury. Yeah, that's 32 KOs, and I think if it weren't for the fact that Tempo Melon was currently sitting at half of Zoe's record, this would have absolutely put her over it, because I think Tempo is sitting somewhere around that 60 to 70 KO mark over the whole season, and Zoe's record is, I believe, 126 KOs across the whole season. So I will say, if Tempo can pull off another game like this, she might actually take the record from completely under Zoe's nose.
That was peak. That was absolutely peak. And is it time for Tempo to get another 32 KO game, lose that game, and then get another 32 and just absolutely shatter the record, you know? As, I mean, there's just so much damage pressure. I mean, Tempo has like half the redirects of multiple people this lobby. You don't need redirects. This is Brawl or Drakkar. You just KO people and then shotgun the goalie.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane there by the members of Forged Fury. And it was, okay, I did not think it was 32 KOs, if I'm being honest. I thought it was a lot of KOs, not 32. Yeah, I think that might actually be the single KO record in a tier 1 league, right? That has happened, held by Tempo Melon now with 32 KOs against Turkeen's Cats this game. We will have to see how this game 2 goes, because bear in mind, this was Forged Fury's map pick of Night Market. Yes, Taiko Temple, a comfort pick, but it is Katz's pick.
Taiko Temple is still like a lot of damage pressure. I think Forged Fury does in general like these lane maps, but it seems as like Cats also hates them, as they did ban away Inky's and Oni. So neither of these teams are liking these open maps, but I do think lane maps favor the side of Forged Fury, to be honest.
Maybe? I don't know. It's just because the side of Cats are really good at playing these, corner offense comps, stuff like this Aimee Asher, stuff like, I'm not going to say Estelle Julie is a true corner offense comp, because it is a lot of pressure in the corner, and then you snipe the cross, right? But you do pressure a lot in the corner. So a lot of these lane maps do allow for that.
Yeah, and that is very true. The main scary thing about playing these corner offenses, though, is you're really susceptible to damage. Like, even if you take the barrier, there's a chance that like both your forwards just get KO'd. But this recovery drone might help mitigate that a little bit, at least once, as Recovery Twin is a very interesting start, and we immediately see the Air get banned away.
Yeah, Air gets banned away, and then the Julie gets banned away from Turkeen. Now, this does mean we are likely going to see the Aimee picked up by Spring Master, because whenever it is open, Spring typically likes to pick it up. Or, we'll just opt for the Kazan. No, okay, it is just the Aimee.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The Aimee was incredible last game. Why not do it again? And just a slight adjustment will probably make this Aimee be enough, as... I mean, Spring played so well on it, and why wouldn't you pick it again if it's up,
I mean, yeah, there have been so many hero plays. I think one thing I do want to backstep to the previous game to talk about for a moment is the fact that both goalies had nearly 400 redirects, and none of the forwards had over 300.
Yeah, I mean, Ata and Knubagel did real good jobs of like dribbling to stall power plays. Especially Kitty Bagel did a really good job of just like dribbling on their side of the map as Tempo and SMG like overcommit for KO. Oh my god, that is a Luna. Wait.
Yeah, no, it is Luna on Tempo with Kazan goalie. I'm not sure what SMG is picking up here. Okay, SMG does pick up the rune. Technically speaking, the rune could still go to Ata, because Ata has played both rune and Kazan goalie, if I recall, on this map between, like last season and this season with the fridge. And the only thing I doubt is the fact that it's anything but Tempo on Luna. Though we could see something funny with like, SMG on Luna, Tempo on like Kazan or something. I don't know. But what I really want to point out is the fact that we're probably going to see a Dubu forward, which generally doesn't do the best against KO. However, it is a size start and it is Taiko Temple. So it is probably one of the best spots for Dubu to play.
and you kind of like you look at last game, see what happened, and you immediately be like, okay, we're taking Atlas. And now the damage is mitigated a little bit, but keep in mind, Atlas Res does not fully heal you like instantly. You can get saved and then immediately get KO'd, and something tells me Tempo might try to fish for that. But the big thing to note is the main counter here is the fact that Atlas can just react to the Lunar Rune Vanish combo, and it makes it kind of insignificant, not really do anything. The big win con here is going to be extra special on either your Luna or your Rune to kind of counteract these Atlas Reses.
Yeah, and we have to see if that actually does come in, but hey, I'm sure Forged Fury is kicking themselves. The Atlas was let through, grr. Now they have to play against it, as they were talking about on pre-show, where Forged Fury is one of the teams that has greatly contributed to the Atlas ban rate, which is pretty high this season. So we want to see if it's anything funny, like maybe the Atlas forward and then maybe like Dubu for Kitty Bagel. I doubt it, because I don't think I've seen Kitty Bagel pull out the Dubu this season, but Kitty Bagel has in fact played the Atlas. So yeah, I mean, it's not going to be anything super spicy.
Kitty Bagel is on the Atlas here, as you know, Atlas is actually like not that great right now, but he still does a pretty good job at especially counteracting this Lunar Rune comp. And it's like, I don't know, it makes it really hard for Forge Fury until they can get some like CDR to actually get KOs, as Kitty Bagel is just able to pop that Resurrect and kind of just mitigate everything.
So a few interesting notes here, right, is the fact that, okay, Turkeen opted for this twin drive over the size, right, which I guess, you know, it's pretty good for a lot more of this core control when you're on this offense. You have more of these roles available. And then Atta also opted for the twin drive over the size, which I think is a little more odd. I know Kazan really loves those, you know, dash capabilities, but the size is also so valuable, and then, you know, being able to counteract the Dubu with size would be so great. But then Tempo also opts for the recovery drone over the twin drive, which I'm not sure if you'd be able to tell me anything more about that.
It's a lot of Lunas taking size lately. I think it probably makes your KO combo more consistent, but I still feel like twin drive is really valuable here. But yeah, I'm not quite sure, right? Like these size awakening takes on Luna have been really recent, and I've never been told why.
Hey, all good, alright, and we can figure it out for ourselves to see if it actually matters or not. And we did see the kill earlier, so maybe, hey, something like what you're saying could be the actual truth. As Turkeen tries to go up on that top side and look for maybe that goal, Kitty Bagel doesn't burn that flip there, thankfully for them, as I'm not sure if they were even fully cognizant of the fact that they were so close to it, and evading there would just burn it.
I mean, sometimes you just have to stack that damage. Like this Luna ult isn't that much damage to start off. Like, it's a good amount, but it's not going to kill you. It has Atal just absolutely massacring Turkey in the corner, but it's not quite enough as the flip is used to take the point. Turkey just tanked like 12 Kazan abilities in a row, and then gets the core once and flips and scores.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It just hype moments in aura or something. I don't know. Just absolutely aura farming Atta there, and then nearly getting taken off the map here. That Atlas res is down, but Spring Master has been playing this defensive side of the midfield really well.
Yeah, and Kitty Bagel unfortunately gets hit, cannot get past SMG. Does lose the second barrier to Tempo as well, as Turkey did go down. This power play has been very valuable for the side of Forged Fury. But the Firewall Sentry actually just wins the Strike War. It takes this barrier and Spring immediately converting off of it. It feels like they just get one strong offense, take like multiple barriers and immediately score with a flip, and it's just consistent every time. And I mean, what incredible pressure by Cats.
Yeah, and I mean, wow, the thing is despite everything, this is still a very disturbing draft, as you cannot really deny anything from Tempo. The Deadeye is the kind of worst thing to have to deal with, so, you know, that is denied, but now there's that missile prop, and yes, it's longer range, but it's also bigger damage, so you have to be careful from even, like, further distances. There is a hot shot that goes over to the Atlas, but 6th pick, team player Kazan.
Interesting. I mean, I get that like Kitty Bagel wanted Hotshot, and like as do you like really want this bulk up, but I feel like I think you just have to sacrifice the Hotshot and not kind of give this team player. Team player Kazan isn't like game winning anymore because you don't red core in like before OT.
Yeah.
But it is a really big deal here as a bunch of ults were just traded for pretty much nothing thanks to this Atlaser as Kitty Bagel just doing a really good job of holding both these barriers.
Yeah, and Kitty Bagel continuing to hold as SMG is in a bit of danger, does nearly lose their life. They've been using these shadow swaps so well to stop some of Turkeen's kill combos, and a great glitch pop there by Spring Mastro to take that second barrier. Now Kitty Bagel, along with Spring Master, has a bit of a tall task to keep these double barriers alive as we're nearly reaching this overtime, and that could be the team player activating. SMG taken off the map as Spring Master is looking to dribble up and pass to Turkeen as Ata needs to keep this goal alive, but instead it's the hook and the strike war won by Turkeen against the hook to take that first goal.
And that strike just barely changing the angle of where the core is going, just enough to throw Ata off as... I mean, there's just like, yeah, so much corner offense pressure from the side of Turkeen's Cats, and every time these Atlas Reses are used, but as I said earlier, I mean, right, you can still KO somebody while they're in a res, and I mean, I don't know.
I mean, okay, we might just have literally burned like 2 whole kits and a flip to get that kill, but it was worth it. All good. It's not like Cats just scored right after that.
Yeah, I mean, why not burn all your cooldowns for a single KO? Just to nullify an Atlas Res, you know what I mean?
Hey, all good. I mean, look, we can see exactly why SMG said they permaban Atlas, alright? And yeah, I mean, good reason, as that stuff can happen. Now, they do take that first barrier there, so it's not all for not this point. And no barrier actually answered. A great double banish, the Luna KO. This time, there's no Atlas res, so that play does in fact work. And Tempo Mode with a great whammy there to make sure that second barrier does fall, as she is kind of zooming around with this pummeler speed.
Yeah, and like that is the thing, right? Is your cooldowns are slightly shorter than the Atlas res, so it's you can still sometimes get the combo off, but it's really hard here as the firewall sentry taking both barriers. Top going down, but Kitty Bagel actually was losing the 1v1 against Tempo, able to get away for now. Does use the secondary in panic though. Power play hasn't really felt like much of a power play, but Turkeen pushing every single Dubu ability, the Cyber Swipe, to take the second set.
I mean, Dubathy is online. He is finding these plays. Spring Mastro MVP once again. And yeah, I think you just have to take this extra special, right? You cannot let Luna have the extra spec.
Yeah, this is like the Forge Fury win con is this extra special, as it hasn't been taken yet. What are we? No, wait.
Okay, look, there's still a Reptile Remedy. Also the 1-2 punch instead. I guess maybe thinking, okay, maybe I can, you know, look for these KOs on the opposite side. Dubu getting even, okay, Dubu not even getting more size. This is Dubu's first size. I feel like this draft is like a heavy misdraft from Cats.
This just feels so wrong. Dubu getting first size, didn't even take Recov. So I'm a little bit confused by that. I mean, we gave Luna extra special and then didn't draft survivability. And now things are going to be really dangerous, right? I feel like if Turkeen just took Reptile plus bulk up, you never die as Dubu, and like you don't even have to worry about the extra special. But instead, there's so much damage drafted on the side of Forge Fury with like no survivability to counteract it.
Yeah, and we do say that, but Cats are still doing pretty well here on this offense. They are taking a lot of these barriers and continuing that offense forward. And even on the defense, they're doing pretty well, as Turkeen is also stepping back, right, showing the power of Dubu as a goalie there. And Spring Master nearly taking Tempo Melon off, has the flip ready, as Tempo's taken a lot of damage, but obviously wants to use the flip for the goal. Awkwardly caught in that Dubu wall, and with that Celestial Intervention, it's good, but Spring Master is staggered, and I don't know if they'll be able to heal up enough in time.
The secondary, actually, Spring just hiding in the Atlas secondary to avoid getting hit by the Luna boost, right? And incredibly well played here.
from Kitty Bagel and Spring, who are doing a really good job of holding this down on this defensive end, but there's the Luna combo. With this extra special, Atlas is just never going to have the res up in time, as Turkey just barely missing the Summer Assault, unable to find anything here, as Kitty Bagel, with the hot shot, is able to clear, but immediately put back into the play by Ata, and this barrier is taken, but Spring is back online. The insta-flip attempt missed, unable to find anything as Ata in a 1v2, able to clear it away. Incredibly well played here as Tempo with the dribbles, with the ult, but can't find anything here as Ata and SMG are kind of brawling with Turkey on the other end, but Spring dribbling up to Turkey, can't find anything yet. The glitch pop, the Summer Assault, not quite enough. Ata clears it away to Tempo, who does have this boost, uses it, and wins the strike war. Incredibly well played here by Tempo.
Masterfully played by Tempo, timing that and making sure that she does in fact lock that goal in.
Yeah, and I mean, they kind of need to bounce back, right, and get a bit more of the scaling, because it's just not quite enough yet. They need a little bit more damage to like get fully tipped over the edge here, as like a spectating on Luna would be really valuable, so they can't just eat these nukes, right? Like even with the extra special, they're kind of just tanking it, as the Celestial Intervention isn't on in time. Oh my god, a very scary situation for Kitty Bagel, who unfortunately can't really do much in this situation. Spring able to clear it away for now, but does get banished. The combo is online, not quite enough. Spring stays alive with the Cyber Swipe to kind of blink away, but does end up going down to Tempo Melon for now with this pummel speed, unable to find anything, kind of just waiting out the cooldowns by Kitty Bagel. The flip forced here. SMG barely missing the angle, can't find anything as Tempo pushing up SMG towards his bottom side, but the Taiko drum clears it out and Spring is back online.
Yeah, back online, and now Spring looking to take this barrier. A great clear out by Ata, buying enough space, but it's not enough there as they find that that barrier there, and SMG looking for the pass up to Tempo as Kitty Bagel does get this clear, forces the flip out of Ata, and Turkey on this offense nearly gets it there. The roll stops it, but it's an awkward bounce off the center that finds it.
A really, really unfortunate own goal here by Ata with the strike, as that Taiko drum is evil, and it just will take it'll take your goal for you. It's so easy to own goal off of that center drum, as the angles are so unpredictable, and you just kind of don't really passively think about it. Oh
yeah, double ban is very dangerous, but that is the insane value of the Celestial Intervention that we can see there. And yeah, there's that second barrier. There's the flip. It goes right up to Turkey and saved by Ata off of that crooked leverage. And now Kitty Bagel has to commit a lot of abilities here in the corner. Tempo dangerously lurking with this flip, looking for some sort of cheeky kill there. Pass up to Turkey, who has the flip ready. Pops the Tofu Fortress to take Ata off the map. Spring Maestro tries to take it around Ata as Tempo kills the Aimi before Turkey just waits and shoots it right near the pillar.
Yeah, incredible wait here to wait for the pillar to disappear, but Tempo just farming these KOs. You gotta get that KO, you have to. You gotta get one step closer to this record, especially if this potentially game 3 online, and that just kills. These Luna combos are so powerful, as there's not much that you can really do to react to that.
Yeah, and I mean, Kitty Bagel nearly getting psyched out there by Tempo Melon for a moment, as Spring Mastro sitting on this defense. This could be the kill here. Combo failed that time, but the Celestial Intervention was there even if it did succeed. The secondary burned by Kitty Bagel, so this could be the moment that Forged Fury need to take the second barrier and perhaps a goal to bring themselves closer to maybe winning this game, as Spring Mastro takes a lot of damage. Flip burned out by SMG, goes to the bottom side, but nothing to be found just yet.
And the ult is used on Spring, who does get this evade, gets this orb, as Turkey doing a really good job pushing to his top side, getting this barrier. Kitty Bagel clearing the Spring, loses the strike to SMG, who used the Shadow Swap, but Turkey unable to find anything as SMG does tank the Summer Assault here, dribbling towards the top side. SMG actually misses the pillar onto Spring, who is able to stay alive even through this banish. Kitty Bagel with an excellent clear here to Spring, who can't find anything here. Really dangerous 2v2 situation. Tempo does end up winning it with the strike. Trying to find something here, but SMG pushing it up to Tempo, pushing this top side lane pressure. Incredible use of the secondary to kind of group up with Tempo here, and SMG just barely getting it past Kitty Bagel. Those Atlas lifts on the projectile range really mattering here.
Insanely important there. And the other thing to keep in mind now, though, is this whole time while we've been yapping, Turkey and Cats have just been on game point, right? Just casually sitting there in game point. SMG nearly finished off there. And for Forged Fury, if they want this KO record, yeah, they want this to go to game 3. But if they want to win, they need to play this better. And, well, They do lose both barriers there. One barrier is still alive at least, and the flip ready for Turkeen, and Turkeen secures it as Ata's flip is too late. That is game 2 going over to the Cats.
Yeah, and I mean, they just kind of steamrolled them right before this damage could really scale. That's what you need to do against Forge Fury. The later you go in sets with Forge Fury, the more favored they're going to be just due to how damage scales in this game. And these quick 3-0s are exactly what you need. Incredible offensive pressure here from the side of Turkey's Cats. A really good bounce back game, exactly what they needed.
Okay, so now for Tempo Melon. All you need to break this record is 26 more KOs. Which
The Lizard will be back.
yeah, if the Lizard is back, it's pretty doable. Though bear in mind, it is on Clarion Test Chamber, which, yeah, you have some KO variations, but it's not that easy to KO on a lot of those variations.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like the side streets or even like the Maelstrom Orb, right? You have a lot of like little like bumpers that you can kind of hide on or like avoid damage like that. And I mean, even like the bounce house is normally good for survivability because it's pretty open, but then you hit a bumper and you just explode. So you never know. You can never really tell with that variation, but I think most of them are still damage favored. Not potentially KO favored, but damage favored. And I think that Forge Fury, I mean, if they want this KO record, this is going to have to be an absolute cinematic game.
Okay, but speaking of records, Kitty Bagel actually broke the orb record that game.
Oh! Wait, we're all breaking records.
Yeah, I mean, Kitty Bagel might just be orbing.
Yeah, and well, Eric, you know, you gotta be the best of the best at munching orbs. That is like so much value. You get so much, like, that is top tier bragging rights.
Alright, Kitty Bagel might just be the next Drew disciple. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, Evil Drew Danger has now come to NA and now plays Kazan. Wow.
Exactly. Absolutely incredible here. And I mean, I'm curious, what do you think this game free draft will look like? Are we seeing an Atlas ban?
I mean, it's obviously Awakening dependent, but I think it is more likely to see something like that Atlas ban, especially just because of how the side of Forge Fury wants to be playing, and likely because... I'm trying to think, right? This would be Cats' side selection, so Cats would likely opt for that blue side, so it's pretty likely to be something like an Atlas ban, and then, you know, you lock like an Aimee or something first, or like a Julie for Turkeen. Now, if the Julie is locked in, the Aimee could get picked up by Tempo Melon, right? Or sorry, by SMG there, as a deny away from Spring Mastro. Though, if the Aimee gets locked, I'm not really as confident if the members of Forge Fury want to be piloting the Juliet for Game 3. So we could see something like a Kazan Aimee Julie, or like a Kai Aimee Julie, or maybe like a Kazan Estelle Julie, something like that.
But they'll most definitely be quite interesting here, as I don't know, right? Like, yeah, they have been banning this Julie away, but this Atlas just got so much value, and it's hard to really do anything about the Celestial Intervention. I mean, you can maybe KO the Atlas before he pops it, but it's kind of hard, right? And I don't know. I think Forge Fury is just gonna have to ban it away. You're just gonna have to tank the fact that Turkeen will get Julie. Something else I actually kind of just noticed is the fact that Cats did have blue side on their own pick, which means last game, Forge Fury did intentionally take red side on Tycho, which is quite interesting. It's not something I see very often. So I'm quite curious about that.
I think nowadays, at least, and I mean, maybe it's a specific Tycho thing you're talking about, but nowadays, a lot of teams are opting for this red side here or there. And, you know, at least in NA, it's been kind of working out pretty well, as yes, you do give over that first pick, but then you do see like some pretty strong 2-3s that come out, something like locking in an Era X, or like locking in like a Rune Luna or something, right? And now looking at these bans here, For Game 3, it is a Super Surge Spark of Leadership start, which, bear in mind, it is only banned in NA, not EU, so it will be played out. So Cats lose the Imi there on that start, but they do pick up the Zen.
And I mean, the Zen is kind of a double-edged sword, right? You really love to have like this dash range Centauro is very, very strong. Can dish out a lot of damage, have a lot of like scoring pressure. But Centauro is also a really low stagger character, and Forge Fury loves to play against low stagger characters. But Zen does have good survivability tools, so it'll be interesting. As Estelle is actually picked up here.
It could be like an Estelle Luna lock-in here, right? Estelle for SMG, going for that reliable pick, and also deny away from Spring, right? This would force Spring on some... Oh! This, like, goes far down Spring's pool, because Spring has effectively, this season, only played Imi, Estelle, Finny, right?
Oh.
So now I'm curious, what does Spring pick up here? And this is a very smart draft here by Forge Fury, taking the gambit, saying, okay, Super Surge is open. We'll just ban Imi, you know. Imi's good on Super Surge start. You guys are going to pick Zen. And then we will pinch Spring's pool. And I want to see if there's something that Spring will pick here that they feel comfortable on. Okay, maybe likely the Now, which is not terrible to deal with a lot of these KO comps, but she also doesn't have the best stagger situation herself.
I think the big thing is like Now is very good at healing chip damage. But Forge Fury seems to really like one-shotting people. And Now and Zen are really easy to just one-shot.
Mm-hmm.
And your healing doesn't matter if that's the case, but there is that Atlas. You have officially just hard-countered Forge Fury. I mean, I don't think we're seeing a KO record getting broken here.
Guys, how's Temple Melon gonna get the 26 KOs now? I am sad. But
The Julie, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, with Julie, maybe, right? I will say, with the Finny and Estelle supplementing the Julie, in terms of, you know, giving that stagger so that she can fish for way more kills, it does make this Atlas and this Now a little less valuable. However, Atlas Now is still Atlas Now, and they will be keeping Turkeen and themselves alive.
Yeah, and there's just too much healing to break through. I mean, Dash Punch, thankfully, is a short cooldown. You can kind of just catch people out. But, God, I mean, this is, like, the most, like, hard comp for Forge Fury to break through, probably, as it's, like, it is so hard to really do much here. You have to prey on these edge KOs, and if you're aware of the edge KO from Julie Dash Punch, you can avoid it. It's really hard. Julie's really good. But you can kind of potentially avoid a lot of this KO pressure, especially since you kind of have to worry a little bit less about surviving random cooldown dumps against this comp, because a lot of the times you are able to just heal it up before you get one shot. But it'll be interesting, right? It'll all be about getting hit stun into Dash Punch.
Yeah, as a quick side note, Kitty Bagel also broke the saves record too.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, let that be known. Evil Drew Orber is in the house, and then Evil Drew Saber, but. Hey, we'll have to see if they can, you know, set that record even higher to make it harder for the later teams in the day to break.
Yeah, and I mean, just save farming absolutely in this final series. I mean, 136 in the first game, it's something like 55 in the next, and Kitty Bagel on this Atlas. I mean, Atlas you can save farm on pretty easily, so it'll definitely be interesting to see here. As I'm curious, how many people do you think are going to take Spark of Leadership? Is it just going to be the Atlas Infinity, or do you think we're going to see it on potentially the Julie?
Probably. I think it's just going to be the Atlas Infinity. Knowing Tempo, she does kind of go for what I like to call these, like, freaky builds sometimes. And, I mean, I'm not surprised. It is just going to be that Super Surge. So we might be seeing some Shaolin kicks coming out. And it is double mag souls actually, so no pummelers opted for by Temple Man. I think very smartly realizing, yeah, I think the only time I'm going to be getting kills is once I get these awakenings. I am not going to be finding any of these cheese kills early on, and I can just offer mag souls to have map presence.
The big thing to note is Julie loves speed due to the fact that your dash punch is more threatening, right? Because if you're flying around, it's a lot harder for the opponents to really do anything about it, but it does not matter if you just put on so much pressure that Tempo doesn't even get to touch the core. As an incredible offense here by the side of Spring and Turkey for this first point.
And let it be known, Julie is only 95% win rate in NA, not EU. And while it is Zen that is the primary brawler here, and we're seeing that in full force as 1 barrier, 2 barriers found. Great play out by the Cats, and Kitty Bagel just feeding the core forward as you talked about the one-shot. That very much looked like a one-shot, except Turkeen was still alive, and I think that was even through double healing out of the members of, or sorry, just the lifeline, as Kitty Bagel is still level 1.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing you have to do against this comp, right? Is you have to one-shot, but you have to successfully one-shot. You can't just put somebody on one stagger because they will get healed. But it does not matter, as Tempo actually can't even get the clear out. Unfortunately, misses it, and Turkey will punish for an incredibly strong second point. I mean, the offense is so present. It's hard to do so much damage when you're just getting scored on so fast.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? The way to surmount damage is just score way quicker than they can damage you. But hey, that scoring might not matter this time, as yeah, the damage is coming down, but there's also double barriers already taken by Forged Fury, as Atta clears it right into Turkeen, having to burn that flip there, as it just comes right back around, and Turkeen taking so much damage. Now the double ults finally come down again, as Atta looking for this clear on the defensive side, loses 1 barrier, perhaps a second in this corner, and this could be set 1 already going the way of the Cats if things continue in this core control department.
But they're both looking really low. They're out of healing ults. The secondary also use that bounce is the most evil thing I've ever seen, as both forwards going down to tempo mode, farming these KOs as the dribbles, the passes, trying to get around Kitty Bagel, who guesses wrong and opts to save the flip. Probably pretty smart here, as you save it for next foot. You know, both your forwards are dead. Just go next.
Okay, 24 more. We're getting there. Bit by bit. And hey, it's still the first set. 24 more just means an average of 5 KOs a set if we go to set 5, which is not unreasonable. And yeah, we see the flip there as SMG is trying to make this pretty even and, you know, give us a good chance to go to the set 5. As Turkeen grabs that big orb, so this might not be what Forged Fury needs, as could maybe look for a kill on tempo, and that would mean that she isn't able to look for more of these KOs.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, right? If Tempo got that orb, I think they just win the round. But Turkey doing a really good job of taking it, putting Tempo low, who is able to heal with this orb and get unstaggered here. But the Super Surge dash through the wall is not quite enough, and the barrier does go down here. A Spring kind of winning that 1v2. Up to Turkey here. Atal reads it really well, able to clear it for now. Tempo just dashing through Spring, unable to find anything as Turkey dribbling here, but Atal is using the flip to clear for now. Spring using the lifeline to kind of drop back and help on the defensive end here as Tempo pushing towards the top corner. It is able to be cleared for now, but SMG actually takes this barrier. You know, really dangerous situation here for Turkey's Cats. They both have flips though, but the big finish ends up taking Turkey off the field, and Spring using the flip to kind of take this orb and heal up.
Yeah, I think the big finish crucially for Templemon. It stole one of her possible kills that she would have gotten there, and that would have been 23, but at least for SMG, he does find this goal.
Yeah, and I mean, just barely missing out on both those KOs actually, right? Because like, if Spring didn't get the orb exactly then, he wouldn't have been healed up, and Tempo would have been able to actually get the KO, but it was not quite enough here. But if you just got to worry about taking this set for now, you know, getting more of the scaling to kind of help with this KO pressure, as SMG actually just straight up winning this 1v2, slowly getting pushed back though, unable to find anything for now, as Turkey taking really low. The lifeline actually just barely getting the heal off. The evade is used, and Turkey doing a really good job of staying alive and getting unstaggered here.
And there's that barrier. It's finally broken. Forged Fury may need to abandon the KO section for now. They do find that second barrier, so now they can go for it. Nearly takes Turkeen off the map, as a great EI rush from Turkeen keeps them alive and actually burns that Oni Blade to make sure they heal up, getting them into position to potentially help with the scoring, as now they need to be a little bit careful as Templemon has the flip. She's walking up with it. SMG just needs to feed this core forward. Atta, she also has a flip on the backline available to help with this defense, and burns that flip there slightly awkward, is forced to completely clear down, and Turkeen still living the onslaught of abilities that are coming out. Atta continues to clear away from that flip from Spring Mastro, goes down to Kitty Bagel, as Kitty Bagel has a flip of her own available, and now Templemon looking for potential kill on this bottom side, clear out by Atta, and she just continues on this defense. It can't go in.
I mean, this incredible defense by Atta, able to do a lot here as Tempo just H-checks 2 members of Turkey's Cats. Unfortunately, sneaks through even past the flip. And that point looks so Cats favored for so long, but Atta just holding really well, giving Tempo that one opportunity that she needs to take this point. But, I mean, you can't really deny this duel, huh? There's a lot here.
Yeah, there is a lot. I mean, yeah, Glass Cannon's not the best pickup for her, but you have Heavy Impact, Prize Fighter, Big Fish, Bulk Up, Might. Like, literally everything is there, and because of that, SMG is like, okay, I'll just take the Heavy Impact so I have it, so Zen can't take it. And Julie gets Prize Fighter, which, to be fair, is technically speaking a way you can deny Julie, is it's not a guaranteed amount of power, so Tempo does need to be careful not to get completely damage dumped, and to be fair, there is a Stinger on the side of Spring Master.
The Stinger now is really annoying, right? Because you're really short cooldown, really easy to hit heavy hit. And it makes Stinger really annoying because now it just chips you down so fast, and it's really hard to really do much about it. The Lifeline teleporting back to actually get the save, really well played by Spring here, but Ta and SMG doing a really good job of holding this barrier. SMG unable to find anything with the Rose Warp here, but Tempo lurking above Turkey and can't really find anything here as this corner offensive pressure. Is it not able to find anything? And Ta doing a really good job clearing his away. As Spring actually evading the dash here. The punch not quite enough either, as the barrier did end up going down here, but Spring has to retreat for this orb, gets the secondary healing as well, and there's just so much damage being thrown up, but Cats are doing a really good job at surviving for now.
Yeah, but Tempo waiting here, gets the dash into the Flame Flurry, but Spring Monster still lives thanks to that Celestial Intervention. I think the Lifeline also burned there. The Slashing Strike missed out by Turkey, and this now puts Spring Monster into a terrible situation, having to catch that rebound. A great big finish, sends it around, and now on this top side, we have the members of Forged Fury on the defense. Awkward angle, dimes it up to Spring Monster, who finds it right below Ata.
The unfortunate Finny card here actually hooked the core back down towards that bottom side and passing it. That is really, really unlucky. And a big thing to note is that Celestial Intervention also saved Turkey because SMG also ended up getting a KO. But it's just such a powerful ult that Forged Fury has to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of rough stuff for Forged Fury to deal with. And we see it again as Tempo is completely staggered, SMG is nearly staggered, and that's the Prize Fighter stacks and the flip getting removed to 0 there. And it's not looking the best for Forged Fury.
Yeah, I mean, you really want these prize stacks for this potential scaling, as Tempo is just not able to find anything with these dash punches. They're like not really even fully connecting, and it's making it really hard to actually find any value out of them. As SMG is trying to push towards this top side, but incredibly well-played defense by the side of Cats.
Very well played, and Ata continuing to also play this defense well. The flip actually missed out by Spring Master. Tempo looking for the kill and nearly gets punished for it there, as that Finny card now puts Ata in an awkward situation. Has to both focus on cutting the pass and scoring here, as Tempo looks for the dribble play. It just gets sent right around to Ata now, who continues to re-clear, looks for the pass to Spring Master from Turkeen, but not found just yet. Falls out of that big finish, and this offense so well played by Turkeen's Cats, and just then it gets sent back to Tempo Melon, who tries for a dribble play, doesn't yet find it, tries for the kill, also not found. And these passes, they continue to come out from the members of Cats, and there's the flip, counter flip failed, and it goes over to Tempo Melon, who dribbles, tries the dribble again, and it fails once more.
Yeah, an unfortunate missed dribble here by Tempo, as immediately Cats are on the offense yet again. Tempo trying to walk back a little bit to help, unable to find anything. The center is popped. The punch off the dribble. So well played by Tempo Melon to take this point.
Yeah, I mean, what a point, right? It was just insanely back and forth, and, well, in the end, Forged Fury is the one that capitalizes, but things are just looking so good for Cats.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so hard for Tempo to really do anything here. You've lost your prize fighter stack. You don't really have that damage value you really need, but the size is very helpful here. The punch able to cover literally the entire barrier. Nothing Kitty Bag can really do. The flip is used, not quite enough. Spring taken low, but the ult is used. Tempo goes down yet again, as this power play is going to be so dangerous here, as Cats have shown how good their offensive pressure is.
Yeah, and I mean, even better when you have stuff that can cut the cross so well, like that Zentaro, surprisingly enough. And it's one barrier found, perhaps a second, and it goes back to the opposite side. Great clear out by Kitty Bagel. Doesn't have to commit the flip there, but that's a lot of abilities burned now. The flip is probably next in the cards, and there it is. There's that flip. Gets sent right to the opposite side. Big finish. Nearly sends it back into their own barrier, as Turkeen is now pushing on in this corner, but Spring Master gets that second barrier. Double flips available. Both burned and both flubbed, as Forged Fury, they have an opportunity to capitalize here.
SMG taken really low here, has to clear back to Atal, who's forced to use the flip. The dribble off the center, dropping it back. Tempo unfortunately missing here, but an incredible play by SMG to get it down to Tempo, who puts it in this bottom side.
Yeah. And well, it's just Forged Fury, they're looking to maybe take this set too, and after how well Cats has been playing, it just feels like such a kick in the teeth to just be losing like that.
Yeah, you know, you're putting on all this offensive pressure, but Atala and SMG are just doing such a good job of holding it down and making it really hard for the side of Cats to really convert, right? I mean, you do like these offenses like nearly perfectly, but the defense is just even better every time. And it's making things really hard because all it takes is one missed position by Kitty Bagel for Tempo to be able to convert really well here.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is the misposition is bound to happen eventually, right? Even the best goalies will misposition there. And, well, we've seen it a few times. Tempo looking kind of low, wants to find this kill, and unfortunately for Tempo, I doubt the 24 remaining kills are going to be happening this game, as the members of Turkey's Cats are doing a really good job at staying alive.
Avoiding these dash punches, right? Like, it's not a cross map dash punch yet, as Tempo does go down here. Turkey with the flip might have to use it here to potentially get this point, but Spring trying to push this up. Atala actually pushing up as well here, and pushing up a little bit too far, as Spring able to catch out this misposition, this overcommit, as you just can't do that while your forward's dead.
Yeah, so there's a few things to kind of unpack there, right? Ata pushing up, likely wanting to preemptively use that flip to make sure it stays forward and to kind of get it out before Turkeen has a chance to use the flip, but instead Turkeen breaks the glass cannon, which means that Ata can't really continue to push up, and then Spring Monster wins that strike war. And we may see another crucial point going over the way of Turkeen's Cats as Temple Mount just finally respawns, but they still have a whole barrier to chew through, and even if they have SMG's flip, it's a lot of work, but hey, that barrier is finally gone.
Yeah, Kitty Bagel unfortunately overcommitted with all these cooldowns being used as well, and then Tempo is just punishing it perfectly every time. Kitty Bagel in a really dangerous situation. Spring does have this flip though. Potentially could use it on the defense here, does get the clear, but Atala is just so fast, can cover pretty much everything. The hit stun, it's used to take this set. What incredibly played by Spring, who's played so unbelievably well so far this entire series.
Hey, I'm not familiar with Springs now, but I might have to start getting familiar, as it's looking pretty good, and hey, there is a Monumentalist available. However, they do have to keep in mind this Reptile Remedy. It's going to be a pretty important awakening this draft. It could maybe go to the Zen. Someone should probably be taking it away from the Julie.
Yeah, I do think Centaur should take it, but opts for the Spark instead, which is quite interesting, I guess. I don't know. Maybe as a deny for Finny? Because Turkey didn't take a Spark, and now Julie gets Reptile.
I kind of wish that, you know, they just let that Spark go over and then taken the Reptile, as it would have meant that now Turkeen is under completely no threat, and Turkeen also already has the bulk up, which would have meant even more damage to deal with the opponents. But hey, maybe it just doesn't matter, as they're just overwhelming what the core control is. I have no clue what happened on the back end. I'd like to imagine maybe like Tempo dashed too far and then got taken off by the secondary from Atlas.
Yeah, so Kitty Bagel watched Tempo dash through him and then just secondary and got the KO. As Tempo just getting absolutely farmed by Kitty Bagel here, but both barriers do end up going down here, as Spring able to take this first barrier, trying to get up to Turkey, who doesn't have the abilities to get it through, but incredible double hold here by the side of Forge Fear, trying to get it up to Tempo, who does have this dribble here, but the expanse is there, and Spring does end up going down, I think, to a misdirection, potentially?
Yeah, it is to a misdirection, and hey, that is... Okay, I was going to say that is some sort of range enhancer from Atta, but no, there is no range enhancer. That really was just a raw, basic range misdirection that I think barely caught Spring Monster on the edge.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of a really good bounce back for the side of Forge Fury here, who now that Tempo has survivability, they're kind of able to put a lot more map presence on the field, and is very much going to help the side of Forge Fury. The big thing to note is that if Tempo didn't get that Reptile, she would have probably been stuck with stacks, which, without that survivability, plus the fact that they've already been KOing her, wouldn't have been good at all for Sheer. But instead, this Reptile is going to make such a difference, but it's not quite enough as both barriers are going down here. Tall can't get to it in time as the point is secured by the side of Turkeen's Cats.
Hey, Giga Chad giving the Reptile to Julie so that Finny doesn't take it, so you can damage the Finny and make her stay out of play instead. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, their offense is just so strong, right? Turkeen's Cats immediately double burying pretty much every single point now. This defense from Atal has looked really strong, especially with the help from SMG, but now it's just getting absolutely dismantled by Turkeen and Spring, who've just done such a good job here, especially with the help of this Monumentos now, as they're pushing up towards the top side. Tempo doesn't get the KO. The misdirection does, though, as Spring forced to use the lifeline to kind of heal up. Kitty Bagel doing a really good job at stalling up these dribbles, as we've seen time and time again. But the misdirection taking the first barrier. Tempo with this flip, pushing it up here. But Kitty Bagel does use that. And Tempo, 23 away, as the KO does get online. And SMG is actually the one that goes down as Turkeen gets that KO.
Yeah, SMG does go down as well, and now we're in a 2v2 with both goalies and brawlers. But I think I have to favor the side of Turkeen's Cats in this 2v2, especially because of how quickly Zen can react to map changes and tries for the mix-up there, but unfortunately the Slashing Strike does not hit. And there's that EI Rush also burned, and I think that's Turkeen out of cooldowns now for the offense, but it doesn't matter, as a great Shaolin kick from Tempo Melon to secure it against Kitty Bagel.
Have we gone 0.5 every set so far?
Yeah, this game, as this would be the 15th point this game, really. And Spring Master needs to be very careful. The Celestial Intervention popped there. First barrier down, and the damage still just continues to go down as Tempo Melon. She hits the size. This could be the killing threat that she needs, really.
Yeah, but I didn't find anything with it as an incredible offensive clear for Turkeen's Cats, who are doing a really good job of just keeping Tempo away from the core as much as possible. She is still the only level 9 in this lobby, as Tempo is just ulting Kitty Bagel for fun.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's just an emotional ult there. The flip also a little emotional, as Spring Mastro does live for now and continues to live as that barrier is finally opened up, as Turkeen looks to take it flip, forced out by Ata, and now Kitty Bagel's in a pretty tough situation as the Dorito actually gets the kill, and now Turkeen's Cat is in a great situation, and both Turkeen and the goal for the Cats are scored at the same time.
Hey, you know, we need that KO. We're 22 away now. Let's be clear, we don't need the set, we need the KO. As Turkeen may go down, but Spring is just going to convert, and this now is just continuing to scale. Probably getting this Twin Drive? Yeah. Twin Drive Monumentos is so scary.
Yeah, opts for the Castellast, which I guess maybe the reasoning is really just, okay, we gotta deny the Finny the longer duration on the secondary. That's like the best idea I have for that, or maybe it's just Doritoing, but I would have preferred either of Twin Drive or Fighter Flight over that.
Fighter going undrafted feels really criminal to me. And I'm really shocked that Spring just didn't go Twin with Monu, or at least fall for speed. I think the cast is a big misdraft just due to the fact that Atal just got missile prop anyways, which is more damage, which is kind of what they want. And Tempo actually going for a dash punch while the Celestial Intervention is online, and Spring is just going to get saved for it.
Yeah, I think one thing though, it's been quite a while since we've actually, seen it. But the big thing that I think has actually been doing a lot of work for the side of Turkeen's Cats is the fact that Kitty Bagel has Among Titans, right? Kitty Bagel has been able to kind of match a lot of the speed of Ata's Glass Cannon because of that Among Titans. And Among Titans is typically, especially on defensive goalies, something that you really don't want to deal with just because it's just, the size is so hard to play against the opposing brawler. But Kitty Bagel's been making use of the speed so well with Momentum Boots as well.
Yeah, you kind of have to interact with the brawler if you're just running past them. And Kitty Bagel's doing a really good job at that and kind of keeping Tempo out of the play as much as possible. Sure, you're going to have some of these mispositions that we've seen, but the risk reward is really worth it, as Kitty Bagel is just doing a really good job of keeping pressure, even on this defensive goalie, doing a really good job of just like opening up offenses, but might not matter as SMG with the piercing shot able to get both barriers here. Tempo barely missing the dash punch through the wall as Atal is forced to use the flip here. Clear for now as Turkeen goes down to a single piercing shot, and this is a big power play for Forge Fury.
Yeah, and big flip there by Spring Mastro to buy some time. Gets the drone, actually, to keep themselves alive. And that's 2 kills found by Forge Fury. Flip burned out by Kitty Bagel in what was a 1v3 momentarily. The strike sent down to Tempo, and oh no, Ata disconnected. The typical ruling does say the point is played out. The teams are able to handshake and wait as long as, you know, they agree to it. And it looks like that's the case, right? Cat's offering a little bit of a show of sportsmanship. Waiting for Ata to return. So, hey, in the meantime, this is still... Oh. Are they just playing it out? Okay, looks like they are just playing it out. All right, 2v3, let's go. And, well, that's the first barrier dropping. Sorry, the second barrier dropping for Forged Fury. Not looking particularly ideal. And funnily enough, this was actually Forged Fury that initiated the gameplay, so perhaps they know something that we don't, and I will fill you in if we find anything about it.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for the side of Forged Fury, but they're doing a really good job of holding it down even without their goalie. SMG's still low, and it's not quite enough as we're on match point here.
Okay. As it stands, it looks like they might have just been waiting to finish the point and now waiting it out. And yeah, that looks to be the case.
It's
But,
really,
yeah, go ahead.
it's so weird because Tempo used flip and waited because she saw Todd DC, and then they continued to play it out anyways, which is quite unfortunate, right? Because Tempo just straight up lost flip for nothing. She could have potentially scored with it, but yeah, it's quite unfortunate because that point matters a lot, right? Now you're on match point for potentially your final game of the season, but Ata is back.
Hey, oh, okay. For a second, I'm like, wait, where did Tempo go? And then she went in the little, like, invisible goo of side streets. But yeah, hey, Ata's back. Maybe she can make a big difference now that, you know, she's back online. And that's 1 kill. We're down to 23, I think, now, or maybe 22. And Turkeen just dribbling, looking for that second barrier as Kitty Bagel also dribbles, using that secondary to dribble there, too. Very funny interaction. And, well, now that Spring Mastro's back, this looks pretty good for them.
Yeah, but this Tempo actually missing the dashboard here, that is crucial, but Turkey forced to use the flip here. Spring looking really low. The flip is burned by Tempo Melon. SMG and Tempo really low. Everybody's really low on Stagger here, but Forge Fury is in a dangerous situation. The misdirection just kills Turkey straight up. As Tempo looking really low here, but does have this Reptile to try to heal up, but it's not quite enough as the Monumentalist now able to get this KO here on a combo with Kitty Bagel. The Dorito angle absolutely almost actually taking this as Spring with Flip Turkey able to convert, and there goes. That is the game.
Guys, I think for the Cats, we gotta give another meow meow meow, right?
Yeah, I mean, this team played so well. I mean, don't you just love when you draft? Huh?
No, all good, all good. Look.
No, wait, I got you. Wait, hold on. Hold. Meow, meow, meow. Type shit.
Oh, yeah. And hey, Pats taking the series 2-1. Unfortunately, Tempo Melon still, I believe, what is this? 21 kills away from the kill record now. Hey. Well, we'll have to, right?
It was not quite enough, you know. Tempo was a little close, you know. But I mean, Kitty Bagel adding another 79 saves to stat pad that record, and the Cats played so well. Spring played really well in the style. I mean, 6 goals is kind of incredible.
Yeah, I mean, 6 goals, playing that brawler position in a way by Spring, right? Though we were seeing a lot of brawling coming up from both teams. Looking at the damage numbers, Ata topping the charts and also tying up Tempo for the KOs too, funnily enough. And looking at these team comps, you probably would have... Okay, you know what? That's a lie. I was going to say you probably would have expected more KOs, but it is Atlas now on one side. But... Hey, still, despite that, we got over 20 KOs this game. So, yeah, I think overall, I am proud of both of these teams, Cats and Forge Fury, for playing their hearts out today. And for Big Bean Burrito, we should win against Zoo later. That would be amazing, and then we can take 6th place.
Yeah, I mean, it opens up Big B and Burrito to climb the standings a little bit, you know? Exactly what they need to potentially also take Zoo out of the running, which would be quite interesting here. As is that our next series?
No, that's actually the
No.
final series of the
Oh.
day. The next series
No.
is the one that everyone has been waiting for, TMCT versus Luma.
Oh yeah, I mean the two undefeated teams. Who is the top of EU at least for the regular season? It'll be quite interesting to see next. So,
Hey, I think this series, a great one. Next series, also going to be a great one. But as we do get ready for the next series, where one of these teams will end up at 7-0, the teams need a moment to get ready as well. So while we wait for that, we'll send you guys to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Series 2 of the day, and probably the most anticipated series of the whole season, TMCT versus Luminous Astrals, and what a surprise, Taiko, Atlab, and Oni. Woo.
Yep, I mean, a pretty classic map selection, right? You see immediate AV Zap and Inky's beds, as you kind of like normally do. But this is the most anticipated series, right? The two top teams of EU battling it out to see who is the best team, at least in the playoffs, or sorry, in the regular season. And no matter what, there is a pretty good chance of this being run back in the playoffs, though.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is realistically speaking, I don't know how much this matters, because I feel like both of these two teams are a big step ahead of any of the teams that could be contending for like third or fourth. And, you know, having the option to pick first in playoffs, yeah, it's great. But we'll likely be seeing both of these teams in winners finals unless something goes horribly wrong for one of them in playoffs. And hey, as we get into this draft, it's a bit of a dichotomy. One very tame awakening and one very brutal one with Ore Replicator and Heavy Impact.
Yep, another Heavy Impact start, an immediate Vison's Taro beds, and an immediate AB pick. I mean, classic Heavy Impact draft, as we've kind of seen here. And then the Estelle Drakkar. This is a lot of damage on the board, right? As a Heavy Impact kind of gives.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it makes it very, what is it? Or rather, it's just very comfort picks overall. Because this Luma, series of picks, this Aimi can be flexed over to Llama, flexed over to Alex, and as it stands, it's likely being flexed over to Alex, with the Kai going over for Llama. And then TMCT has very comfort picks as well, with Geo's Estelle, Cookie's Drakkar, and Sloth's pick is still in question. I'd like to think with the way this draft is going and with the options that are remaining, we'll either see Sloth on Finny or a defensive pick.
And I mean, I feel like the Finny's really good here. Oh,
okay,
Juno?
this could be Aimi Brawler, actually. So we're probably seeing Juno on Alex, Llama picking up the Kai, and then Aimi Brawler for Zarhynef.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This is not really a traditional Heavy Impact comp. As like Kai, especially Juno, don't really benefit from it a ton. And the Atlas here is actually what's going to be taken to kind of potentially counteract the high damage start. But I actually don't think this is really going to be a high damage game. I mean, I guess for TMCT, they're going to probably output a lot, but this is not really what I expected for this Awakening start.
Yeah, I mean, it's like half expected. Like, you go into the first half of this draft and you're like, okay, there's this much damage, there is a lot of great characters that use it, and then you go to the back half, and then now you're like, okay, well, we have eliminated 5 different characters, including the bans, that work really well with this draft. Yes, there are still some that exist that we haven't picked up. Stuff like the Juno, or sorry, not Juno, stuff like the Julie, or Asher, or in the midfield side, maybe something like the Rune, who works kind of well with Heavy Impact too. It's relatively common you are actually hitting, I believe, both a player and the core. At least I believe that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that I'm sad about is that we did not pick Julie goalie. Very good on Heavy Impact start. Well, why aren't we taking it? What are we doing?
I mean, I said this during the pre-show. Julie goalie is a very, very important pick for this matchup, and I think whichever team does end up grabbing the Julie goalie will end up winning.
Yeah, and I mean, neither of them took it. We're trying to lose at this point. This is not what I expected out of the top teams from EU, you know? Quite the misdraft.
Yeah, I definitely agree, bro. These teams absolutely suck. I don't know what else to say, man.
See, like, I pick Julie goalie here, and I run over all 6 of them. And like, we're just throwing by not taking the best pick in the game. Truly.
Real, true, and based. What can I say? Like, but Julie goalie is the best pick to be picked up here, and instead we're seeing boring pickups like Atlas and Juno goalie. Like, oh wait, no, okay, wait. This is even wackier. Of all the things, Alex is on Kai, and then we have Juno Brawler with IME midfield.
I actually really hard believe in Juno Brawler. I think it's really good. This character has so much mix-up and shoving potential, especially on Taiko. I'm a big fan on like these more closed maps that I think Juno can kind of break through a lot of stuff here. The main issue is just like, if the Atlas secondaries, all your buttons lose. So you kind of have to play around that really hard. But if Zarhanov can do that, then it'll be really big here for the side of Luma as we get into this game here.
The interesting pickup okay, no, never mind. I was about to say interesting pickup for the double orb replicator, then I realized, yeah, no, it's a heavy impact. Where is Juno gonna use heavy impact? And would Kai ever pick up the heavy impact for just the ult? Yeah, probably not. But hey, now that we see TMCT already take both of these first two barriers, they're on this offense. A great barrage out by Alex on the bottom side, and burns that Giga Blast too. He has no more abilities left on the defense, and that was a missed glitch pop from Llama-Craft that sent it in.
A very unfortunate own goal to start things off here, but something to note is TMCT's comp uses heavy impact a lot better, and because of that, I think they're going to really kind of run away with this first set, especially since they have so much damage pressure. Meanwhile, the Juno has pretty much nothing, right? Like, Orb Rep, yeah, it's like not bad. It can give you some survivability, but Juno doesn't care for it, and Llama goes down to a single shotgun, unfortunately.
Yeah, Llama does go down to the shotgun, and now Alex, no abilities left. That's first barrier taken. Great blob bounce there by Zarhanov to prevent that second one. And that flip burn actually takes the second barrier off of that speed. And Cookies, a great flip, but actually an even better strike out of the members of Luma. But there, Cookies does actually find it. And TMCT looking to be pretty dominant with this opener. Though, I will say, it does kind of lend itself to the comp of TMCT. As it is very much comfort, and it is a very kind of, I want to say finesse-esque comp, as, you know, you would think of like Puffy Joker when you play something like this, and they are showing their execution on it.
I mean, they're playing so well, kind of catching out any mistakes that Luma do make here, as Cookies has already gotten like 3 KOs on the ledge, and if they can keep that up, it's just not going to be anything that Luma can do. But Zarhanov trying to push towards his top side. It is cleared away for now, as the flip is burned. Llama-Craft unable to really get anything here. Zarhanov trying to get something going, but yeah, I mean, this defense is just too strong from TMCT for Luma to really do anything here.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, flip there, counter flip, and Alex does push forward, keeping this offense going, and I feel like this Juno IME pickup, it's not really doing much at this moment, right? I think the possibility is, okay, yeah, maybe down the line we will scale, we'll play these creations on the offense. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't work here, and they lose that second barrier, no flips remaining, and Alex with a great barrage actually saves it there. This offense is so ruthless for TMCT, but the defense is even better for Luma, and Cookies denying Alex the orb might actually finish him off with the shotgun here, and it just has to be coming up, and Alex feeling very threatened, can't position as he normally should, and because of that, Cookies finds the opening.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, right? I feel like Juno just gets hard stuffed out by this Drakkar, because you can't really play close to the ledge, because Cookies can just get the KO. You can't really win these corner shoves, because Strike, Shotgun, Strike just wins. And it makes it hard for Zarhanov to really do anything, right? Because like even when you get on that offense, finally, Slav just has secondary, right? And then you just get stuffed out, and immediately TMCT is back on the offense. And the amount of speed that TMCT just picked up is definitely going to help them in this situation for sure.
Yeah, because you would think, right? Okay, double midfield comp. What's the way to win? You take your speed, right? And, well, in that case, they don't really get that speed. The speed goes to the exact opposite. With the fight or flight for Cookies, the stacks for Geo. Though Geo does need to be careful, as there is a Stinger pickup on Zarhanov and a lot of damage getting dropped onto him. Yes, he does have the Celestial Intervention, but the stacks could get reset, and that could be that game changer that Luma needs in order to win these points.
Yeah, I mean, like, they have this damage now. Like, Stinger Juno is a lot of damage, and this comp can already output a lot, especially at the prime time as well on Llama-Craft to potentially just ship people down, right? And as Cookies is most definitely feeling it, as he does get to pick up the orb for now, and Geo is just winning these strike wars. Zarhine, the Slimes, getting the barrier here, as Cookies does end up going down. Llama with Flip. Maybe can find something here, but the Flip is whiffed. Unfortunately, can't really find anything. Geo doing a really good job of clearing it away. Sloth up to Geo, can't find anything. Is the side of Luma. This defense is just so powerful from Sloth and Geo, and they just can't find anything. I mean, this defense has been so incredible.
Yeah, defense looking so great. As Geo, though, he is not looking great here, and he is kind of 60% of the way to stacks, right? So he wants to make sure he stays alive, and he's just accepting, okay, maybe we do give up some pressure to make sure that I can stay alive. And yeah, he's now regened to be unstaggered now. Does take a bit of damage, and this offense is a little dangerous as the flips are being built by the members of Luma, but there is a flip for Sloth, who burns that expanse there, so now he doesn't have it in this open net, which is very dangerous for something like the Kai. And there's that blob that nearly sends it back to Zarhine, as Alex is pushing on this defense with that eject button. As Cookies, he continues these plays. Alex, this defense, though, is so good.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, the slime bug. The slime was in the wall, so it stopped the core, and then the other slime shot the core. I mean, what a mix-up! Juno is a really functional character, as we see, but Lovecraft goes down mid-Cyber Slime, 2 Cookies, and the power play has begun for TMCT.
Yeah, the power play is here, but who knows if he'll stay, as the flip is there for Zarhine, going for that dribble attempt. It's intercepted by Cookies, who nearly gets taken off the map as he's taking a lot of damage. Geo, though, he's sitting on this defense looking for the pass up to Cookies. Cookies nearly gets it. Great save out by Alex, and once again out by Zarhine, as Zarhine sends up to this top side. The Firewall Sentry is dropped as Cookies is taking a lot of damage, nearly taken off the map. Celestial Intervention out by Sloth as Cookies continues to stay forward, and the flip ready by Geo, pushing up. Flip not needed. The piercing shot there as kind of a backup for the strike against Alex.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not much Alex could really do. That piercing shot was perfectly timed. You can't evade clear because it goes in before, but if you try to strike, the piercing shot's just going to hit it anyway. And a perfect checkmate situation by Geo here, but I mean, Lava almost just goes down immediately.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that damage is there, and looking at Geo is fully stacked. He needs to be careful, though, as he does have this flip up, and burning that flip in order to stay alive, yes, it is the ideal situation for him to actually stay alive, but he doesn't want to. He wants to be able to use it on offense, and then still be able to live with those stacks. And, well, the little bug there coming out from the Rose Warp means that he isn't able to keep the offense going, though the members of TMCT, the offense is still looking very clean. Flip forced out by Llama, though it's still on the side of Luma now.
I mean, this offensive pressure by Team CT is so strong. Alex is taken really low here. Does end up saving it and getting the orb. Uses the Giga Blast to actually push Cookies off here and stay alive. Llama pushing towards his top side. Sloth is able to clear it away from now. As Cookies on this dribble with Geo. And what an incredible piercing shot. Locked and loaded. What can you do? It is checkmate as Alex is finding himself in really hard to win situations here.
Yeah. I mean, especially like between the Estelle and the Drakkar, they have such reliable confirms that something like a Kai won't be able to defend against it nearly as well, right? You're supposed to be interacting early, and he's just not interacting early enough because he's just not able to, right? His double midfield duo is taking a lot of damage and being shot behind the 7-Eleven parking lot, right? Once again there, as Zarhine falls off the map, and Geo still stays alive with these stacks.
Yeah, something to note is, though, that they used everything on Zarhine to get this KO, and it made the power play a little bit harder because Alex and Llama were doing a really good job at just defending with their strikes. As Llama actually almost goes down, forced to use the flip here, as Alex and Zarhine doing a lot of damage to Cookies as well.
Yeah, and there is that barrier that is found, so that damage might have actually come out to be pretty useful, and the flip just goes around the world and right back to Sloth. And that's a Celestial Intervention pop, meaning that it's not available for our next defense on their side. Geo nearly taken off the map off of that Giga Blast as Cookies is pushing this corner, sends it right around the Firewall Sentry, goes back to Sloth, as Sloth needs to be a little bit careful here. Llama is taken off the map, Strike War 1 out by Geo, and the Barrage committed there, flip out by Geo. It goes right through, counter flip out by Alex, it's sent back up to Geo, who passes it up to Cookies, who's trying to win the Strike War as Llama respawns, but Geo, his health bar is getting kinda low, and if the members of Luma can take him out and score, that is the ideal situation.
It would be a very big game changer for Luma, the bounce back that they need, but they will just take the point at this point as Lomacraft doing a really good job with the cyber swipes. They're kind of passing it up and an incredible top angle goal here.
Yeah, and luckily for TMCT, Geo's still alive, has evades to work with, but we saw in a previous point, right, Llama nearly found that cyber swipe glitch pop combo KO against Geo, and Geo just barely survived and kept the stacks. So I think as we get to future sets, if Llama can pick up more of this damage, it would be that win con, making sure Geo can't stay alive. And, well, their alternative win con right now is finding those double barriers and, you know, forcing energy out of both sides.
A really good job getting that perfect bounce off the barrier to just take both with the strike as they're trying to push towards this top side with all the Geno Slimes, but unable to find anything. A really good weight here to get it around the locked and loaded. The front fling not quite enough here. Geo able to clear. Geo does have flip, Sloth almost have flip. I mean, the entirety of TMCT has so much energy on their side, and it might just be exactly what they need to hold on for now.
Yeah, and they are actually holding on, nearly finding the KO as the lock and load shotgun flip actually nearly doesn't even find the KO, and double flips burned by TMCT, so they don't have it, but they actually find the barrier here, and now Sloth, he has his flip defensively to keep these plays going, but on the opposite side, double flips are ready as Alex is forced to flip. It goes up to Zarheinif as Lamacraft has a flip of his own, might need to use it here if he doesn't want this set to end right here. Great flip answered by Sloth, and now Alex dribbling it up as Lamacraft is flipping here, and now no energy remains on both sides, but a great glitch pop interruption as we even up the sets.
Yeah, an incredibly well played glitch pop here to tie things up, and this is huge because they survived the flip onslaught. Nobody has energy now. It's just Cookies with one evade, and that most definitely, I think, favors the side of Luma, who do really want to take these stacks off of Geo, but it might not matter as this offensive pressure is just so powerful.
I mean, really powerful, right? And Sloth, he continues to save it to make sure this offensive presence is able to exist. And Geo, trying to play this corner, does take a little bit of chip damage here and there, as Cookies is pushing up this top side. A lot of damage on Lamacraft, and that may be the next target, but it's actually the barrier instead, as Cookies is nearing this flip that could be the set ender.
Yeah, and I mean, Cookies has just done such a really good job of putting on this pressure, but they're high for Lamacraft. Alex with the Gigaboss taking the second barrier as Cookies doesn't have flip quite yet. Kind of needs to stall for it here as Luma is in a really strong spot right now with a bunch of cooldowns on the board. The front flank not quite enough to back up Lamacraft as this 2v1 push for TMCT is doing a really good job here. Geo also almost having flip. This stall is all TMCT needs to potentially just get this point.
Yeah, and I mean, oh my god, the flip to flip, that almost shouldn't have worked there, but the members of TMCT made it work, and I just can't believe it actually played out that way. And now, with Estelle taking MVP, it could be the aerials, it could honestly just be the extra special, as we've seen sometimes Geo has kind of struggled in the midfield to deal with a lot of these abilities, and well, there's that extra special, a deny away from Aimee, but also more capability to deal with the midfield presence of Aimee and Juno.
I mean, cooldowns is really nice to have against this comp, and I mean, this missile prop on Jakar is a really big deal, but Alex able to get a little bit of speed, Llama getting more cooldowns. Unfortunately, it would have been really nice if Luma could have ended up drafting more damage. Like, sure, Twin Drive is damage, but you mainly want, like, kind of knockback KOs for at least this comp. Because you can combo, like, Geno Primary and like, Cyber Swipe, and it's a really strong KO combo. But it's kind of hard because they're just not able to pick up this damage that they need.
Yeah, and I mean, just there, Cookies just finds the knockback, right? It's those KO combos you were talking about Lamacraft wanting. Cookies finds one of those, and they do take one barrier out of it. Second not found just yet as Cookies is looking for that play. Great strike out of the members of Luma on the defense here, and now Sloth is in a bit of a tough situation. Great blink there by Geo, and an insane wait by Alex there, making sure that the members of TMCT aren't able to take that second barrier, but now Llama falls with, I think, Flip that was available, and finally, that barrier does go down. Flip waited out with a great barrage, and now Alex has a flip here, doesn't even need to use it.
An incredible clear here as Llama gets back online. Cookie's looking very scary. With these as a secondary, you never know where the Shakar is going to be. You have to be so careful with your positioning. Zarhina pushing towards this top side. The pass to Lamacraft, unfortunately, does not get the angle. Sloth is able to clear it with a flip. Geo pushing up and does end up getting it past Alex's barrage as TMCT are still keeping the dominance.
Yeah, I mean, TMCT are looking so dominant with the way things are going. This doesn't look like a match between two 6-0 teams, right? They're looking so good there, and yeah, the Geo actually saved by the Taiko drum, but a lot of damage on him, and there's that Celestial Intervention keeping him alive. Opts to grab the orb there as well, and now he is back to almost fully healthy as he pushes forward, and at 124 stacks, he's looking pretty good. Great secondary there out by Sloth, only losing the one barrier, but the members of Luma, they really need to step up with such an unorthodox comp.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so hard for this Juno to get value, right? You have, like, pretty much no value awakes on this Juno. Like, your build looks so weird with, like, Orb Rep, Stinger, Spark. It's not really accomplishing that much. It just feels like the Juno hasn't been able to get online, even with the starting Awakenings, right? Like, it's... You kind of draft on starting Awakenings a lot of the time, but it feels like Luma didn't, and it's really punishing them, because Zarhina can't get any value Awakenings.
Yeah, exactly, and hey, the other thing to talk about there is Geo got saved once again by the drum, but not a third time, as the Celestial Intervention was slightly too late, and that is the stacks reset I was talking about earlier. This could be exactly what Luma need in order to win, and Cookies, he is trying to play this midfield here for Sloth as Geo respawns, and now Geo, he's just trying to get this clear, and finally TMCT have for a moment relieved themselves of that pressure.
Yeah, oh my god, the Taiko Drum bounce almost enough, but Llama also unfortunately missing flip. Sloth goes down, as this could be the chance they need. An incredible pass by Zarhina, not quite enough, but Lamacraft is able to convert.
Yeah, I mean, the odd thing is so many times there, I believe Lamacraft has missed that corner barely, and finally it worked out for them.
Yeah, and it's you really have to capitalize on these opportunities because you're not getting that many of them. But there it is, the double barrier to start things off. Zarhina pushing with the Blob bounce, the friend fling, and they take the second point here, and we're on set point for Luma.
Hey, maybe Luma comes back. This could be the angle they need, and well, I think Lamacraft has realized, okay, my job on kickoff is to do nothing else but dash punch the core. I don't care. I don't need to save anything. I'm just gonna be dash punching wherever the core spawns, and then we'll make it work.
Yeah, and that's a really strong thing to do as Imi because you threaten KO pressure when doing that. That's the big thing. Is like you're guaranteed to get value on the core, and you're also threatening potential KO or damage pressure to anyone who approaches. And it's like why it's a really good traditional kickoff for Imi because you can also potentially find something with the glitch pop to also take a barrier. And Llama doing a really good job of just doing that off kickoff to apply a lot of pressure as Cookie's getting saved by the Celestial Intervention. And Alex is falling up a little far here, but does eject back in time to take the save.
Yeah, Alex being known for a lot of these eject picks and kind of showing his prowess on it. A great flip there out by Llama to clear it and set up this offense. Zarhina finally built up his flip, and now Cookies has to just play kind of interception, make sure the flip doesn't get to him. And a great secondary there out by Sloth, buys enough time, but now with this open net, this could be the set for Luma if they play this well, and Sloth, the miss angle, sends it actually up to Zarhina, and that means he can't get into position to flip that out.
This is a really good chance for the Juno to scale. This is like such a difference maker, and there is the 1-2 punch, there's the explosive. Juno can finally be a little bit more active with Awakenings and put a lot more presence on the field. I think the big thing to note actually about that set was the fact that Alex got way more involved, right? And now with the aerials, Alex can kind of just fly in, like the aerials cast the last, and add a lot more pressure, and it's working really well for Luma, and it's what is potentially going to turn this game around for them.
Yeah, and now also picks up the spec training, right, to be a real threat, especially on kickoffs. But the other thing I also see, right, is if Giovanni can survive these kickoffs, he can now heal that damage up and keep that stacks alive.
Yeah, one thing I should note is with this 1-2 punch on Zarhina, there is a really active KO combo of that primary core flip that kills from pretty much anywhere, but it does not matter if Zarhina goes down as an incredible KO by Cookies.
Yeah, and an incredible play there by Cookies to take that second barrier. TMCT finally showing the signs of life once again after looking a little dead last set, as great dribbles there out by Zarheinif winning those strike wars, and TMCT, they still have 2 barriers left, but it feels not as dominant as it should be positionally.
Yeah, and oh my god, the damage. The Taiko drum is able to save Zarheinif for now. Really good position to kind of play around that, as looking really low, kind of hiding in the corner here, building up a bit of energy, healing up, maybe potentially getting this orb as Alex to Lamacraft, unable to find anything. The glitch pop not quite enough, as Zarheinif with this flip, trying to get a bit more active. The pass to Alex, incredibly well played, but what a save. The flip is not quite enough either, but they do finally get the barrier. Forced to burn a lot of cooldowns for it, though, as Alex in a dangerous situation, but does have flip here. Cookies pushing up, unable to find anything. Alex forced to flip. Lamacraft, unfortunately, doesn't find the angle, doesn't find it again, as Cookies in a really dangerous 1v1. Alex saves it with the barrage, but goes down, and that's the point!
I mean, we just witnessed absolute cinema there. Alex saved that there against Cookies, and then it gets sent to the opposite side, and Llama completely psychs out Sloth, sending it right behind his secondary. And yeah, Geo nearly getting punished there on kickoff here, and actually does get punished there from the spec training Kai. And yeah, that's really the danger. Now we're reaching the point at which it's not so much damage anymore. It's just knockback KOs.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what this team wants, right? With the 1-2 punch, with the spec chaining on Alex. You don't need to do damage, you just need to punish missed positions. But Zarheinif is going down. Llama really low as well. Uses the flip, but does get KO'd, maybe hugging the ledge a little bit too much here. Zarheinif is back online. Cookies can't find anything with the locked and loaded. Zarheinif has no cooldowns, though, to cut this off. But Alex pushing up. Not able to really find anything here, but is stalling out the power play. Unfortunately, Geo is able to punish that misclear, but Zarheinif pushing towards his bottom side with the blob out bounce, almost gets KO'd for it. Does take this barrier, though, is able to stay alive, potentially getting evade up, loses the strike order. Cookies, though, able to get this orb, but an incredible triple hold by the side of TMCT.
Yeah, very great triple hold, and it was kind of mentioned earlier, right? This Juno Aimi comp is generally pretty good against dealing against the Atlas, but sometimes struggles if there is that triple hold, right, coming out of Estelle Drakkar, and they can't really out damage them that well to deal with that triple hold, and we're seeing they finally have this damage to deal with it. Now there it didn't work, but it has been working sometimes, and as I say that, the kill does come out by Cookies, and he finds that rebound right between Alex and Zarheinif.
Yeah, I mean, this Juno Aimi comp is really good at burning defensive goalie cooldowns, and because the secondary is an auto win, the primary doesn't really do a lot, so Sloth really just has to rely on that secondary, but it does not matter on this like triple hold defense, especially since that the side of TMCT can just output so much damage pressure on these corner offenses. But Geo did lose stacks again, but Cookies takes down both forwards of Luma with a single shotgun. And the 1v3 offense, Alex almost goes down, gets saved by the drum, bounces literally on the edge. Alex is still really low here, forced to burn. The evade does clear and get the flip as both forwards are back online, potentially able to push back up on this offense here, but Geo able to get it back up for now. Cookies lurking with this locked and loaded, but the Giga Blast is able to clear it.
Yeah, very well cleared, but it might not be enough, as that's a very threatening offense to deal with, as you have a lock and load, you have a Crystal Thorns, and you are but a mere Kai in the face of the world, and, well, that does bring TMCT up to game point for their map pick of Taiko Temple, and we nearly saw a double barrier there. That's one, potentially a second, as Alex has to be careful on this top side, as Cookies is fishing for these kills on Alex's forwards.
Yeah, an incredible Giga Blast there to save Lamacraft, who does end up being able to blink to this orb. The Firewall Sentry is thrown out, not quite enough. The Slime actually gets it through the Sentry to take this first barrier here, as Lamacraft with Flip, trying to potentially help out on this defensive end, and is able to. The front fling mix-up, unable to find anything. Sloth is ready for it. Zarheinif really close to getting this flip, munching the enemy goalie orbs for this orb replicator value. Does end up getting the flip, primary flip combo, using the jump to secure it, and this is huge. Geo losing these stacks yet again. As I was talking about, like, that combo is so deadly. It has such a strong range of effect, and Zarheinif using it to full value.
Yeah, I mean, he did, but then now Geo's already back, and they got nothing done with it, right? They're trying to play through this top side, where Sloth is so strong as a melee goalie, He's able to buy so much time, and yeah, we do trade 1-for-1 in kills, but I think I still do favor Sloth and Geo, as this Atlas is going to continue to defend so well, and now Zarheinif is back. The flip is burned by Sloth, but Cookies respawns as well, and Aimee blinks into her death off of an expanse.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to note is that KOs are more valuable for the side of Luma due to these prize stacks, these stacks on stacks, but it's just not enough when Cookies is just getting so much value. And I mean, that's just the thing, right? Is in the 2v2 situation, TMCT is just winning every time, and it is so hard for the side of Luma to really get any value here, as quite the strong win here for TMCT.
Yeah, I mean, okay, all I'm saying is this game 1 may not have been as cinema as Forged Fury Cats game 1. Let me throw that out there. But it was a pretty good game, and I really loved watching top teams like these just kind of duke it out. Though, looking at the number of redirects, that did not feel like a 25-minute game. I'm going to be honest with you.
That happened faster, especially since it was only a 4-set game. Like, that is just kind of what you get on Taiko, especially with these comps that are so strong at defending, right? Like this triple midfield comp on the side of Luma is really hard to break through, but they also struggle to kind of break through this Atlas Estelle. And I mean, it was just a defensive masterclass on both ends, as both goalies breaking over 100 saves.
I mean, then you look at the damage on both sets of forwards. You have about 40k damage apiece, right? 80k damage between both forwards, roughly. It was pretty even, honestly. But then it was the members of TMCT that were finding a lot more of those confirmed kills, and that's really what led them to win, right? We were talking about how that KO differential would have been the win combo for Luma, but it ended up just being the one for TMCT, despite them playing what is on paper a way more core control focused comp.
Say more core controlled, but the big thing to note is that was a heavy impactor card, and that damage threat is so dangerous, especially once that prize fighter got built up literally from a double KO, just immediate max stacks, and it made it really hard for this comp that really likes to play near ledge corner stuff with this like Aimee and Juno with like the Firewall Sentry and Slime Spam. You can't play by that ledge that you want to safely because Jakar is always lurking, right? It's not just about evading a dash punch. You have to evade 2 shotguns and a Molten Bolt. So it's really hard to play around.
And never mind, guys, I scammed you. That was actually Luma's map pick, not TMCT. TMCT picks up the lab, which is not surprising, as it's another map that they really, really love playing this Estelle Drakkar comp on. And it's something that I've seen teams ban against them too, right? Because we saw it once again here. Estelle Drakkar is one of TMCT's most comfortable comps to execute because A, it is pretty decent KO threat, as the Estelle is always pretty dangerous, offers nice supplemental damage when you're hitting both the enemy and the core. It is good core control, as you have confirms from both Estelle and Drakkar. And then overall, it is relatively safe, as you have stuff like the Atlas and the Estelle on the backline, and this time, we see Luma removing the Atlas, we see Luma removing the Atlas, the Estelle getting picked up for Geo, and then, technically speaking, it could be for Cookies still, too, if they run something like the Finny Vice Estelle, and then the Rune is banned away from Llama, but that means we see Vice Aimee picked up for Luma, and that is an absolute comfort damage comp for them.
Yeah, especially on the lab with this primetime start, so much damage is going to be thrown out onto the board here, as this is definitely a more traditional damage comp, right, with the Aimee Vice, more than like the Aimee Kaijino, and especially when they ban away that Atlas, it gives them a really, really big damage win con now, and they kind of have to worry a little bit less about preying on corner shoving, so it'll be interesting to see how they pilot it here.
Yeah, and we see the Kazan getting picked up for Cookies. Cookies, I guess probably now the best Kazan forward, at least, in EU. Now we'll see we'll have to see what Sloth pairs up with this Estelle on the backline. It could be the Finny, it could be the Kai, maybe. May just opt for a Mako. No, it is just the Kai.
I mean, Primetime Kai, pretty valuable, and we do see the Zentaro. I mean,
oh yuck!
So much damage especially against these kind of low staggered characters in the Kai and the Kazam. So, very much win con damage, pray you get enough KOs to kind of get some value out of it, and then make sure you're really getting good value out of these power plays. That'll be the big thing. Because even last game when they got these power plays, they weren't really able to find that much due to the strong defense of TMCT. But we'll see if they're able to capitalize this time.
And yeah, capitalization is absolutely necessary. I am looking for where that reptile remedy will show up, if at all, and that will be what the members of TMCT need in order to win. You know, get that reptile remedy on maybe the Estelle, maybe the Kazan, really just anyone, and then use that to control the map while dying less. And it's not a be-all end-all in preventing the KO from Luma and coming out, as a Vice, Aimi, and Zentaro are 3 of the highest damage characters in the game, and you're also on a primetime start, which means even more abilities can come out, so it's looking a little scary for the members of TMCT.
Yeah, I mean, if only TMCT drafted this Julie goalie instead, kind of counteract this damage and kind of beat up lead forwards of Luma. But it'll be hard, right? Because this comp is really good at chipping you down. And with the prime time, it's so easy to chip people down. You can also just one-shot people. I mean, this comp can do everything in terms of damage. And it's really going to be, can they fight back? And Cookies is taking this Van Brace to try and fight back, potentially.
Yeah, and also let it be known, the Castellast is actually picked up there by Alex. I think a really great supportive pickup, as, yeah, you probably would like the prime time to help defend a little bit better, but the Castellast is really great because now it stuns the enemies longer if they don't evade, and this allows your teammates to be able to make more of these plays, and a great offense there by Cookies on the bottom side, and we see the Zentaro fall, all things considered.
Incredibly well, like a really strong start here for TMCT as the piercing shot gets to pass the Supernova. And what a strong start, showing this offensive pressure momentum that they've had from game 1.
Yeah, and one thing to think about, right? This Kazan is a very smart pickup here, right? We saw the Estelle locked on B1, but then when we see the Aimi Vice come out, no matter which of those two goes goalie, Kazan thrives into them, as he can absolutely mix up these characters who don't really have great options in that melee position.
Yeah, and I mean, there's just so much damage being thrown out onto Zarheinef here, as Alex is forced to kind of drop that first barrier here, trying to push up with Lamacraft potentially with this flip. Uses it here, unfortunately, misses the angle yet again, as Alex trying to push the Zarheinef. Can't really find anything for now, as this pressure by TMCT is just slowly pushing back Luma.
Yeah, and, well, all things considered, Sloth slightly too slow, and Zarheinef, while nearly getting pushed off the map, pushes that goal in.
Yeah, and a really good way to kind of steal that point that looked really TMCT favored, but they potentially just need to keep doing that as the Firewall Sentry, the Supernova are all being thrown out. Every single ult has been used. Unfortunately, can't find any value, but a good amount of damage on the Sloth here could potentially find something out of it.
Yeah, flip burn there out by Lamacraft, actually getting completely interrupted by the top spin. And now Cookies has this flip available, needs to be a little bit careful about their health bar, as it could get bursted at any moment. Instead, pops up on the Zentaro, and Sloth losing that second barrier, trying to barrage it to safety. Instead, Cookies doesn't get a chance to take that there, and might actually have to commit the flip here. No, just the crooked leverage, and now flips in melee range, sends it right through. The piercing shot up above everything to take the kill and the goal.
The damage comp is getting out damaged. This is really hard for Luma to do anything because TMCT is doing a really good job of kind of focusing down Zarheinef on this glass cannon Zentaro, as pretty much, right? Like, Zentaro either kills or gets killed within 10 seconds, and there's no alternative. And they're doing a really good job of being the one to KO Zentaro, so they have less to worry about, as this Van Brace Kazan is getting really good value at staying alive.
I agree, but I think the other thing that's making this so good for the members of TMCT is they have a lot of auxiliary damage. right? As they're playing this core control, but then you have Estelle just throwing out these beams. You have Kazan with a lot of these pop-ups, with a lot of these top spins, controlling the core, but also pumping out damage. Like you see there, he was using that top spin not only to go for that kill attempt on Llama-Craft, but also to get that goal there. And once again, Geo, the damage is just coming out while he's keeping the core forward.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just like something that Luma must be very aware of, right? If you're getting chipped down and you decide to start trying to play the core, it's pretty much impossible for TMCT to not get value, as you're pretty much giving them exactly what they want. The moment you start getting chipped down, you can't really play the core, otherwise you're going to get taken out and they're still going to keep core control, and it's a really hard balance to try and find. But everyone's just kind of waiting on this draft.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the waiting game, right? And Sloth opts for the glass cannon. I think it's not terrible, but Zen and Vice, it is very easy to hit you, so you will lose out on some value there. But I think otherwise, Geo getting the Super Surge is a good deny away, and it also allows him to contribute a little bit more on the map, and then more size for Cookies. And yeah, I mean, this is just a bloodbath. What else can I say? But both forwards are now dead, and now we have a Kazan brawling on the other side, and then one lost interaction, and that is the first point for Luma.
A big thing to note, Zarhidef already has max price stacks. The Centauro has scaled. The damage, they picked up so much damage here for the side of Luma, right? Like the extra special Vice, the explosive entrance, Ivy, and this prize fighter that they've already gotten so much value out of. And Alex immediately taking a double barrier here as they kind of switched the game around.
Okay, but double barrier answered back for Cookies, and this could be exactly what they need, as one good piercing shot could kind of end this point, as now Alex is forced back and can't really Thunderstruck up forward as Llama-Craft looks for that goal there once again. Another Llama-Craft angle hitting that kind of corner, but not scoring. And Geo, as I said, one piercing shot is all it takes.
I mean, that's just the pressure that they kind of need to keep building, as they need to score before the KO pressure of Luma gets too out of hand here. I mean, if TMCT can kind of take this second set, maybe prevent a lot more of this damage, maybe get some survivability, the game is like near over. So this is really, really important to win for the side of TMCT, as otherwise Luma could get kind of out of control here, and immediate double barrier yet again.
Yeah, and I think overall, one thing I've really seen that's been great, and I mean, it's tough to do now, is Geo's evades. And Geo's evades have been so good at keeping these plays alive, and it's because of that that he did die there. He had no more evade, and now Cookies needs to play this offense so well, or at least buy time for Geo to come back. And now that he's back, it's looking a little dangerous as Sloth is starting to push up. He does have to eject back as he is in an open net, and it's a little risky to play that otherwise. Great Giga Blast does mean that the play can still stay alive as Cookies hooks that forward. It's tough to deal with that for a Vice, but now the Vice is starting to push forward, passes up to Llama-Craft, who gets the hook, and now he needs to be so careful, stepping away. I think one of the things with Llama-Craft has also been so good at staying alive, not just in this series, but all of the other series he's played.
Doing an incredible job of surviving, but it might not matter as Cookie's just winning the kind of 1v2 with the support of Geo, pushing it towards his top side, and it might not matter how good Llama is at surviving if they could just TMCT just leaves them alone and scores.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? TMCT, they're so good at kind of shifting between this dichotomy of killing and core control, and their comps that they have been playing have really been lending themselves to it. Whereas Luma has been playing very heavy damage-focused comps, and when they have bursted out, they've done very well. And now in this case, we see a Sad Boys angle, which means, you know, no barrier there, and both midfielders are looking a little worse for wear, and still, Llama is surviving! Okay,
Unfortunately, it does go down now as a barrier is dropped on both sides here. Open net for Luma. Geo is still really low here. Zaharna forced to burn the flip to kind of stay alive as Geo is able to just walk away from the play, trying to get the Rose Warp in, but can't find anything here as Llama-Craft finally comes back online.
Comes back online, takes the barrier, and now we're in an open net for TMCT. This could be a tied point if they're not careful. And Cookie's nearly generating this flip. The crooked leverage burn just to take that midfield interaction. The black hole's coming up, and both Zar and Cookies need to be a little bit careful with their own health bar. But a great crooked leverage size boosted for Cookies to take the set.
the big fish difference. It's so hard to play around that crooked leverage range because it covers your down clear fully, it covers your up clear fully, and the Kazan can just react. It makes it really, really difficult to play around as you could potentially get more size or 1-2 punch here.
More size, 1-2 punch, maybe a stinger deny. It's also possible.
Ooh.
Spec training, another great pickup for damage, and it's also a great deny away from the Vice, making them not have to evade nearly as many ults. And then the Among Titans pickup from Geo. This now means that Cookies gets even more size. So I think overall, I'd like to say it's actually kind of a relatively even draft for both TMCT and Luma, right? TMCT got a little bit more core control and a little bit more damage to help themselves, but Luma got a lot of insane damage picks, especially the 1-2 punch and stick.
I mean, the big thing to note, though, is our Hynef got 3 price tags immediately last set and still weren't able to get enough out of it. And it's going to be hard to potentially get another 3, right? But Sloth does go down, but they do end up converting, and Zarhynef doesn't even get the prize stack for it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm shocked that Zar didn't get the prize stack for it. I seriously thought he would have there. And in the end, Geo finds the cross, finds the goal. One barrier does fall in this opener, but TMCT have been pretty quick about finding barriers back. And, well, I say that, but now we have 2 barriers and Geo almost dead.
Yeah, I mean, Luma doing a really good job on this offense end. That topspin did so much damage to both forwards of Luma. But Zarhynef trying to potentially still push up and help out Llama-Craft here. They're just trying to survive the onslaught of Cookies, able to retreat for the orb here.
And Cookies, great sidestep there, does flip, and does actually lose a lot of health, but this vicious Vambrace keeping him kind of alive for a little bit. Sloth pushing up the eject, very risky, and now there's a flip barrage burn. It's actually saved out of the maddening descent, and now Llama-Craft sending it back to himself, trying to look for a pass forward to Zarhynef, but all 4 forwards are looking very, very hurt, and it's Llama-Craft that falls first. Zarhynef looking to kind of backstep and grab this orb. That barrier nearly falling as well. The Supernova charged just to keep the defense alive, and it's just not able to be used for damage.
Yeah, it makes it really hard for this Vice to get damage value when you have to use so many cooldowns for defense, as Cookies is taken low here, but with the Vambrace could just live pretty fast here. Actually ends up getting the point before Zarhynef can even get the KO, and this is series point.
Yeah, I mean, series point so fast. It's looking like a 6-1, a dominant series for TMCT, but I don't want to speak too soon as Luma has been putting in a lot of work. A great flip there by Geo to kind of burn that, and we have the reverse Sad Boys out by Alex, and a great secondary there to make sure that there is no interaction on that rebound.
Yeah, incredible use of the secondary to kind of like prevent the offense from Cookies. Makes it so the flip can't even really get stuffed out. As Zarhynef does take the second barrier here, potentially trying to show signs of life here as Cookies able to heal up for now, but Sloth using the flip here, Llama-Craft with flip here to potentially dangerous situations. Zarhynef forced to use the Oni's Blade to stay alive, uses the evade as well, doing a really good job staying alive, but Cookies able to get this KO. No more prize stacks here, but Alex trading the KOs back. Llama-Craft does this flip, but Geo's doing a really good job of holding this in the corner here.
Yeah, but now Llama can push up with this flip. He gets the glitch pop and actually gets cleared down. Tries to glitch pop it back to himself, but now Cookies respawns, flip burned. Nothing to show for it. Needs to be careful with that black hole having a respawn. Cookies just pops it to give themselves more space to move. And now both Geo and Cookie are looking kind of low, but they're pushing for this top barrier. Don't yet find it as Sloth gets interrupted by that Pharaoh Sentry. Geo taken off the map. Now it's a 2v3 in favor of Luma, and the damage, they could continue snowballing this if they play it well. Great cyber swipe there, and it goes right back. It takes their own barrier, and that is a very awkward moment to be in. As Alex tries to keep this core forward, has no real tools left. He just has to strike this well, and against a Kazan and an Estelle, that is so difficult to do.
It's a really hard defense for Alex, especially on this open net. Pushing up with this flip, though, unable to find anything. The cyber swipe not enough either. Alex in a really dangerous situation. No more evade. Very little cooldowns left, but it might be enough. The Supernova able to clear it for now. Zarhynef trying to push up, but it's just so hard to get past the strong defense of TMCT with this Kaya and this Estelle, just keeping the core constantly forward for Cookies. But Zarhynef and Llama also trading cooldowns to keep it up. Sloth trying to fly up and find something here. Almost gets KO'd, but stays alive. Able to eject back. Alex up to Zarhynef with the dribble. The 1-2 punch core speed too much. The power core barely saving it. The glitch pop unable to find anything. As an incredible clear here. Sloth and Cookies now with flip could potentially seal the series. But Llama actually able to strike it through the supernova, prevents the flip just barely, as Alex is able to clear to the top side. But the firewall sentry not quite enough here, as Cookies trying to push up, Sloth trying to keep the offense going. But this is just an incredible back and forth from both teams. Really strong defense being shown here.
Yeah, and great corner clears, but it might not be enough. A great one more corner clear. It's exactly what they needed. Llama his HP bar looking kind of dangerous. Flip out by Sloth as Sloth continues to go in that same path of corner clears as Llama is finally taken off the map. Zarheinef, we need a hero play here. We need a hero play from Alex. No more abilities. That Supernova committed. That Thunderstruck committed. There's maybe a power chord coming up soon. He's just pushing up for the flip. Nearly gets taken off the map, and then Zarheinef's flip burned as well as Geo's nearly getting his. And now Alex has to burn his as Sloth continues to save the core. Llama stepping forward, and now it's a 1v1 between Alex and Cookies will triumph, leading TMCT to a second 7-0 season in a row.
So incredibly dominant. This is why TMCT has performed so well, right? Even against the second best team now in EU, they just look so dominant. And an incredible 3-0 game, counteracting all this damage with just incredible core control and the good ability to fight back, especially with this Vambrace Kazan. Really excellent mastery of the picks today.
Yeah, and I think the thing is just, it's so hard, especially in EU here, to kind of know how to play against this Kazan, because there aren't that many people that play Kazan forward at this high of a level as Cookies, right? At least nowadays. Now, it's because of a lot of that, yeah, the Aimee, the Vice, they do struggle into Kazan, but with a bit of practice, you can kind of subvert that a little bit. But in the end, it is TMCT that take this in a dominant fashion, and I think even more dominant than some of the other teams that they face that are a little lower on the standings.
I mean, they're just showing how much they dominate this EU, right? And they just played nearly perfectly, right? Very, very little mistakes on the side of TMCT, and when they're so good at punishing just slight mispositions and mistakes, and like having this much damage pressure, even with more core control comps, it makes it hard to find a solution, right? Nobody's found a solution to beating this team.
Yeah, I mean, nobody, and I think that actually puts TMCT this season at, I think, 14-1, if I recall, with their only game loss having been game 2 of week 1 against Happy Girls, or it was either Happy Girls or Zoo. I think it was Happy Girls. But yeah, all things considered, a great showing from both of these teams, and I am excited to see both of them in playoffs.
We could potentially get the run back, and I think we most likely will. I mean, both these teams have been really strong, and Luma is very much going to want that bounce back series very badly. I mean, you got kind of showed up today. TMCT played really well, and Luma, you're going to want revenge for that, right? Obviously, and you can get it in playoffs. Regular season doesn't matter if you win in playoffs.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, as much as I was glazing Cookies this past game, I think Geo had an insane performance both games. He was so consistent in being able to live for so long, using, like, yes, he died a decent amount, but the thing is he was always dying without evade. So he was evading so well for so long, and it's because he didn't have that evade that Luma was finally able to capitalize. And even then, he got so many plays otherwise. And, well, the thing is it's hard to decide an MVP, and we can see the poll for TMCT Series MVP is a perfect 5-5-5 split right now.
I mean, all three of them played so incredibly well. As you said, with Geo doing a really good job at surviving. Both midfielders, honestly, Lamacraft too. But the big difference was the fact that even while staggered, even without evades, Geo was getting so much value. And it makes it really hard because it's like, you really want to KO this Estelle, but if you overcommit to KOing the Estelle, Cookies will just score on you. And that's what made this TMCT forward duo so strong, especially with the backup from Sloth to able to keep the core pushed up and just non-stop keep the offense.
Yeah. Well, I think that's it for us. I will be joining you guys on the other side of this. Anything you want to say, Jay, before we head out?
Well, I appreciate y'all for having me cast in the final week. Enjoy the last 2 games. They're going to be absolute cinema. Going to be some quite fun ones. And yeah, maybe you'll see me casting in playoffs.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we'll have to see, right? You guys will definitely be seeing me in playoffs. Though, don't quote me on that. I'd like to say that. But hey, all things considered, I'll be seeing you guys on the other side of this break for a few more amazing games.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more Week 7 EUSL. We are here with a playoff qualifier match, Girl versus Raw. I am joined this time by P Flair. How's it going?
Going good, going great. And this one, like you said, playoff match. I believe it's like winning in.
Yes, it is win and in. Lose actually doesn't mean you're out. For Girl, lose means they're out. And for Raw, win means they're guaranteed third place, though the difference between third and fourth doesn't particularly matter, as TMCT will just get their pick of the litter between third and fourth. But for Girl, if they lose this, they're out.
They are definitely going to want... They are definitely going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder today with what looks to be the team of Fang, Etsuro, and Scream Owls. We saw Owls in play, I believe, last week, where they very much acquitted themselves well. So gonna want to see if they can hopefully like tighten things up, keep things going as they had before, and just like get themselves a W on the board today against what is likely to be a very, very game obscura.
Yeah, both of these teams coming in pretty hot right off of wins last week. Now, Girl opting to ban away the Aimi from Yuki and pick up the Zentaro, a pretty comfort pick for Umi, and a really comfortable pick for Scream Owls. So on this Among Titans start, I don't really think anyone is going to opt for this recovery drone pickup. It is probably just going to be full Among Titans for everyone. And for Raw, we do see that Atlas Kai picked up a great defensive powerhouse. And then, if I'm understanding this right, this would be Juno for Atsuro and Fang's Estelle.
I think you're right, yeah. I believe Scream Owls has been seen on the Juno, and it's been fantastic. I always love just seeing Juno in general. think the way that she can control the field, like you use those blobos insanely, can just go super hard, and I'm just really much of a fan of that. We do see on the last one that they got that X coming out to play, and that's not gonna be a pleasant time for anybody because X is X. X gonna do X things, and what X do is that he punches people real good.
Yeah, so I think the thing to keep in mind though, right, is this X does have a lot of threat on the Estelle, because if the X does get a chance to play directly into the Estelle, then yeah, Estelle will lose. So Fang is gonna have to use that strike shot, use that walk up, and really just these piercing shots, these crystal thorns to be interacting very early with the X to make sure that the X can't really play. Right, and that is really what Happy Girl's idea to play this out is don't let don't let Venom and Yuki get Umi into a playable position.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely got to be kind of like the game plan. Just shut it down from where it go. Otherwise, things get very nasty very quick. But that said, I believe that there is very much a clear path to victory for girls. It's just a matter of, and again, sounds simple, just execute, but much, much harder in practice than it might sound. So they are going to want to keep on the ball, and I feel like the game plan here is just to kind of get it to Kai, you know, and just let them start feeding, and hopefully they can like run their game from there.
Yeah. I think the thing to also mention though is that Kai does have this winning matchup into Juno, you know, more often than not. And we may be seeing some of those interactions won out by Venom for that reason. And that's also likely why he opted to just lock the Kai in here preemptively, knowing that, yeah, it's a pick that Fang enjoys, and Atsuro has shown that she does like this Juno a lot in this midfield after swapping over from goalie.
No, yeah, I completely agree. So that's really kind of like what it all comes down to. Just this is such like a kind of a chess game that's been going on. It's fantastic to see, and the fact that it just all starts at the character select, that tells you how deep this game can be and what they're going to have to kind of like do in order to get out a win here. There is a very particular reason that I am not talking about Zentaro, and that's because I don't like Zentaro, but it is a very good pick.
Yeah, I mean, it is a really great pick, especially in EU. Compared to NA, like we talked about this earlier, right? NA has, I believe, a 95% win rate on Julie as compared to Zentaro, and Zentaro's win rate right now is 38% before this week. But in EU, it is a lot different, right? EU prioritizes the Zen way more than 100%. NA, and has also shown great power on it as well.
Oh no, absolutely, 100%, and that is, like I said, it's no surprise. And like I said, the week before, like Scream Elves really show that they could do amazingly on it. As we get into play here, and we can actually see that Kitten does in fact actually take the recovery drone, maybe in the expectation that that they are going to try and do what we mentioned, try and shut Kittens down quick and early, so that might be an attempt to mitigate that factor.
So funny note here actually is we do have a bit of an unexpected role swap here between Umi and Yuki, Yuki being Kitten Clash now. Yuki moving to that forward role where, you know, she used to play a lot before, and Umi playing into a role where, at least in my eyes, he is very unfamiliar with, having a lot of experience in that brawler position, but not as much competitively as a goalie.
Okay, so in that case, that might be a bit of a problem, but if they can navigate that, then, you know, that could lead to good things. Atlas, I just think, is in general just a very good character. Pretty much surprisingly, even if like you put him in a forward role, I feel like Atlas can do Atlas got some tricks up their sleeve, so maybe they're hoping to take advantage of unexpectedness, but nope, Screamhouse just says, forget all that! I'm Murder. I'm Zentaro. I studied the blade. Quite literally. That's one of his quotes, which I think is so corny.
Yeah, Screamhouse, not just studying the blade, but studying the patterns of Umi and absolutely reading his positioning there. And same thing with Fang, actually popping that recovery drone off of Yuki. I mean, yes, the members of Ra take one barrier, but they lose, they just lose the recovery drone and a full flip on Yuki. And now Venom is about to go down as well, and it cascades so well for Girl as they take another, they just take the set right there off that.
Yeah, that was a quick 3 and out for that set. Scream Elves just like walking up like I am one of one. What are y'all talking about? So gets rewarded with, honestly, there's a lot here that I can see. I would actually kind of think maybe not 1-2 punch. Prize fighter, okay.
Yeah, great damage awakenings here for the members of Girl, right? Prize fighter going over to Zen, deciding, okay, you know what, this 1-2 punch, it's great for me, but it's also great for Juno, and I kind of want to force Kai to take it just so he can't get something good like this Aerials. And in the end, it is a really great draft for the members of Girl, as the Reptile Remedy is denied away from the people who are dying on the opposite side, and then you get an Aerials and Prize Fighter.
Yeah, that actually makes it sound like very, very, very smart there. I was like also kind of expecting the 1-2 just to kind of, you know, get it on their side, but that's very, very good logic. 2 steps ahead there. So needing to see if that pays off though, because they've already got both of their barriers broken, and it is like Yugi was kind of on the hunt there for a minute.
Yeah, I will say though, back on the Awakening topic once again, it really only was Venom who was in a situation that was a little suboptimal with respect to the Awakening draft. Yuki did get to pick up that Might of the Colossus, now having effectively 4 size awakenings between double Among Titans boost and then Recovery Drone and Might of the Colossus. So now being absolutely massive on the map with great power. Yeah. And then Umi getting an option to pick up the Missile Prop, which for someone who doesn't play nearly as much Atlas goalie, it is actually better to have this range, right? It makes it a little more comfortable and you can interact earlier while still having the defensive capability that Atlas has.
And apparently the girl's answer to that is okay. We got a very, 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 very big X on the field. Forget him. Just kill everyone else, because they are just going throughout. But look at that, definitely trying to even it up. You can say like, no, you will respect me. Know my name and fear it.
But Fang has a lot of stuff available, and I was going to say he would be able to save at least 1 barrier, but no, he isn't. And now this is a very tough situation on this defense, as Yuki just continues with her size to win a lot of these interactions. It goes up to Venom, who goes for that Giga Blast and tries to push it in via the barrage, not able to find it, and now Atsuro turns it around. 1 barrier, potentially a second. No second barrier yet, though, but now Screamhouse in the corner. EI Rush Slashing Strike not yet found, and a Strike War. That is a goalie rookie mistake, as Umi strikes it right back into the Zen, and now Yuki tries to make up for it with a flip, but Venom, he has to collect his rebound, but with no HP to spare, he falls off the map. And now Umi, you need to make a hero play here on the defense, but not heroic enough, burning the flip as well.
That was a very slick feed. Atsuro to Alves took the flip too, like you said. That was brutal. I'm honestly thoroughly impressed with how Happy Girls are playing. It feels like they're kind of like running circles around this Obscura team. Like, don't get me wrong, Obscura is very, very dangerous when they get in a position to deal that damage. But Happy Girls just like, no, we're just gonna hop, skip, and run around all of this threat. Like, you cannot win. Our speed is superior.
Yeah, definitely, right? And the way it's looking right now, Happy Girls look so dominant, and I think them and Zoo both pretty cleanly at this point in the season look like third and fourth best teams. Now, obviously, we will have to see what transpires, because if Girl win this, Zoo could still get eliminated, right? Because Raw has the head-to-head against them, and that would make it really awkward for them.
Yeah, no, their fate is not entirely in their hands, which is, in any competition, that is kind of like your scariest scenario when you don't get to dictate how you finish. And the way Happy Girls are going, it is looking surprisingly one-sided here. Atsuro taking the MVP, getting a number of options here.
Yeah, well, let me just make it clear. No, the fate is still in their hands. It's just, if Girl wins, they actually have to work for their fate, and they're not auto-qualified. Because if Raw wins, Raw and Zoo would make it. But back to the draft momentarily, right? We have the extra special picked up by Atsuro, allowing for way more offensive pressure, and then the heavy impact denied away from Alves. But I don't think Alves really needs it, as if supplemented by his allies' damage between the extra special dropping extra blobos, the glass cannon providing power, Alves can pop off with the prize fighter and ad rush, and that would just be the win con at this point.
Yeah, that would be scary, and they are definitely trying for it. I mean, a lot of damage being pumped out, those barriers already being taken. Happy Girls know what the assignment is, and they are executing it to a T so far.
Definitely. And Atsuro continuing to catch these crosses. She's able to do so with all that cooldown she has. And now Yuki is getting pushed away as Fang continues to keep the core forward. He's just so patient. And I talked about this in Season 1 when we had Fang and Alex's original clash. Both of these really, really patient goalies, absolutely waiting until the last moment to strike. It's shown such good use. And I think Fang, now that he's back on this Happy Girls roster, is showing it once again.
Yeah, most definitely been some incredible saves already, and that kind of just like backline performance is so invaluable to a good team. As we get like into this like next kickoff right now, Happy Girls have kind of been running away with it, and so far little reason to stop that. Knock on wood. They've already got like they've already got, you know, like 4 sticks of butter. They've got their flips ready to go. That's one taken. That's one from Obscura that doesn't get much. They do get one barrier though on their offense. So yeah, it's going to. They have not figured out how to stop this Happy Girls train yet. Even though the plan seemed to be like damage them, but they figured out a way around that. So it's like, what do you do now? Now that your core game plan hasn't worked out.
Happy Girls train moving track by track, nowhere's no, and well. It's not looking great for Raw, as they're in another open net situation, as these slimes are causing so much chaos, as Umi has to kind of panic a little bit to save these, and Yuki's in a terrible situation health-wise, just getting dumped damage-wise, completely on her, and now that ad rush is finally proc. That's a prize for the stack for Scream Elves. He's just pushing forward, trying to get Venom Yami off the map as well. Fang with a cross-map flip. EI rush out by Scream Elves. Not yet found. Atsuro trying to feed the core forward off of a great blob bounce, but Yuki is finally back. The Venom is nearly taken off the map. Finds a barrier before he falls, as Umi, he has to keep this defense alive, but it may not be able to keep alive for that much longer. But Umi, no, the slime, that's not what we're supposed to clear.
Cleared down. Slime was like, thanks for the food.
Yeah, and absolutely punished there. And that was a point where I think the members of Raw could have actually taken it back and evened that set out, but
yeah,
now they're on game point for Girl, and this, I believe, no, this is Happy Girl's map pick, so we would be going to Atlas Lab for Raw next, and maybe they're not out of it just yet, right? They take one barrier, trying to fish for the second one as Venom Yami is getting these clears out.
No, yeah, like I said, it's not like I'm saying like I think Obscura is, you know, kind of, and not that this is kind of a mismatch. I just think what happened was that they went for like a very specific game plan, did Obscura, and Happy Girls immediately scouted it out and was like, no, we can answer this, and they were able to, but weird, like bounce and just Fang just didn't have anything to get it.
Yeah, no, it's more that Yuki played that insanely well. It may not have been like really apparent there because of where Yuki was standing at the end of it, but Yuki actually hit stunned Fang with the final tick of the X Maximus there, which made Fang unable to react and save that, right? And it's because of that she found that, but it doesn't matter, as Screamhouse does the exact same thing to Umi and just takes 1 barrier, 2 barriers, and the shot straight in with the flip.
Screamhouse has been on an absolute mission lately, and this game really did prove it. I'm very impressed at their play. I may not like Zentaro, but I sure as heck like the play behind it. So very much props to Scream Elves for it, having a hand in 6 of these goals. So getting 6 of the goals. So that kind of like tells you just what kind of mission they were on today already, and like that was their map, yeah, but one more they play like that, it won't really matter what map they get on, because that was just plain impressive.
Yeah, very impressive, and as you said, right, I don't think it really differs from map to map. I don't think it is like a comfort difference. It was just that dominant, and well, we'll have to see if Raw can figure out a way to fight back, or if Girl will completely replicate the same thing, and maybe we'll see not just a 9-2, but like a 9-1 or a 9-0, even more dominant.
Yeah, so we are definitely going to like keep an eye on that. Obscura definitely has some. They have to ask themselves a couple questions, and they have to hurry up and get those answers. Otherwise, it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like maybe we don't go for the role swap. We just swap it back.
Yeah, that
like you know that that one emote where it's like, or sorry, the one meme where it's like upgrade. Oh, go back, right? It's just that's kind of what it feels like here. And I think while Raw did want to maybe, you know, try something out, see if they can make something like this role swap work, it offers them more strategies in playoffs, right?
Right.
But it really didn't work as well as they were hoping to, and maybe they just bring it back to the basics and just play the roles they're used to and run it that way.
Yeah, they likely tried to like take him by surprise a little bit, but didn't work, so dance with who brought you. And hopefully that will work out a lot better for him.
Yeah, hopefully indeed. Right. And yeah, I funnily enough, I believe we were actually very behind schedule coming into coming out of like that first series. But between TMCT Luma and the trajectory of Girl Raw, we might actually go from very behind to slightly ahead of schedule if this continues.
Okay, that is okay. I don't really know what else to say about that one, because that tells you like these people ain't getting paid by the hour, so they want to wrap this up fast.
And hey, we see, speaking of fast, right? Hot shot start. The Estelle and Juno both banned, and to no one's surprise, Scream Elves does get to lock the Zentaro again as first pick, and then it's answered by Kai, and maybe an Atlas once again. I'm not sure. It could be an Atlas for Yuki, or they're just going to run it back, and it is just an Atlas for Umi again.
I could believe that, although I am like at this point I'm just very impressed by the Zentaro play. But we do see a rune coming out, which is going to be very interesting, and I think that's actually. I think it's a bit of an well, it's not really underrated, let's be real, but it is a very nice pick on AtLab.
Yeah, and not just Outlab, right? It's a hotshot timeless start, right? And unfortunately, because of the picks that are here, Rune is guaranteed to not get one because Zen can't use timeless, and Aimi would probably really love this timeless. And based on the way things are going, it is looking very likely that Yuki is swapping back to goalie because of the pickups here. We have a Kai for Yuki, probably, and then Erasmus for Umi. And okay, never mind. It's just okay. Umi is running the Kai, and Yuki is running Rasmus.
Okay then. But that is still a kind of I don't know. I do like this. I like this Obscura setup. Kai, Rune, Rasmus. Yeah, I can vibe with that. I am expecting something completely stupid out of Rasmus Rune, though. That's just me.
Yeah. Rune Rasmus, I think it's not nearly as solid as something like the Estelle Rasmus, but it is still a very comfy combo. Oh, okay, no, never mind. It looks like we are getting a remake. Oh, right, okay, we need to set these awakenings. But hey, in the meantime, right, I think the one thing I want to talk about is there is a very real amount of damage despite the lack of damage awakenings in this start, right? You can have Rune look for maybe some of these KOs, though Atlas can stop that. Rasmus has some cheeky knockback potential, especially with that pendulum swing. And then Aimi Zentara, we already know how well that they can pump out damage.
Oh yeah, no, that Bite Breaker shell is just scary, to say the least. So I have no doubts about what they can bring to the table. So with these modified comps, you think that what do you think about like Obscura basically being able to kind of do anything about this potential Zentaro train that's been going on, that this absolute, like slaughterfest that Stream Alps has been showing us?
Yeah, I mean, Scream Owls completely slaughtering not only the characters, but the defense of Obscura, and we're finally loading into game. We do see the Eject Kai coming out for Umi, and everyone except Fang opting for the hotshot, where Fang opts for the Timeless Creator on Atlas.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough. And, like we've seen Eject Kai being able to provide some much-needed third-man support, so I can expect to see more of that, although, definitely going to need that if those kills are going to be coming out quite that fast again. Rune basically got in the play for, 3 seconds and said, okay, hit the bench.
Yeah, I mean, a 19-second point to start things off does not bode well, especially since the members of Obscura are all still sitting at level 1, and we do see a great strike there out by Venom, taking the double barrier, and this does mean that, wow, okay, that Celestial Intervention does manage to save Atsuro, but that is Venom's whole kit gone.
No, that's all they had, but hopefully they can still kind of press this, even though both goals open, as Venom Yami trying to get it up and feed it through, probably to Yuki. It's very nice defense though on Fang's side.
Yeah, definitely very nice and smartly played out by Fang. And now we're in a tough corner, as that insta-flip means that Atsuro is now not in the best situation. Fang forced to use the flip. Venom Yami covering the cross there with the flip, and now moving back to this goalie position, likely having to burn the flip. Great pillar out by Venom Yami. This buys enough time for Umi to return back, who sends it forward up to Yuki, but Yuki's not able to receive it, as she is just stuck in the middle, playing so she doesn't die, as Venom was actually pretty close to death. Flips there, it goes straight down, saved out by Atsuro, and Atsuro continues to catch these rebounds. Fang clears it out once again, as now Yuki, she's waiting with the flip. A great shot opportunity as it's cleared forward out by Yuki, but now this Pharaoh Sentry makes things really awkward. Strike War 1, and now Yuki with this flip is moving down towards the bottom side. Great double banish, actually one evaded by Atsuro, and now Venom has to play this interaction so well, but these offenses just not being found out by Ra.
Yeah, no, Ra is having a heck of a time trying to find like a clear shot on goal, but they do. Yuki with the snatch back and the shot in just manages to get that one-on-one going. Fang cannot answer, and there we go, tie it up after a very vicious second point.
Very well played out by Ra. I mean, yeah, they're struggling a little bit to find it, but in the end they do, and this is kind of exactly what they need. A lot of abilities committed here on the defense, and there is still one barrier up, but Scream Elves is waiting with that flip in the wings, and Venom Yami is staggered, and with something like the Zentaro Aimi, they are no strangers to looking for these kills.
Yeah, no, but neither is Rod. Intervention actually does save Scream Elves from getting blasted off the map, and they're trying to take advantage of this. They do have one barrier down, and they are trying to get this second one, but it's been a bit of a back and forth here. Definitely a very nice hold. Scream Elves can't stop, won't stop, but even with that power play on theirs, they are trying to hold. Sad boys! Very nice hold on their part, even if it came with a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I mean, nice Sad Boys, and Venom, the insta-pillar, catching Fang off guard, and I think part of that was also off Fang missing the flip there, which means that the barrier does end up falling, and it's because of that Venom is able to capitalize.
Yeah, it's always pleasant if you can manage to just like take your opponent's flip, and it may not even be something you intentionally try to do, but you know, that means that you scared them a little bit, that you scared them enough to, or that they didn't think you had the angle, you know, like good enough that they felt like they needed to burn it, that they couldn't use it exactly how they wanted to, that they had to kind of like react, and so like that's a major resource gone, but they rallied back regardless. So hey, sometimes that is not all that is necessary to still have like a full head of steam.
Yeah. The thing is, it's so tough for the members of Obscura, though they might find something here, right? One barrier taken off the offense, and this time, okay, the intervention is still there, right? It's being rotated so well that every time Venom tries to go for any of these kills, it's just kind of completely denied out by Fang, and while that flip there takes the barrier, and there's still one barrier left on the opposite side, Yuki tries to push up, but she has to be so careful with her health bar since she doesn't have any evade, and a Venom tries for a bit of a hero play dribbling as Umi continues to get this clear, but in this situation, there's 3 members of Girl dealing with that offense, and then Scream Elf slots it in right above Venom.
Yeah, no, very nice realization on like just the you know, like the push on offense for all 3 members trying to start moving up. Just walked in there, Girl Posse, couldn't do anything about it, and Scream Elves gets Super Surge, which just makes things a whole lot scarier.
Yeah, Super Surge supercharging Scream Elves there, and yeah, likely going to be a size deny away from the Rasmus, as that is one thing that could allow Yuki to actually start coming back into this game. And yeah, this 1-2 punch is pretty good. I think that will actually red core like off of like a strike pillar, so Venom could go for more of those. Because I know it does for Juno, like a hot shot plus 1-2 would, but I'm not sure about the threshold for Rune, and I know it is a little lower than Juno.
I think you're right. I would not be at all surprised if you were right. But yeah, at this point, it is there's the start of something that could be good here for Obscura. They do get both barriers very quickly, and Venom Yami very low, but there's an opportunity there for them.
Opportunity indeed, as now Umi is pushing up as Venom is rotating back to take this goalie position, but only momentarily to grab that orb. But the orb didn't do much, as now he's sitting kind of low as Scream Elves is taken off the map off of that 1-2 punch banish KO. And Atsuro is looking kind of low too, has the flip, burns it right there. There's that Celestial Intervention actually burned as well. And Venom with an insane angle, absolutely catching Girl off guard.
That was sick. Pop though, like pop the black hole and managed to like send it through at an angle nobody could. Like you said, like nobody saw that one coming. So very good on Obscura. Barriers going down again. It feels like they might have found something to this very game Happy Girls team, but it's far from over. They're going to have to keep this up as Happy Girls are going to be trying to find an answer to all of this.
Definitely going to be trying, and Venom, his health bar doesn't look the best, right? He wants to make sure this health bar still stays strong just to provide this offensive pressure for Yuki to convert, and unfortunately for him, he has to back up so much. Flip missed out by Umi. That's one barrier, maybe a second, as Umi's in a tough situation, finds the great clear, and Yuki reinforcing it, as now Venom is trying to get this core forward for Yuki, and I did see it right there. Hot shot, and then the second proc on a pillar does in fact red core for Ring.
Okay, so definitely something that is good for them, but what is good for Happy Girls is that they are not at all stymied in the face of this onslaught, this kind of renewed offensive pressure that Obscura is going for, and they are still finding these goals as another Sad Boys comes through. They do get that pillar though, second time around, trade them, and barriers, just everything's like kind of like flying there for a moment as Scream Elf seems to get the worst of it, has to run off.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw two Sad Boys angles in quick succession, and the saddest of boys is Venom here, as he is the one who's taken off the map, and now in a 2v3 on this top side, second barrier is lost, and so does Scream Elves, as he takes the point away from Raw.
Okay, this is officially looking dicey for Obscura. They are on set point for set number 2. A little bit of a who's gonna hit it moment, and a little bit of a mutual stare down for it, but we do get the party started once again. Both barriers below taken. Barriers going down for Happy Girls first. Sad Boys saves it again. So many sad little boys here, but they are making it work. Are Obscura, and this is their opportunity trying to get back into the game, as like Yuki trying to do their best to kind of remain a constant threat in the Happy Girls backfield.
Yeah, but the other thing to keep in mind in regards to that threat in the Happy Girls backfield is that Shadow Swap TP. If Yuki can continue to dribble and set up Venom for one of those clutch plays, that could be that there. And no, okay, that play is completely denied as Venom does use it on the defense. But in terms of defense, there is not much left, as the second set could be over soon if Fang isn't careful, as we have an open net and a 1v1 for Umi, but Umi does win that. And now Yuki is trying on this midfield to get it past Atsuro, does manage to for just a moment, but it gets cleared back, and Scream House is waiting with the flip in the wings. But Venom has one too, is trying to see if they can maybe deal with Scream Elves and force him to flip early, and flips just to deny it, and that is not what we need. It just goes right back around, and Umi is playing this defense so well, but I don't know how long he can manage it.
Yeah, you can only block for so long, as they say in the FGC. You can only play defense for so long before something slips up, something gets past you, and that's just kind of like the nature of the beast. But right now, both teams holding astonishingly well.
Ah, and there it is, Fang. He finds another flip, right? And that is that final cooldown you needed out of Atlas, and this is exactly what Raw needs if they want any chance, but the chance slips away as Scream Elves find the bottom shot to take it.
Scream Elves, I'm gonna be real, has kind of said, don't worry, I got this. just putting this. I'm not gonna say like putting it on their back, but leading the charge. That's a good phrase. That's a good way to phrase it, because Fang has been absolutely insane on this defense. Atsuro has just been popping in, out, left, right, up, down, and like this Happy Girls team is playing like they have absolutely everything to lose.
Yeah. Happy Girls is definitely playing that way, right? Because as I mentioned, if Happy Girls somehow manage to lose this from this point here, they're out of playoffs. And a funny yet still kind of depressing statistic is that would mean 3 seasons in a row where Zoe Loren ends 5th place in EUSL. And, well, I'm sure she wouldn't want that to happen, even though she is effectively now a sub for this roster, now that Scream Owls has come in. But otherwise, Raw, even if they lose this, it's not the end of the world, but now things are out of their hands. They need Big Bean Burrito to beat the Zoo.
So, definitely, there's definitely a bit of a difference in eager priorities, as just another one falls, and another one falls, and another one falls. So, Happy Girls definitely looking to like wrap this up. Flip goes out, tries to stall out, tries to bait out something. No sale, says Venom Yami. And Scream Owl's just trying to like force it through again. Just that's a lot of blood on that sword. I am sorry. I am just still astonished at that.
Yeah, Scream Owls making the members of Raw scream, just sending them to their early grave. And well, 2 points away, Atsura brings us to, and with low energy on both sides, minus Fang, I think it's just favored for Girl the way things are right now.
Yeah, definitely. 1 pillar down on the side of Happy Girls, as this one kind of like, as this one kicks off already. It's going to be a tall order for Obscura to come back. Not impossible. We've seen reverse sweeps before. Gonna probably see him again. But as things stand, like, you know, common knowledge is not on their side. Well, we'll see if there's anything left in the tank for Obscura.
Yeah, the tank really needs a refill right about now, as they're in a tough situation. Both barriers saved, well played by the defense of Obscura, and they only lose 1 despite that dicey situation. But it's getting dicier as Yuki is taken off the map. But Venom, he might be able to make a solo play here, as now Umi dimes it back up for him. But now he's in a very tough play. Good strike layering. It goes back to Fang as Atsuro is pushing forward with the flip. Burns the flip, doesn't really get anything. And these barrages so good, out by Umi. And now Scream Owls looking kind of low. There's a lot of damage that could come down as the pillar goes there, takes off Scream Owls from the map, and Atsuro is taking a lot of damage as well with an open net in favor of Raw. They could take this here.
They do. Very nice dime up, Yuki, Venom Yami, and they do manage to get a point on the board, and they do have 2 flips, as opposed to Happy Girls 1. That's honestly a nice little setup for the start of something.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did see, at least in this game compared to the last one, set 1, that was a 3-2 if I recall, and this one has potential to go to 5 points as well, but it can't just go to 5 points. We need 3 of them from Raw if they want to have any chance of winning this game.
Yeah, and barriers going down. All 3 members of Raw looking very low and nearly dying, or all of them, to be quite frank about it. Happy Girls trying to like wrap this up. Turret goes out, body flies, and we are on set point. We are on match point for Happy Girls. They want this one done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, set point, series point, qualification point for Happy Girls. And yeah, we see 1 barrier fall there, but we've been kind of seeing that in most points. You know, 1 barrier falls here, 1 barrier falls there. But in the end, Happy Girls have been consistently taking it. And it looks to be that way again, as Yuki is taking so much damage.
tried to go for the finish, did Scream Elves, but Yuki did manage to like evade out of there. Double banish gets them a little bit of a breath, but not enough of one. As yeah, wow, just going down is and whoa, excuse me, just a very, very scary situation. This could be it.
Yeah, Sad Boy's found, but not for long, as Atsuro getting the second flip and finding it there, as Venom is taking a lot of damage. Atsuro is pushing up alongside Screamhouse. Screamhouse is building up a flip of their own, sitting in the face of Umi, just needs maybe 1 or 2 more hits, and there's that flip, uses the Oni's Blade for damage, but it doesn't matter, as Umi, in a panicked moment, misses the strike, and that is Happy Girls. Welcome to playoffs.
They played fantastically. Scream Elves played frighteningly, dare I say. But the entirety of Happy Girls played, like I said, like everything was on the line. And it kind of was, but they pulled through. So it is Happy Girls in contention. Obscura not gone, but they got a bit of a gut punch here.
And funny little lore drop here, actually, right? This is Scream Owl's second time qualifying for playoffs, despite having never qualified for EUSL. So just let that be known, right? Scream Owls coming in season 1 as a sub for KLB, actually, around I think like week 4, week 5 or so, and taking, I think it was week 5, and taking them from 1-3 to like 4-3 or something, and then sneaking into playoffs. And then now season 3, right, coming in around week 4 or so for Zoe Laren, and then bringing this team into playoffs as well, right? So I'm excited to see how Happy Girls performs in playoffs, because the last few weeks, they have been relatively dominant, and a lot of their plays have been pretty clean.
They have, and just the fact that they've managed to like pull this off is a testament to just consistency, the threat, the playmaking that happened basically throughout this entire set, this entire series. It was just very, very impressive how they kept that offense up and just managed to make the most off of a lot of these like offensive pushes. They were very concisive. They were very decisive, and when they needed to score, like they were very quick to score, which again, easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely a little easier said than done. However, with that is the third series of the day done, right? And for everyone, don't forget to go ahead and vote for Happy Girls MVP for the series, as MVP voting is still going on. But with that, there is still one final series to close out the regular season, and we will get to that after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, and welcome back to the final regular season game. I'm once again joined by P-Flare for Big Bean Burrito versus the Zoo, and there are some kind of important stakes in this match, right? Because for both teams, really, right? Big Bean Burrito, if they win here, they end up in 6th place, and for me as a coach, what that means is I will have ended up on the 6th place team for 3 seasons in a row, which would be kind of baller. But for Zoo, the thing is if they lose here, they're out of playoffs, and it's actually both Girl and Raw.
Okay, so that is a number of consequences. So there's going to be a few eyes on this one, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, going back on that once more, right, if Big Bean Burrito lose this, they're actually just in 8th place for the season. And technically speaking, it wasn't that big of a surprise that they would end up near there because, you know, they were the team that came in through the last chance qualifier. So they were likely to be in that position. And already, looking at the draft, we have a primetime missile propulsion start on Night Market, Big Bean Burrito banning the Drakkar, and Zoo opting to ban the Atlas.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that with this kind of start. Those two love those awakenings and would be able to... I feel like I feel like they get exponentially more out of those awakenings than a lot of other characters. So those bans are completely understandable. Though we do see an Era coming out, which is nice. Era's always nice to see, and especially on Night Market, can do a lot with basically her abilities to kind of control lanes and try and help force her team through.
Yeah, the other thing is Era is very flexible here for Big Bean Burrito. Both Nitron and Swiftsy are relatively comfortable on it. But then on the opposite side, we do see Kai Zen picked up. It is an interesting pickup here because the Zen we definitely know is going towards Scython. But the Kai could technically speaking be flexed both between Nero and Donkers. I have seen Donkers play it more though. So we will have to see where it falls in the end. But I think the interesting thing here is, okay, so we do see Asher and Kazan. So this is probably Kazan goalie with Era Asher forward. Now, with that in mind, I think that means that Donkers picking up the Juno is not a terrible matchup here, if it is that Era midfield.
Yeah, so I know I definitely agree with that, and just like this whole team is that I'm seeing for like a Big Bean Burrito is can do a lot with these lanes, but they're going to have to be very careful.
Yeah, and yeah, hey, it was mentioned there, right? Nitron doesn't typically play the Asher or the Kazan nearly as much, which is why I am more inclined to believe this is Kazan goalie with Era Asher. And yeah, we're getting a Dubu goalie, so no Donkers Juno, but Donkers Kai has actually looked pretty good.
Yeah, no, I can definitely agree with that. This like forward team of Kai and I just do not like Little Samurai Boy, but boy is he effective. So yeah, I fully believe that this could be a scary team to go up against. So it's going to, I can see like a lot of kind of like passing rotations happening to cause like a lot of scoring plays here.
Yeah, very true. And I think Zoo in general is very, very good at these like passing plays and rotations, right? So that is one strength that they will be able to kind of use a lot. And against Kazan, Aimi, Asher, you do kind of want to look for more of these passes, right? Because it is a very, very short range comp.
Yeah, 100%. Like, don't get me wrong, Era will definitely be able to try and like mitigate that a little bit, but those are abilities and can only basically toss those out so long, right? So I do feel like Zoo has. This is probably completely wrong. I feel like Zoo has better control of midfield, and they're going to want to kind of like use that to shift into gear and push at the right times. Because this team is very defensive, but just a lot of it's just so. I don't want to say like it's cooldown dependent because like both teams are cooldown dependent, but I just feel like the defensive capabilities are immense on Big Bean Burrito, but they only last for so long. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? I was talking about this earlier, right? Kazan, when he can get some good awakenings, right? And I've always thought that Kazan, at least in the current meta, is one of the best goalies. But the thing to keep in mind, right, is that Kazan, while he can defend really, really well, that is about all he can do. And compared to a lot of the other melee goalies that have been oppressive in various metas, Kazan doesn't have the same level of offensive influence that they do. And it's because of that eventually a Kazan goalie will falter, even if he is doing really, really well.
Yeah, no, just the nature of the beast as we kick things off, and absolutely everybody, to little surprise, took prime time as we already get first blood, second blood, tied up immediately. Both teams losing, man, and it is Zoo that takes advantage the fastest and the first blood in that respect goes to Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, it came off the back of Scython finding a really great double barrier, right? Making sure that Swiftsy isn't able to play that that barrier defense and is forced to play the open net. And I think Swiftsy a little too slow on that strike to clear into the corner, which did allow Zoo to find that slashing strike at the end.
Yeah, so the question, that's already like a nice little start, little bit of a momentum there, but you can definitely see like Big Bean Burrito not wanting that to happen again, though Scython just very quick with these just Oni's Blade and suddenly another power play. Like this is not the best start for Big Bean Burrito, but they do manage to hold from the point being taken immediately, so that's good. There's definitely still like a lot of fight to go here.
Still a lot of fight, and we see Nitron and Donkers both racing up, and Imac slightly flubbing the strike there. That would have been a crucial point to take. And now, in the open net, we are, as Swiftsy doesn't have that crooked leverage for just another few seconds. The Oni's Blade burned by Scython as a pass comes up to Nitron. Now Nitron has to win the strike war. Crucial. Loses one, loses a second. Saved out by Swiftsy still, though. And Imac is also backing up for the defense, but it doesn't matter as Scython gets the cross-goal flip. And that is point 2 taken for Zoo.
This is already looking very familiar with the Zentaro running and cutting folks, and I keep saying it, but boy, this little samurai kid is just absolutely scary, especially if somebody really good is piloting him. So as we do get into this third point, Zoo looking like they stampeding all over Big Bean Burrito. One more point to go. Oni's Blade coming out. They had to flip to save that one, but still, it's constantly in their field, and it's just very hard to kind of get any sustained offense for this first set for Big Bean Burrito. So they can scale, but it's going to be a bit of a trial.
Trial indeed, but they find the kill onto Nero, which means they get the second barrier. Now Nitron has to capitalize here, sets up the NATO. It's actually getting blocked out by the Giga Blast from Donkers, and now Scython sitting up in this goalie position as Nero respawns. Crooked leverage pass up to Imac as Imac finds the Pat Splitter now too. Needs to be a little bit careful with his life. He has the flip ready and sends it right through the Oni's Blade. So perfectly timed to dodge that and the Summer Assault.
Yeah, that was just impressive, very, very impressive timing. Immaculator on a sliver of life, magic pixel, but hey, health is a resource. Congratulations, you scored, got it full back, so keep it going, and hopefully y'all can kind of like climb climbed this back already as they are trying to push Zoo and hopefully completely blunt that momentum. Because, like, 1 point is good, 2 points better, 3 points best, obviously, but much easier said than done, though they are making it happen. Goals come out, and goal barriers are taken. But that was a bit too much of a push. They get 1 barrier taken in return. SwiftZ got a little bit eager there.
A little too eager there. And the thing is there's still 1 barrier left, right? So it's pretty good for Big B and Burrito. The Nero needs to be a little bit careful, and it's actually Imac who needs to, as Scython finds the kill with the flip. Flip burned out by SwiftZ, a little bit of a panic, and then that crooked leverage, even more panic, and Donkers is pushing forward with the flip. Flips in the net and finds set 1 in favor of the Zoo.
That was crazy. Did get the Soren angle, but Donkers literally walked up and just aura farmed for a second there. So, unfortunate, but Zoo very nicely taking this set and are rewarded for it. Heavy impact on Centauro. Oh,
Okay.
that sucks.
So heavy impact on Centaur, amazing, right? But the next pickup is potentially game-changing here. It is Team Player Kazan. Bear in mind, Team Player Kazan does not red court in regulation time anymore, but it still does red core in overtime, and with a bit of power, it would red core in regulation.
So that tells me that they are going to want to fight for these longer points. But with the way Scython has been playing, with the way Donkers has been passing, that dynamic duo as ever, that is not the easiest thing in the world, though they are trying to make it happen.
Yeah, definitely. And then there's that Oni's Blade coming up again, a bit of an awkward corner play as Nitron is trying to keep it alive for a little longer. Scython burns that slashing strike, has the flip in SwiftZ's face, a great clear out by SwiftZ. Now Nitron is stuck in the corner again, helping out SwiftZ, goes to the opposite side. A triple defense for the members of Big Bean Burrito, not getting eaten out alive by the animals of the Zoo. And Nitron continuing to pressure in this midfield, a great crooked leverage to change sides as he combines it with a lot of abilities. Imac nearly taken off the map, a good body block by Nitron for that Giga Blast. And Imac, he has this flip, he wants to stay alive, he wants to play, he wants to get orbs, and he does get a chance to for him.
That was very impressive there, and even getting a kill out of it, though. Immaculator does end up popping their recovery drone thanks to that barrage. So, little something taken. And as we get back to full teams, never mind, power play on Big Bean Burrito's side now. And just very, very, very nice hold there. Trying to push on this goal if they can. Big Bean Burrito kind of sorely need one. Get some momentum started here.
Swiftsy nearly flubs that, misses that with the crooked leverage and tries to combo there, but the barrage sends it right through Swiftsy. And despite the power that Big Bean Burrito was showing, it's just Zeus still managed to come out on top.
Yeah, just not giving up on these plays and just willing to push as hard as they can. Which, not to say Big Bean Burrito is not Immaculator, definitely a bruiser and trying to force their will, as is Asher's wont. But the way Zoo has been playing, it's just been very hard to kind of really stop them.
Yeah, I mean, Zoo has always had a pretty clean passing style that they've been using. And it's because of that they've won a lot of those games, right? And despite their loss to Raw not too long back, it's still looked overall very clean. And for Zoo to continue their clean play, it would be amazing for them, right? And that is exactly what we're showing here. They did lose the double barrier earlier, but they still managed to come back despite that. And now we have the barrage and Scython coming in to catch any attempt at an outclear.
That was just very, 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 very nice play. Again, that Scython Donkers dynamic duo, just making sure they have all the angles covered. It's just very, very hard to deal with in general when they are that in sync together. and Nero doing their absolute best to clear it out. And they do manage to hold both of those barriers. This is a hard team to deal with, but they are 3-3, and there is a little bit of weakness here, but maybe not enough. That was an own barrier.
I mean, the problem is right, Swifty overstepped a little bit, and then he tried to get back using the Maddening Descent, but he just didn't have enough dash range, right? So he was kind of stuck in this situation, and then Imac comes right back and dies again. This can't be what Imac is doing here, but a great crooked leverage out by Swifty, but it's not enough as Scython strangles Big Bean Burrito and takes another clean set.
This is another clean looking one. Yeah, this is just 2 sets so fairly quickly as Kai gets another of a lot of options. I wouldn't be surprised if spec training or maybe, I don't know, I'm about to say super surge. But yeah, Zoo has just been running over Big Bean Burrito.
I think the weird thing here, though, is I would have really loved Super Search to stay up, right? I think maybe the idea is, okay, we don't want to give it to that era. I think I would have preferred, you take the stacks on Kai, and then you leave the Super Search up so that someone on the side of Big Bean Burrito is forced to deny it, right? Because Era, like Mako, also really thrives on hitting that second Dash Awakening power spike. So if Big Bean Burrito is able to win this set, they have a great chance at hitting that and then potentially scaling out of this world.
Yeah, if they manage to do that. But with that first goal, it's like 2 more and it's wraps.
Wraps for game 1 at least. Bear that in mind.
Yeah.
And for Zoo, this is looking very clean as the thing is they have not been under too much KO threat, which we saw is what Luma was able to do against them, and I think also what Raw, I believe, was able to do against them too to win. And for Zoo, when they're not under KO threat, they're one of the best core control teams there is.
Oh, without a doubt. We keep glazing like their passing plays, but that's because it's that good. It's just really that good. So if you can't knock them out of that rhythm and prevent them from being able to accomplish those plays, then yeah, they just kind of like run over you. But as we said, like, it can be done, and I do actually think like with this team even it can be done. You just gotta like play very smart on it. But look at that save, only for a little bit though. Scython Dockers do end up pushing it through. Just very, very hard to answer. Very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, and the thing is there, right? Swifty had so much of an opportunity to use that flip there. Like, it was stalled for a really long time, and instead got it a little too late. And when he did, the goal had already gone in, and now he doesn't have a flip anymore. So this is very tough, and we are on game point now for the members of the Zoo.
Yeah, so if there's any kind of adjustments in their playstyle they need to make it now or until the next game with you. So but at the same time, you can definitely see that, yeah, Zoo want to end this, and this could be all she wrote. Although that barrage did go out, nothing. Gotta wait for that to recharge for like absolute best chance. Giga Blast also goes out. It's just very frightening, but Nero is just doing a very great job on the defense there. Obviously, can never say enough about great defense on these teams.
Hey, despite the fact that they say never to flip in the face of an Asher, Nero did and did not get punished there for it, but he did get punished there off of a great dribble play from Immaculator, and that is exactly what Immaculator needs to bring Big Bean Burrito back from the depths.
Yeah, still a lot of swimming to go, though. This is a deep ocean they found themselves in. They are in deep water. But if they can navigate this, then by all means, like you said earlier, they do have a chance to scale heavy and flip things around, turn the tide. I swear, I am not trying to make all these water puns. They're just happening.
Yeah, no, I was gonna add something on there in terms of a water pun that I could not come up with one in the moment. Usually I'm pretty good at coming up with these, but on demand, that's where I struggle. But hey, on demand is what Big Bean Burrito is figuring out. They're finding these goals on command, and SwiftC pushing up as well. I may have mentioned earlier that Kazan struggles to push up, but SwiftC may be making me bite my words.
Yeah, honestly, very impressive. They have managed to run this back, try and get a set, get a little bit of a breather, and like you said, and like we keep saying, get it a chance to scale and really cause the Zoo to have to kind of like buckle down, because at this point, like they had the game almost in hand. They do get one barrier. Barrage goes out, trying to get another one. Flip goes out. All these abilities coming out to try and save that barrier, which they do. Nero standing up as well, pushing up and trying to like get that bottom barrier and hopefully like just putting into this game before anything starts going like really out of control. But it's like Big Bean Burrito have decided that, you know, like our last gasp is going to be our best gasp, and they are doing everything in their power to try and get this set and cause a bit of like a mental reset for both teams.
Yeah, and we very well may see it, right? Donkers was actually staggered and had no evade for a little bit, so it was a very favorable position for Big Bean Burrito to be in. Unfortunately for them, they could not capitalize off of it, as there's still one barrier alive apiece, and a great save out found by Nero, and then supplemented by Donkers there. We have reached overtime, which now means this Kazan goalie is able to team player fully, and there's also full stacks for Nitron. Flip in the face of the Zoo is Immaculator, and now we have open nets on both sides. This could be Big Bean Burrito taking one set to their name. Nero with a great clear to the top side. Nitron nearly has the flip, and it's Immaculator that finds it to bring us to set 4.
Got it. Beautiful shot right there. Also with like the flip, and I believe that was to get the barrier, just kind of had that little showdown and drew and got it. Just, they did manage to pull it out, and now Big Bean Burrito with a much needed, like we said, breath of air and a much needed chance to scale. Fight or flight immediately gets taken. Yeah, these awakenings are looking very, very solid for Big Bean Burrito.
This is kind of interesting, though, as you typically see fight or flight being picked up as either a deny here, which I think it might just be a deny away from Kai, perhaps? Just because Imac likely wants to take more sides to be able to beat up Nero in this 1v1. So now SwiftC is kind of stuck taking this fight or flight, because I genuinely don't think that fight or flight is very good for the Kazan here in and of itself.
Perhaps not, but like you said, it does work as a deny, and in general, I do think that, you know, I think that there was some logic to it for sure. But what I am personally looking at is like that explosive entrance from Nitron, and hopefully getting all that like dash boost, as you said earlier.
Hey, that right there was an absolute primetime diff. SwiftC probably wouldn't have saved that if it weren't for that primetime crooked leverage there. And we've seen that a few times where that primetime makes a difference there. SwiftC nearly finds the core flip Soren angle, but unfortunately for him, Donkers does get that barrage.
That is just that's just unfortunate. Donkers was ready for it. Just threw out the barrage. Beautiful catch on the Soren. But double barriers very quickly. Trying to answer that one back ASAP.
Yeah, tries to. And now SwiftC and Immaculator rotating positions. Imac stuck in the net. As Scython takes one, Scython takes two. But there are two flips available for the members of Big Bean Burrito. And Nitron flips in the face of Nero to even up the sets.
Very nice, very quick goal, just kind of reminding them that, no, we are absolutely not out of this. So if Big Bean Burrito can continue this, that will be absolutely amazing. Flip goes out, that's their last one. They do get one barrier. Trying to go for the second one, are they? But does not seem in the cards right this second.
I think part of what has allowed Big Bean Burrito to do so well is the amount of speed that's just gotten onto Nitron. Like, especially that passive speed from Stacks has done a lot of work for him, right? He's able to contest the Kai in a lot of these positions, between the slick kicks, between the stacks, and then also just having Reptile Remedy to keep those stacks alive, whereas Kai can only really contribute, though probably more than Era, in these big bursts when he pops that blazing pace.
No, yeah, completely agree. And right now, though, it is the Era that has been like trying to push up, as both sides' goals are open, and things are kind of like settling down around things were settling down around the midfield. But right now, no, nice Giga Blast. Tries to just get kind of like gets it off the center. That looked like, and that was just a great shot from Donkers. And once again, we are on match point.
Yeah, I think that's one of those Giga Blasts that you really just don't expect to happen, and then it catches you off guard, right? Because you're typically used to these Giga Blasts being used to catch these rebounds, right? Or get these awkward angles, but that was a Giga Blast that was literally thrown directly at the core and shooting it directly at Swiftsy. And it's because of that the speed at that moment is what caught Swiftsy off guard, and then allowed Donkers to take that goal to bring these guys up to game point.
No, yeah, I can agree with that, and they are going to want to make the most of it, although Donkers looking very, very low, very dangerously low. The question is, basically, how brave do they feel? They are still in the kind of like the mix of it, although Immaculator seems to sense that. Immaculator also low. Immaculator staggered, had to retreat from the play for a little bit, but it is still the Zoo with control and offense.
Yeah, flipping burn by Swiftsy, and now Donker's looking kind of low, right? If he falls here, this could be Big Bean Burrito evening things up, and now we're in full core speed hell, as now Swiftsy, the team players, they just continue to hit, and Donkers, he continues to catch these clears really well. Now that Pat Splitter topside, Narrow's in a very dangerous situation, barrier falls, and so do both flips, as now Swiftsy passes up to Nitron, as Scython is looking to maybe take this goal here. It goes up to Imac once more, doesn't catch it with the breakthrough, as Donkers is pushing it up. Scython nearly taking Nitron off the map, and that would be Stacks reset and probably the game at that point. Flip coming out from Scython, it goes banked off the bottom wall, and that's game one to the Zoo.
From bottom to the top, Swift Z can't find it, but it is Zoo that takes it. Zentaro again. Zentaro just stay doing business here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't know if Zen actually has 100% win rate today. I wouldn't be surprised if he does. And yeah, like we've seen the power of Zen so far. It's just done so much work, right? Not just in this in this game, in this series, right? It's just overall as a whole.
Yep, just very good character, but even then, the character is only as good as their pilot, and Scython has been piloting that Zentaro to near perfection, just knowing exactly when to hit the abilities, knowing how to place themselves, knowing when to strike, when not to strike. Just been amazing play all around from the Zoo. Big Bean Burrito definitely had more than one gasp of brilliance there. They had some very clean opportunities, took what they had, but at the end of the day, it was the Zoo that got him. But that was only game one.
Yeah, that's true. And I did do like a quick click through of all of the like games that happened today, and I saw that Raw lost, Girl won twice with Zen. Luma actually lost one with Zen. And then now we have this game where Zoo beat BBB with Zen. So Zen is actually 3-1 today. Oh, sorry, 4-1, because Turkey's Cats also beat Force Fury with Zen.
So there you go. Question is, what does the second game have in store for us? Is it a Zentaro ban? Or do they continue to kind of like ban the characters that they expected? You know what I mean? Are they going to mix things up is my question.
I mean, exactly, right? The thing is, though, is that Zen isn't really a character you can just ban, right? Like, yes,
No.
it is so strong, but a lot of the time, it's not worth a ban because then typically you're leaving up other mains of people
Yep.
in these drafts. Though, however, the one thing to note is that Scython, his brawler pool is a little more limited as, being a midfielder who swapped to brawler some time back. Picking things like the Zen, the Rasmus, the Drakkar. I'm not really familiar with if Scython plays any of like the Julie, the X, the Asher, the Kazan, like a bunch of other brawlers, but that is really all I have seen so far from Scython.
Right, so we are moving on, and I believe the next map is going to be underway very shortly.
Yeah, the next map will be Clarion Test Chamber, which is Zoo's map pick. No surprise, I believe that was the map they qualified on into EUSL.
Right.
And they have been picking it pretty consistently, and I think they've looked really good on it too. They know how to play a lot of these variations.
Yeah, and on Clarion, that is absolutely vital. I believe there's no real set way to tell it changes. That I don't think it goes in like a pattern, does it?
Nope. It's kind of completely random, right? But as for BBB, I'm not really sure, because their comp that they played here is supposed to be a pretty solid comp on Night Market, also pretty good on Clarion Test Chamber. But right now, they just look a little outclassed by the Zoo.
Yeah, which is just never something you want to have happen, but at this point, it's not going to be down to like the map. I don't think it's going to be down to the map to save them. They are going to have to really kind of like lock in and see what they want to go through and what they do not. And surprisingly, well, semi-surprisingly, we were talking about it earlier, but that Zen is not going to be appearing in this episode.
Yeah. Zen actually getting banned by BBB, partially because of the fact that it is an explosive entrance start, one of Zen's best awakenings. So in the end, you just get Scython on Rasmus instead, right? Another one of his relative comfort picks. So we do get the Aimi actually locked in by BBB, probably for Nitron, I would imagine. As I'm not familiar with Swiftsea's Aimi. If that is, a pick that he's comfortable on. And yeah, what a surprise. It's going to be Mako here. Mako Aimi on the back line for... no, it could be Immaculate or Mako, technically speaking.
I have seen Immaculator Mako before, so definitely plausible. We are seeing as well the Juno, the Kai come out, and the Asher once again for these teams. Like I've said, I always love a good Juno. Very beautiful core control, and on this kind of a map, yeah, I can definitely see why they picked her.
And hey, I mean, of all players, it is Donker's Juno that we're gonna get to see, right?
Yep.
So this will be like a Juno Rasmus forward with Nero on Kai. And then on the other side, this is unfortunately not Immaculate or Mako, but it is a pretty standard comp of running this defensive goalie with like an Aimi Asher for that corner stuff. So we'll have to see if the members of Big Bean Burrito can kind of stuff this Kai Juno, which is, a little dangerous. Or if, they'll crumple here and end up in 8th place in EUSL.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to see, because I'm looking at it and I completely agree with you. Like Big Bean Burrito, yeah, they're going to want to stuff it to the corner, but that's the thing. If they stay in that corner, then Kai and Juno can just flood that corner, and it's just bad party time for them.
Yeah, bad party time indeed. Now, we are going to be getting ready for Game 2. Spark of Focus, Explosive Entrance. I'd like to imagine it's probably going to be a Spark of Focus for the Asher on Big Bean Burrito side. And then on the opposite side, I actually don't know. It might be a Spark of Focus for Rasmus, or Kai. There is a world Donkers takes it, but I'd like to imagine that as a player who has played a ton of Juno, Donkers would absolutely prefer to take this explosive entrance to make a lot of these kind of spicy plays to mix up Swiftsy.
No, I agree with that for the most part. I was about to say there's an outside chance Juno takes the Spark of Focus, but does not. Full team Spark of Focus for one side. The other, yeah, like you said, Asher takes. I mean, full-time explosive entrance for one side, but Spark of Focus for Immaculator. Excuse me.
Yeah, so that's the thing I wasn't sure, right? Because now it makes it tough for the members of the zoo to contest this Spark, right? But they do have a lot more of this immediate power now, having 3 members using Spark, because Scython now gets even faster. Nitron with the eject button can kind of push up even further as we see him just zooming forward. And then we obviously have Donkers who can just jump even further like that, right? It's plays like that that the zoo are using this explosive entrance so well for.
Yeah, 100%. Like Donkers, if the drafts go just right, Donkers will be able to just kind of like fly across the map in a single bound. But right now, Immaculator doing work to shut that down. Like very nice shove through early on. This is probably like the best time for Asher to kind of do those sort of things before the scaling starts to get crazy and things get a little less sure.
Yeah, things are looking a little spicy, and with the speed, right, coming out from Swiftsy, that's what allows Imac to take that first barrier. I'm not a really big fan of that Nitron turret trying to play that there, because that doesn't really cut off terribly much, as it leaves so much open space to clear behind that. And now Scython passing up to Donkers. Donkers trying for that that blob bounce second barrier take. Pushes up with this flip, playing this corner so well. This is something that Juno does really, really well. Like, yes, she's really great at cutting the cross, but she's also really, really great at playing these corners.
Oh yeah, 100%. Easy to see there as the barriers do go down. Scython with the death touch out, feeds it right back to him, and that is just so great in terms of like core control. I feel like for like just Donkers and Scython, just be able to kind of feed it to themselves or feed it to other people in like 1-2 passes. But barriers are going down for them. Nice shutdown of that flip by Immaculator. Just completely stuffs it, knocks it back. What were you doing? She says.
So that's kind of one of those moments you just can't really be flipping in front of an Asher. And Nero didn't get punished for it last time, does in fact get punished for it this time, but instead the members of the zoo are trying to see, they don't want to go down 3-0 for a clean first set for Big Bean Burrito, right? After the first game they had, they kind of want to take this in a very clean fashion for game 2. Yes, they lose one barrier here, they open it up and nearly take Nitron off the map. Nitron actually has Flip ready, so taking him off the map would be insane here.
Yep, Flip does get burnt, not a whole lot doing for it though. Look at all their core control. Like the core got stopped in its tracks like at least twice.
Yeah, completely psyching out of Swiftsy. Swiftsy a little panicked, unsure when to strike, but it's still fine for Big Bean Burrito as they have at least one more point of leeway to kind of make it.
Yeah, they do. One barrier is going down though. You do see that life is going down for Donkers very quickly. So that could absolutely kind of like be an angle for them to like deal with this incredible, like this crazy Donkers play. So gotta see if that can actually work out though.
And now Donkers in the face of Swiftsy. Swiftsy, great counter flip up to Nitron, who tries to send it forward to Imac. Nero, great step-ups using the blazing pace to deal with Imac's offense before it gets dangerous. And now another drum and bass pop. This time Imac flips, looks for the double barrier. It's Donkers taken off the map, but no double barrier found yet. The death touch giving the members of the zoo a way to play here. And now Nero pushing up. Grabbing that barrier, a great Giga Blast into the flip there means that no barriers fall.
That was crazy, but one barrier does eventually go down. Immaculator trying to force their way through to get the second one. No dice. They do get the intercept on that. That was an insane. Look at how far Donkers jumped and got it and fed it to just that duo is just absolutely absurd when they are on the same page.
Okay, I mean, I feel like Donkers, I absolutely feel you on that call-in emote right there, right? You go jump in, you're there, ready to make the play, and then your Rasmus hooks it away from you. And if that was me and my forward did not score there, I would have absolutely been cursing them out.
Yeah, but nope, Scython just, like, I got this, relax, deal with it, as they do take that set. And hey, Donkers does get MVP.
Yeah, and thankfully for Big Bean Burrito, no hot shot showing up, but the fighter flight is a really great reward for this Juno now. So now this Juno has even more core control, right? Already having picked up the slick kicks to start with now. This is, I believe, that it is 42.5% speed on every single strike. So this tends to be pretty dangerous. Now, this first draft, though, there's only one spark that shows up, and Imac is able to pick up the spark of leadership. So overall, I think I very slightly favor Big Bean Burrito's draft between Spark of Leadership and Timeless Creator. But Zoo has just been playing so well this game so far.
Yeah, but with that kill, that could help like turn the tides. That big path splitter just basically shredding out Scython for just a little bit as they try and make something happen, but no, not yet. They get their barriers opened, and it is Big Bean Burrito who are a little bit on the defense.
Yeah, Big Bean Burrito put on the back foot right now as the core goes up to Scython, who was taken off earlier. Flip burned out by Nitron to try and kill Scython, but might still get the kill anyway from Imac. The Path Splitter also burned, so they don't have this on the offense, even if they do get that play. And a missed jump is nearly bad for Zoo, but Swiftsea isn't close enough to the corner, and Donkers just slides it by him.
That was nice. Kind of like walked with the core for like just a little bit, caused Swiftsea to have to think caused Swiftsea to kind of like think twice, flinch just a little bit, and sometimes this game is a game of millimeters, inches, whatever you want to use, but that was just a very good call play by Donkers, and they are definitely like just being rewarded for it. Nice shutdown of that attempted flip by Nero.
Yeah. And, I mean, great flip there, flip shutdown, and then a counter flip to get the core forward, and now Scython completely dismantles the defense of Big Bean Burrito, and now we're getting to a point at which we might actually be at the we're one set away from the Zoo qualifying.
Yeah, two barriers again, quick to fall. I do think the Zoo smells blood in the water, but Big Bean Burrito trying to fight it off.
Great strike shot there by Swiftsea, buying space for the members of Big Bean Burrito, but they still have one more barrier to chew through, and Donkers has a flip waiting in the wings for any sort of cross clear from Swiftsea, and that Path Splitter a little dangerous. Nero, I think, smartly ejecting back there to buy himself space for that Path Splitter, and while the slime does go a little awkwardly, this is looking to be a good setup for the Zoo, all things considered.
Yep, tried to get that slime through, but no dice. Immaculator, like, with the clear as they get taken out. Does, I believe that was Scython. Yeah, just very, very scary there, but they are moving very fast with this. Doesn't bite on the flip. Nearly takes it away.
Yeah, I mean, so well played. Like, Nero had an insane walk up there, but Swiftsea played that defense so well, but it's not well enough as Donkers takes set 2, and we are one set away from an elimination. And with Donkers as the MVP, a hot shot right here would be very dangerous.
And there it is. This might be the dagger if Zoo can just hold on and continue playing like they have been. Like, that Deadeye is going to go to that Aimi as expected, which is scary, but the way that the Zoo has been playing, they are getting a lot of good things here, and I see no reason they cannot wrap this up with how they've been going against Big Bean Burrito.
I think all things considered, right, this draft is definitely favored for the Zoo, but I think it's not all lost for Big Bean Burrito, as Asher got Bulk Up, probably the best awakening in the game right now. Team Player, probably another one of the best awakenings in the game on Swiftsea. And then Nitron also got Deadeye, which is a good amount of knockback KO potential, which is what Nitron has already been kind of finding sometimes against the members of the Zoo. Right?
True.
And while we do have some anti-damage for Scython, we have Hot Shot for Donkers, and then more speed for Narrow, it's not looking completely lost for Big Bean Burrito.
Nope, just it's going to come down to them being able to like hold these barriers and trying to like shifting away from defense into offense quickly enough, like kind of like what they're trying to do right there. But Nero just very good in general, like, you know, in the goalie position, and been making some fantastic saves. They're going to need to kind of continue to kind of get around that as they have been, and that's a way to do it. Good golly.
Yeah, they find the kill on Narrow, and then find this offense here. Imac strike warring the slime, and this set is looking very, very BBB favored.
Yeah, Burrito saying, like, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Don't count out your burritos before they're eaten. We give indigestion. We are not here to be an easy lick. So they are definitely like fighting back that draft, giving them a much needed breath of fresh air. And now the Zoo having to play a little bit more cautiously, and with that big take from the center, that was a very, very giant lady.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty big for the members of Big Bean Burrito, right? While Donkers does find this pressure back, it's going so favored for Big Bean Burrito. But as I say that, wow, the flip into Scython just hooking it completely away and then faking out Swiftsea. I'm not even sure if that was intentional, but if it was, man, Zoo, that was clean.
If it was, like, let's say it was, whether it was or wasn't, and give them the benefit of the doubt, because Zoo have been playing great. Big Bean Burrito has absolutely stepped it up, though. Both barriers getting taken again, and yeah, Zoo has to respond very quickly. Otherwise, we've seen that Big Bean Burrito can mount a comeback here, as that flip shot found its way through like 5 different people.
Hey, look. Old man Narrow still has it in him. He will find flips like that when you least expect him to. And yes, Nitron got this great opener here, but Narrow has gotten so many great opportunities to push forward, and that's one barrier, that's 2 barriers. This could be the Zoo qualifying right here, and yes, it is the Zoo. After the disastrous SNP incident of 25, they qualify for Season 3 playoffs.
Wow, you called that back. I ain't gonna say nothing about it. I'm gonna just say congratulations to the Zoo. They took out Big Bean Burrito on their way to qualification. Fantastic work, and just massive win to them. And I know they are feeling like very happy about that performance in general. Solid 2-0. Had a little bit of a scare moment near the end there, but they just took a quick breath and just finished out the job. Very nice on them. Very good plays by all 3 members. Just great work.
Yeah, I mean, overall, really, really well played by the Zoo, and I guess, yeah, congrats to them making it through, right? Fun fact, Donkers has 100% rate of making it into playoffs in every season he has started in.
Oh, wow.
With Tripod Fish last season sneaking in as 4th seed, and then once again a Zoo now at 3rd seed, I believe. So this would put our playoffs teams as TMCT at first, Luma at second, Zoo at third, and Girl at fourth. Though the difference between Girl and Zoo does not really matter as much in the sense of what is it? TMCT gets to pick between either of those two. And yes, sorry, as a quick correction, I did have it slightly wrong. I was misremembering. Tripod Fish did actually end up getting, I believe, second in Season 2 of EUSL off of a win in Week 7 against Fierce Fury.
So there you go. There are your big four, so to speak. That is going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be a lot of fun games, and I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely indeed. And all things considered, I am happy with this season. Yes, I only did get to start casting this season last week, but it's been a great showing. And even for the teams that didn't make it, Raw, Cats, Forged Fury, and Big Bean Burrito, you guys definitely played your hearts out. And for the teams that did make it, should there be a Season 4, I hope to see you all there. Now, before we head off, P-Flare, is there anything you would like to say?
Just, again, fantastic games. I am considering throwing my hat into the ring for North American, the OSS. So you might see me on the field. Cheer for me.
I hope so, man. I want to see you on the field. Look, you've been casting all this time. I want to see you play now.
Yeah, I have been very strongly considering it, and I am actually on the lookout for a bit of a teacher. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we will have to see now. I'm not 100% sure if we have a post show. In the case that we do, that will be there right after this. But that is it for me and P-Flare. Thank you everyone for showing up. It was a great regular season. And with that, that's us signing off. See ya.
And welcome back, everyone, to the last post show of the regular season. With me, I have both Giovanni and Kitty Bagel. Thank you for being here. We're going to be talking a little bit about the regular season. We're talking about today's matchups. And I'd like to start with you, Kitty Bagel. Obviously, Turkin's Cats, it's your first season in EUSL, hopefully the first of many. And it's come to a conclusion, right? You haven't made it into playoffs, unfortunately, but you had a really good showing. I think you delivered more than people were expecting out of you. And I mean, even myself, I'm happy for how well you did, even though the score, right? It's not insane, right? But you did well. And finishing off the season with a series win it's gotta feel good as well. How was it for you guys? How was the series for you? And how did you experience the season out of your own point of view?
I mean, the series today was good. I honestly thought we'd win the night market game, but then it became set 5.5, I think, and we lost. That was nerve-wracking. I think I had like almost 400 redirects, so the night market game took a lot out of me as first game. And yeah, the rest of the series, I mean, I took Atlas against the KO team. It worked really well, so. For the rest of the season, honestly, we were just happy to make it into EUSL. We didn't really expect to even get into the general season, much less win any games. And now that we're 2-5 for the final result, we're really happy with that, honestly.
Yeah,
it's a great season for us.
Yeah, it was a good season. Looking into the future, right? Obviously, with the USL, you have specific rulings. You know, you have ticket places that you can all hold on to. Is that something that you as Turkin's Cats have already thought about? Like, are you guys going to try to stick together and go into potential future seasons together as well, or is that all up in the air right now and see how it develops? Do you already have any kind of ideas for that?
As a team, we haven't discussed it yet. Cause we were just we won the game, let's get out of here. Me personally, I'd love to continue with this team though, because awesome to play with Spring and Turkeen. And also our subs. I feel like we just have a great team altogether. So we even have Spinbiter as their coach.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd love to stick together for next season, hopefully.
Yeah. And I mean, hey, you gotta. As of right now, not all the stats have been filled in, but you're provisionally the record holder for saves, redirects, and orbs. So you gotta hold on to those, right? Yeah. You gotta make sure those doesn't get taken over. But yeah, no, I mean, again, it's a bit weird saying it considering the scoreline, but I feel like for the expectations that you guys have had coming into the league, you had a really good season, and I'm happy to see you guys take that series, especially against Forged Fury, which was bit up in the air how that one's gonna go. Yeah, going into you, Gio, obviously. First of all, how is it? Seed 1, winning every single regular season game. Was that an expectation for you going into it? Also, just so you don't get confused, I'm just gonna talk like we're not on the same team.
Yeah,
so,
I get it.
Was that an expectation going into the season? Is it a surprise, or were you? How does the end result feel now for the regular season?
I mean, it's good to win all games. It was not a surprise, but also, I was expecting a few of the games to be close, and they were, against basically all the playoff teams. We had pretty close games, so yeah, it was not surprising that we won all games, but we could have also lost 1 or 2. It was definitely possible.
Yeah, most definitely. And obviously, you have some time to figure out who you want to be playing in that round 1. But looking at the playoffs teams, do you have any kind of expectations or any kind of quick thoughts considering the teams that have made it in? Being Luma, Zoo, and Girl. Is there anything that's now in hindsight a bit more surprising to you, or is this about what you would have expected going into the season?
I mean, the result is as I expected. I mean, Girls is just a different team now, so
yeah,
can't really say I expected that one, but I mean, I expected these 4 teams to be in playoffs in the end, so yeah.
Okay. And then last but not least, obviously the Luma series today, the decider for Seed 1, how was playing that series? Were you taken aback by anything? Was something more surprising, less surprising? Do you feel like the result, which if you look at the numbers on their own, right, the series itself was competitive in play, but the results on their own seem a bit more one-sided. Is it something that comes as a surprise to you, or did you already have like an inkling that maybe the matchup was going to be a bit beneficial for you?
I mean, it was a bit surprising that we just tore that in that way. But yeah, especially like in game 1, their draft was pretty weird. I didn't expect that one, like with the Juno forward. I was expecting them to go more for classic forwards, but yeah, probably not that practiced with that on their side. But yeah, I mean, the second game we had played into the damage comp, and they didn't get the scaling they needed, I guess, in time, and then we just managed to win that.
Yeah, very, very valid. And now, obviously, regular season is done, right? We have our playoffs teams. Everything is decided in that regard. So now, for the people that are still in the league, the focus is going to be on those playoffs, preparing for that adjusted map pool. Not a huge adjustment. You're just taking out Amy's app and you're putting in Gates. But that's where the prep's going to be for the teams. And obviously, expectations are going to be there for those playoff series as well. Kitty Bagel, for yourself, if you're looking at the 4 teams that have made it, do you have any predictions of how they're going to end up? Who do you think is going to take the season? Who do you think is going to go into Grand Seconds? Give me like a rough spitball, like 1 through 4, if you can.
I mean, honestly, all 4 teams are good, first of all, but I think you guys, Team CT, probably gonna win it, and then Luna on 2nd place. Like, just like happened today, because you guys won the series against them. So I think that'll be the 1-2. And then Girls versus Zoo is the other 2, right?
Yes.
I don't know how they did in the regular season when they went against each other. Girls versus Zoo. Oh, Zoo actually won that one. I think that one could be an interesting one for 3rd place. Because they have both strong contenders, and with Girls, whole roster change that happened. Might be interesting to see how they play after that.
Yeah. Most definitely. So up in the air between the 3-4s, but the 1-2 for you is you got a rough idea of what you would be expecting.
I think TMCT and then Luna, yeah. It'll still be close, but I think that'll be it.
Gio, how do you see it? Obviously, you might be a little bit biased here, but what's your prediction going into playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, I would also say that that we would win the thing. I'm not so sure if Luma gets 2nd. I can see Happy Girls being kind of a wild card with the new roster and making that 2nd place. Because it's really hard to judge them right now, because they didn't play any strong teams so far, really. So, hard to say. I can imagine them like winning against Luma.
Yeah, especially because that roster hasn't, like, that new version of Girl hasn't played into Luma, right? So it's difficult to say how that's going to pan up, because at the time of Luma Girl, that was week 2, right? You still had Otsudin and Zoe represent Girl, and even then, that series already was pretty competitive, I remember. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. But yeah, I don't believe I'm missing much out anymore, because we're now done with the regular season. 7 weeks have been played. Then 4 teams have emerged out of the 8s that are going to go into the playoffs. Again, those being TMCT, Luma, Happy Girls, and the Zoo. And they're going to go at it in 2 weeks. Next week, we're going to have a break week. So people will have a little bit of a break from OS, at least on the EUSL side. Obviously, we'll still have a Bob on Sunday tomorrow in a week, because, you know, that's just kind of how it's going to have to be. But that would be a wrap for the regular season. Any closing remarks maybe from you two regarding how the regular season went? So I'll start with you, Kitty Bagel.
For the regular season, I didn't look at the other games that much. I'm just very happy with our week 3 game that we won against Obscura. Like, that's probably going to be the main series that's going to stick with me from this season.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it was. I'd argue it's the upset of the season, so it's very fair to feel that way. And from your end, Gio, any closing remarks before we're sending everyone to their weekend?
I think it was a really fun season. I think we got a lot of good games to watch that I didn't expect, really. A lot of close games. So that was really fun.
Yeah, and we'll hope that closeness continues on into playoffs. But with that, we're going to sign it off for this week of EUSL. Again, next week gonna be a break, but be here for playoffs starting on July the 12th, where you will see the top 4 teams going up against each other. The bracket for that will be decided the latest next Monday. So do keep an eye out on the Wikipedia for that if you want to know. It should be updated as soon as those matchups are known. But that is it for us. Thank you everyone for watching. Geo, Kitty Bagel, thank you very much for joining me in this little post-show section. It's much appreciated, and I wish everyone a lovely rest of the weekend, and go watch some NASL. I think that's starting pretty soon. So yeah, have fun with that, and we'll see you guys around.